Testing. Testing. Hey, what's up? Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. I'll tell you. Prior to you. Is JTH. Yeah. 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 So if you're in I just sent you the panelist email. See if you got that. So just if you want, log in right now. That's great. And they're enjoying it? Okay, good. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Is that for you it's slower usually, or? That's mine's really fast. That's why. All right. There you go. Okay. So you're in. I think yeah. I'm going to mute my. All right, Freddie, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Am I clear?
Yes, very clear. It says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. Okay. Because you're the one that's controlling it, I guess.
Yeah, but it should allow you to, it's saying it doesn't. Okay, hold on. Because I think I just got to do a setting.
What office is that, by the way? That's your.
This is our offices. We do this with Fortress. So this is a Fortress office, but we're about to go get some new office space. So hold on. So there was something I did yesterday. There you go. All right, try it now.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. So now you'll come on just like that, and then you're all set to go because you're not sharing anything, so
No.
you don't need access. But
yeah, just to clarify, so when I speak, it will automatically come to me.
Yeah.
in the 15 minutes, if I need to jump in for the 15 minutes,
Just
automatically, then go.
yeah. So what the way we've been doing our moderators is, as soon as you hand it off to Keel and he starts presenting, we
Yep.
just turn our video off, and it automatically will take you off of the screen so that it's just Keel. And then
Okay.
what we do is around 15 minutes in his presentation, we put a chime. This is a chime that we do.
Right.
And I mean, you can do it too, either one of us just has to do it. We do this chime.
Right.
Hear it? And it's in the background so that he knows there's a chime that's going to come that he, and we just stop it. So, and then
But you're doing the chime, or I'm going to do the chime?
either one of us can do it. I can do it.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And then, so then the other thing is when you want to come back. So what we do is that's the first 15-minute, and then by chance, if he's just running over around the 18-minute, you just step into, you turn your video on, so he kind of knows, hey, Freddie's going to need to take this on. I mean, the good thing about your session is if it runs late, it runs late, right?
Last one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's happy hour.
It's happy hour. So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Turn video on, turn video off.
Yeah, so I need to make sure I do one more.
But then in the case that, let's, for example, the second session yesterday, he couldn't use Quiller for some reason, then you guys jumped in.
Yeah,
You can do?
say that again.
That's something you need to do, or I can do?
So if you have Quiller, you can do it. I'll be honest, one of us can we have it here and back, and all of us here have it. So if by chance someone has an issue, we'll just step in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna find a good location.
You're fine. That location is totally fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks good.
I don't like the skin tone. It makes me look like a white guy.
You know, those white guys. So,
you know, hey, by the way, and I'm in my 50s, right? So, I don't want to, you understand, right? I mean, I don't want to do too much. I mean, come on.
That's right. That's right.
All right. No, I think I'm clear.
All right, buddy.
Right.
Really quick, just hold on. I'm trying to figure out, can you hit your video off?
Yep.
Okay. It goes away. Perfect. All right. So I think it's working the way it's designed then. Okay.
Okay. All right. Good.
Cool.
We'll talk later. Good luck.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. What's up, Heather? What's up, JTH?
Hey, good morning, sir.
How's this camera? Is this clear?
Yeah, you look great. I like the boutonniere. Different style today.
Yeah, different style today.
How are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. So I have a thought.
Yes, sir.
We have that 30-minute break.
Yep.
Instead of losing people like we did, could we just come up with something that we talk about just to bridge? Because I think we lost 40 people during that transition.
We did, and we lost 25 of them during the lanyap.
You don't need it anymore?
No, I just got my new one.
Say that again?
So we lost 25 of them during the lanyap because what I did was I wrote in the number of attendees at the start and the number of attendees at the end.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering, I just want to figure out, can we keep them engaged during that 30 minutes? So it could be an open mic. It could be like something, right? And maybe it's a set of topics we talk about.
Well, one of the things that I noticed was we didn't get a chance to get to all the questions in the QA.
Okay.
And so maybe we use that time to go back and say, hey, so-and-so asked this question in the QA, and we could go back and we could respond to those.
Yeah. I mean, if you think that would be good, we can certainly do that.
What would you open mic on?
No, I don't know. I would just, like I said, my main
Yeah.
thing is, my main thought was, how do we not lose them during that 30-minute window?
Yeah.
So it could be that so do you have those questions by chance that we haven't answered?
Oh, let's see here. They were all in the QA from yesterday's, and I didn't copy them down. Did they?
Yeah, I didn't copy it either. So
I do want to touch base with you on two things off camera, or I know we're recording, so.
Are we recording? I don't know if it's recording.
Oh, I just say we're live on YouTube, so.
Yeah. You wanted to call me?
Yeah. Monday. So,
So with Yanni, just from everything I know,
Mhm.
it doesn't seem like he's as with it as others, right? So
okay, I'll stay a little more on top of it then. I was waiting for his admin was going to call her on Monday and say, hey, can we get on his calendar? But I was not at all under the impression he was waiting for me for material.
this is one problem with higher ed. Everyone wants to be like a leader, and they all want a secretary. They need a secretary. It's like at some point,
Yeah,
just manage your own calendar.
exactly. So, all right, well, I'll reach out to him, and I didn't know if it was your recollection that I was supposed to hand him something off. I didn't have that in my notes. I was waiting for him. So,
Yeah. Okay.
all right, so I'll take care of it. That was it.
I just want to. At some point, we just want to make sure he's on board.
Yeah.
With whatever we're doing. So.
Yeah, and I'm also going to reach out to Dolores's admin as well to reschedule that meeting. I've not heard from her. I assume we're still in good stead since Chancellor Lambert gave us such a good talk yesterday. So I'm just not sure why they've all gone quiet.
Hey, JT, your computer's not muted.
Oh, I thought I just muted it.
There was a settings where for me to hide people when video is off. So where is that? Do you know? I don't know. It used to be hide. We did it yesterday. JT, can you turn off your video?
Yeah.
Hi.
I sent you
I
an
want to see
email.
if you go away.
Yep, I'm going.
Yeah, yep. I'll make those changes today.
Did you hide yourself, JTH, or you go frozen?
Well, I just right now I just see my I turned my video off, and I can now say hide video non-participants, which I just clicked, and I went away.
Oh, I see. I see. So I think those are individual people. So see, it just went away.
And then let me start my video again, and then I come back.
Did you see that? I just did, and it was gone.
Mm-hmm.
It was here right now.
Yeah.
No, it's actually seems to be now. Once I click that, that seems to be my standard setting. So now when I go off, I go. Do I go off on your screen, or do you still see me?
Yeah, but I we just saw that, right? I just clicked that right here and it's not here now.
Full screen or gallery again.
Because what happens is
Try
when
more.
I did. No, we just saw that, right? It just said hide non-participants, right?
I saw it on mine, and then and then once I clicked it, it went away. I don't see it on my
What
options
is
anymore.
He's logged in as JTH.
Yeah, but is he a panelist or?
Yeah, panelist right now. But we just saw it. That's why I'm like, I'm not. Where did it go?
I don't know. It was weird.
Yeah, it went away on mine too. I clicked it once, it went away.
Hide your screen really quick.
Sure.
And if it goes to his picture, then it's not hiding.
So I just went hide self-view, but I did not stop my video.
Hide what?
Oh, there. You just stopped.
Yeah. So where are you seeing hide non-video?
So when I went,
It's here, right?
and now I've lost myself entirely because I hit hide self-view.
No, it's I'm streaming.
So when I hit the little three dots there next to mute,
The mute.
where you say, on my video, when you click up on the right hand corner, there's the mute and then the little three dots, the little ellipsis,
Okay.
and that's where you can go stop video. I originally stopped my video, and then my profile picture came up, and then when my profile picture came up, I could go to that same ellipsis and then click hide if not on video, and I clicked that, and now my profile picture does not come up for me when I'm off video. But I can't unclick that.
But it. All right. Hide your video again. I don't.
You betcha.
Go to gallery view.
Show non. Okay. So now, wait. Show non-video participants. So JTH is a non-video participant, and I'm seeing him right now. I'm seeing him as a participant.
But possibly because there's only two of you in here.
So that's gone again. See, you got to go back in here. This is really odd. Display. Spotlight me when speaking. Hide non-video participants.
There you go.
So it's gallery view?
Yeah.
All right. So JTH, can you turn your computer back on? Got it. Now turn yourself off.
All right.
All right. So it's gallery view and
Yep.
then in
That
that setting.
setting.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, figure this out. All right.
Good thing we have young people around to guide us.
Oh, yeah. All right. He says he's waiting. So. All right. I'm going to start the webinar because Rupal's in.
Okay, cool.
And I don't see attendees till they come. Okay. So.
So I'm going to crank my video up then.
All right. Ready?
Yep.
We are live. Got one. Marie is out there. Hey, Marie. All right, Rupal.
Hey, Rupo.
You're on mute, but
You're on mute.
Hey guys, sorry about that.
Not a problem. You'll probably want to lower your or raise your camera up just a little bit because it's cutting off the very top of your head. There you go.
How's that?
Much better.
Cool.
we were doing some prep. It's so funny, you know, we did this yesterday, but every day you got to go back and figure out all the things that you tweaked the day before so that it runs the same way, which it'd be nice if it had one setting and it would follow us every time. But so for the folks that are already in attendance, you're seeing the background of our summit. So welcome. We'll start in about 10 minutes. We're just prepping before the day starts. Thanks for joining us. So Rupal, don't say anything bad during this time, you know, just make sure, you know.
Oh man, that's gonna be hard. Okay. Just kidding. Can you guys hear me okay? Audio's good.
Yes. Yeah. Why don't we just test your presentation of Quiller really quick.
Roger that.
There you go. Perfect. And really quick, I'm gonna just give you this chime so you can hear. This is what we play in the background when you're at your 15-minute mark. Okay.
Yep. Cool.
Okay. It doesn't mean you stop. It just means that you got about 15 minutes, 5 minutes. And then about the 18 or 19-minute mark, one of us, usually the moderator, will come into a video just so that you have a reminder.
Yeah.
Because we're just trying to get everything, because it's, you know, these power blocks of 30, this is the only way to manage it as effectively as we do it. So.
Yeah.
So you can turn it off now because I'll have you share right when I'm starting to introduce you, and then you can share it, Ryan. Okay.
Got it. Hey, Matt, as the questions kind of come up along the way or chat, you want to interject, or do you want to kind of wait to the end?
Yeah.
Either one's fine.
We've been depending on the flow. I think we've been waiting till you do your discussion, and then one of us would be the voice of the chat for you during that time. And then it makes sure that you get the ability to do your presentation in the time frame. And if you do end early, we'll certainly dialogue that way. So yeah, if there's something really like, you know, that needs to be interjected, we'll look and we'll let you know.
Yeah.
Like our Beyond the Summit studios here in Chicago. I even got a microphone here, you know, so.
I thought you were like in a radio studio or something.
Yeah, this is our studio. This is the Beyond offices here. We have so, you know, Fortress is our branding side of our company, and so this is they of course are more modern than an old fogey higher ed group would be, right? So we've kind of said we're going to embed some innovation and young folks, you know, into the mix of it. So yeah,
I see some Christmas lights up there, so looks pretty festive.
Thanks. Yeah, we got Christmas lights. I mean, there's people actually working out there, Rupal. Like, you know, they have to close the door because I'm talking too loud. And,
Awesome.
so JTH, I did warn Rupal that I'm going to be on a platform early in this discussion. So
I love it, man. Let's mix it up.
be good. I usually don't write all my thoughts out, but I thought, you know, today I should write some of my thoughts out.
Yeah, we all love the raw Matt Alex, so don't water it down, man.
Yeah.
JTH, you're in the Northeast, I presume. Connecticut, New Hampshire, I forget one of those.
He's on mute.
All right.
JTH, you're on mute.
Yeah, in Connecticut, enjoying some clear, cold weather here.
Right on.
How was your holiday season?
Not too bad so far.
Did you have a quiet Thanksgiving?
Yeah. Went for a hike. I'm sure everyone had a pretty quiet
Nice.
Thanksgiving.
Hey, look, we got Dan Moran in the house. Dan, I'll put you on talking to permitting to talk. This is the only time I'll ever do that. But
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
how you
Dave.
doing?
Good, man. Good stuff yesterday. I caught a bunch of it, and then I actually had there was a workday thing that I was checking out just because it was local, Joliet Junior College.
Yep.
But yeah, good stuff. I caught some good sessions. So today should be able to get the full gamut in here.
Great.
Well, all of the presentations will be on demand early next week. They're probably working on it right now in terms of segmenting it. So every quiller that we've been sharing to the group on our chat will get, each video will be embedded in the quiller so that people could access the video and the quiller presentation at any point in time.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. I mean, I'm looking at some of the, I know you're kind of moving into a different strategic view of kind of the student experience and education in general. But on my end, I've looked at the student management cloud products. I dove into that for about 6 or 8 weeks to learn it. Trying to get into kind of learning what Workday is all about. And then I think, Matt, the last time we talked, I think you have an understanding of like some of the blockchain stuff that I've been involved with and kind of, moving in that direction. There's a lot of fun stuff out there. So I really like these. I don't like chat bots in general because I think they're not as useful as they can be. But I really love the idea of chatbots opening up artificial intelligence into higher ed. So it's really cool to see where those, it's the stepping stones of getting there. And it's going to be amazing, I think, over the next, 5 to 7 years.
Yeah. Like I said, I was doing smart campuses for the past 3 or 4 years when no one was doing it. So I'm, smart retail, smart banking, smart venues, all those things are using all the innovations of today. And if we go to a campus, it's like what I was doing in 1990, right? So that's what I think we really have to really think is that, you could put all these softwares in, but unless you start to rethink what you do, you're going to continue to repave what you do. And that repaving isn't going to give you the trajectory that most of these campuses need, right? I'm actually going to speak to that a little bit right when we kick off in about a minute. Dan, we live in the same city, so let's find some time to find a place to safely have a cup of coffee. Maybe
That's awesome. Look forward to today's sessions and that in particular. So I'll reach out to you.
Sounds good. All right, guys. All right, Rupal, we got about a minute before we officially launch. And then audience is growing as we go. Because this is going to be on demand, I like to start on time. So, and then we got a set of places for other thought leaders to coming in. So, all right, ready? We'll go in 5, 4, got it. Hey, welcome everyone. Welcome to our Beyond the Summit studios here in Chicago. We have a tremendous day here with thought leaders. So day one was exciting. There's a lot that was in store. For anyone that has missed it, everything is recorded. Everything will be on demand because we really believe in this polysynchronous world that we're going to live in, where you could come in and watch on demand as well as be synchronous like we're doing today. So we will be sharing a post-production, post-summit landing page with all of the Quiller presentations. As you notice in our chats, you will see the presentation from each of our thought leaders. Rupal is certainly going to be the first one. I selected certain people that I thought would bring the energy and the discussion. So I'm really excited about that. One of the things I want to make sure that everyone recognizes is that, this summit is not about selling and it's not about a spin. One of the things that I recognized when I decided to do Beyond is that there was too much spin. There was too much spin in the market. People were not being informed in the way that it needed to. It was being spun by different motivations and things like that. Sorry. And so one of the things that I want to really get at here is, when we think about transformation, we got to think about strategy, not just slapping on a technology that is going to think that you're going to be transformative. So the past 8 years, we've been gaslit that the cloud or a system is going to actually transform you. The reality of it is, unless you have a strategy, you're going to be repaving the same roads that you've been driving on. And the opportunity that is in front of us is to really start thinking about the things that we should be doing in market. Dan Moran just talked about, a little bit of the AI and the machine learnings all coming in. Those are great, but we can't even adopt those things until you understand the strategy that you need to have. So every vendor or everyone that says, I have AI and I have cloud and everything else, the reality of it is, if you don't know where you're going to be going to the same place. And the goal of today's summit is to bring thought leaders into your view to give you a perspective without selling a product, without selling a set of services. I ran a company for 20 years around services, and I recognized that's not what I should be doing. I got to be selling a vision. I got to be guiding people to the right direction. If we look back at the last 8 years and you pick up any of the higher ed analyst trends reports, the reality of it is they don't tell you much because they're just writing on behalf of the vendor and the SI. I wrote it. So the reality of it is you're not getting true value unless you actually listen to the strategies. That's what the higher ed analysts have to start doing. That's what we're going to be doing for you as we move forward. So while I'm on this platform of a soapbox that I want you to understand why we're here today. We're here for you to absorb it without the spin. So Rupal, I know I'm going in a little deeper than I normally do, but I thought this was an opportunity for us to say, hey, if Honda and Toyota wrote Consumer Reports review, how valid is it? Well, that's what we're getting when we're reading reports. We shouldn't be reading those reports. We shouldn't be paying for those reports. We should be listening and understanding what the strategy is for us, for my campus, and then identifying the right technologies. So do these vendors have great products? Of course. Do these thought leaders really care about higher ed? Of course. I want us to look at them together. The other thing is we have to be a collective force. If you look at the summit, we brought the top vendors over, we brought the top SIs over, we brought specialists over, because I believe there isn't just a power of one, there is a huge collaboration that we have to do together. And that's what we're going to be driving as we move forward, is that we are collectively going to work together. I'm really proud that some of the thought leaders, while they're competitive with each other, were willing to do sessions together. And I'm really proud of that. And I'm very grateful for that. So without much more of my platform, and you'll hear me pretty much throughout the day, I want to introduce you to Rupal Shah. Rupal and I go back a long way. Rupal leads High Point Technology, which is, they really started with a mobile device and a technology, and you could tell they started to morph themselves into serving students, serving campuses. So I'm not trying to pitch Rupal's company, but Rupal's one of those thought leaders that even when I was beginning Beyond, I went to Rupal and I said, hey, Rupal, this is what I'm thinking about doing. And he gave me some great advice, told me, say, hey, Matt, this is what I think the market needs. So for day one, when we asked Rupal to join us on this discussion about the topics, the topic of student agency came into play. And I'm going to let Rupal talk a little bit about it. But Rupal, thanks for being here. It's yours. You may want to start sharing your Quiller and take it from there.
Will do. Thanks, Matt. I really appreciate the opportunity. And, those are nice words. And I'm assuming you can hear me okay. Just a quick sound check, thumbs up. Okay, cool. So yeah, it was a unique opportunity. And when you kind of presented it, what I wanted to do was really just kind of share some thoughts in my seat over the last kind of 8 years of what I've seen in the market and, where I kind of see things going in the future. And I wasn't really, thinking about, okay, we need to shill some software or services, et cetera. I just wanted to kind of start a dialogue around what I was experiencing and, kind of my thoughts and kind of what the future is going to hold. So hopefully this conversation will be instructive and useful to many people. And, certainly, as we go through this, if you've got comments or chats or ideas, feel free to, put those in. So I'm going to start off with a very short story. It's not going to be, I'm sure it's not dissimilar to what many of you have experienced on the phone today. And it's really about my first Uber ride. And it was almost a decade ago. I still remember it vividly. I was in Austin. We were having our first higher ed summit at the company I was working at. And a couple of the folks, clients and colleagues, wanted to go see some live music. And I said, well, I live in town. I know where to go. And I said, I'll hail a cab. And just then a colleague stopped me and he said, no, let me get you an Uber. And I said, well, what is that? And he started to explain, what Uber was. And he was looking at his phone and he was inputting some information and kind of talking through it. A couple of minutes after he was done explaining that, a black car showed up right next to us. And I was just stunned, a little apprehensive. And he said, don't worry, just get inside, get to your destination and just walk out when you're done, close the door. And it just, the concept just was so foreign to me at that time. And that's what we did. We got in the car. I have to say it's quite odd, but, it felt like this was a really cool experience. We get to our destination, we walk out. There was no real awkward conversation with the driver. There's no cash that needed to be exchanged, no credit card. I didn't need to do some math off, top of my head to figure out the tip, et cetera. And it really felt effortless. It was a completely different experience that I've had. And I know every one of you probably had that experience. And it was literally kind of the proverbial walking out of Plato's cave, where once you've experienced something like that, you can't unsee it or undo it. You've been changed and you see, a different world. And there are lots of things, and I'm sure everyone can attest to this, that things kind of came about during that age of Uber. So we started to see Netflix, we started to see Amazon was there, Amazon Prime maybe, Airbnb. The emergence of the iPhone was pretty dramatic. For me, I was a big fan of the BlackBerry for a long time, and just making that switch was monumental. At that time, almost a decade ago, I was working with arguably one of the most advanced machine learning companies doing work in higher ed. And I knew a lot from that experience about nonlinear algorithms, AI, machine learning, and things like support vector machines, neural nets. And I knew the power that could have. What I discovered was there was also a lot of power in design. And admittedly, I think, the title of this presentation, when we kind of decided what it was going to be, student agency and technology, I would add that a big part of this is design. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. It's really about design and kind of how does that map with, an institution? What are they attempting to accomplish and how are they going to get there? And as many of you know, 2008 was kind of a monumental year. It was kind of the catalyst for many things. It was kind of the earthquake and the tsunami started to follow thereafter. And we started to see a lot of defunding in higher education, but we saw a lot of changes in the software space and consumer space, and millennials were kind of dealt, bad deck of cards, quite honestly. And we started to see the power shift from, larger companies to the consumer. iPhone was kind of empowering too. And so with all that said, it started to kind of change my thinking and worldview. And I know it changed for many of the folks that are on the phone, but it was this idea around agency. It was this ability to be able to do things, in a more seamless way. And I know a lot of you get that in your bones. And, I think for many of us in higher ed, whether we're working in higher ed or, working in the periphery, we're doing a lot of work to kind of explain what this really means. And I think a lot of people think, okay, let's just check the box when it comes to design thinking, but it goes a lot deeper than that. So kind of fast forward a little bit, and I don't want to be dramatic about higher ed disruption. I don't think that we're going to see the level of disruption necessarily that we're seeing with the companies and industries that I have in front of you, but certainly I think there's some areas where we can optimize. And arguably, if you look at taxis and movies and autos and all the companies that moving from the left to the right, we went from a pretty large incumbency to new entrants relatively in the last 10 years, with the exception of Amazon. And that's pretty dramatic. And if it's, on the order of billions, maybe even trillions of dollars that kind of, moved from one area to another. And so, what did these companies do that was so impactful? And I want to argue that they did two things. One was information asymmetry. So for a very long time, for hundreds of years, maybe even arguably 1,000 years, the seller had more information than the buyer. And it wasn't until, let's say, the last 10 years that the playing field had leveled. Now, take the Uber example. I know exactly where the car is. I know when it's going to arrive. I know how much it's going to cost. I know the rating for the driver, and I know what time I'm going to get to the location that I'm looking for, which is dramatically different than what we experienced with a regular taxi, years prior. We didn't know any of that information really. And so that's a big thing, and it really changes the dynamics. The second thing, and I would say more importantly, is the user experience. So now it's not about the business, dictating the terms. And again, if you use the informational asymmetry concept, it's really the buyer is really dictating the terms. And so we've built this user experience around the buyer. And that's really instructive. And that's why I think a lot of these companies took off. So how does that really relate to higher ed in our world? Well, there's still a lot of things to kind of sort out, but I'd argue just kind of as one example and one point. If you go on to Google right now and you do a search for student centers, higher education, and you look at the images, you're going to see some amazing buildings for student centers that have either been built or under construction. And, these institutions are doing what they know and think are really going to be impactful. It's good work. And they're putting together financial aid advisors, academic advisors, et cetera, in these buildings to help students open 9 to 5. But I can't help wonder and think that, okay, is this like the big box retailers? This is brick and mortar. Are we working on the students' schedule? Are we giving them agency? Should we move from a student center to a brick and mortar student center to a digital student center. And that's really kind of the point of this whole discussion is, should we be rethinking how we approach things? And, years ago we thought, okay, find all the at-risk students, let's start calling them. Well, the truth is that, up to 80% of the millennials and Gen Z really don't like, or they prefer messaging and texting, and they don't like phone calls, where about 77% of baby boomers are fine. They have no anxiety around phone calls. And they're operating from 9 to 5. And this notion of millennials and Gen Zs, we are not born that way. We're kind of reacting into the environment of the time that we were born in. And for someone like me, I'm in my mid 40s, I don't really want to have to get in a car, drive down and meet with a financial aid advisor either. I've got work and family commitments. So I want to be able to have agency and do these things on my own. And that's really kind of, the shift from a legacy way of thinking to kind of more of a user-centric perspective. So what's next? Well, I think it's instructive to kind of look at the past and kind of looking forward to the future and kind of what's really ahead of us. And if you look back the 80s and 90s, tremendous growth in terms of ERP development, and we were basically optimizing the linear pathways and codifying business processes through technology. HR, payroll, financials would cut across lots of industries, and you had to go customize for healthcare, higher ed, et cetera. And the catalyst was really mainframes and relational databases. And then we kind of moved in the 2000s to this verticalization where we're building companies and bringing together designers, engineers, marketers, data scientists to solve very specific problems, whether it's in healthcare, higher ed, finance, et cetera. And this is the age where, as Matt, you discussed earlier, AI, machine learning, cloud computing really kind of created this ability. And if you look at that first wave, that was really there to kind of help the back office users. I'd argue in the second wave, it's really to empower these mid-level users to kind of use the analytics to make better decisions. And I think we've kind of now entered this third wave. And we still don't know what's going to happen with this phase. I mean, I know I'm mixing enterprise with consumer in this last phase, and that's by design because we're still kind of absorbing what we're seeing in, our daily lives. What are the analogs of Uber to kind of the enterprise world? But it's really about a focus on users. And I think the argument that I want to make is that, on top of AI and all that data and the ERP systems, design really matters. And I'll go on a little bit of a tangent here, but I think it's an instructive story. There's a professor, J.C. Licklider, back in 1960 at MIT, wrote this amazing paper called the man-machine symbiosis theory. And it's really this idea of like, over time, humans are good at creative thinking, intuitive strategy, and computers are good at computational things. And so we saw the mainframe to the PC to the mobile phone and smartphones, and that dramatically improved our lives. And a good example of this was, years ago, Deep Blue, if you remember from IBM, beat Garry Kasparov in a chess competition. Well, and I think a lot of people thought, okay, that's the big insight. Well, it really wasn't. It was years later we discovered that amateurs with a small, mobile phone sized chess device or game could beat Garry Kasparov, could also beat the Deep Blue, but then in some cases could actually beat a chess master with a supercomputer. So that was really, life-changing in terms of the capabilities of, AI, machine learning, and humans using that information. And I've really been at the front seat of some of that stuff, and I've seen, the impact of that. And I've also seen institutions kind of think, all right, well, we still haven't gotten the results that we're looking for. And I'd argue that it's really about design. And so if you take the chronology of what I kind of described and you really stacked it on top of each other and you create this abstraction where, the base of it is really the digital data processing, you add the AI machine learning aspect of it, those things are great. And you're giving, some great information to users. What I'd argue is that there's still a big body of work that we need to interrogate to really improve student agency. And that's really around behavioral science. So the gentleman on the left is Richard Thaler, won the Nobel Prize for economics just a few years ago. And he did a lot of great work on framing, and he wrote the book Nudge. anchoring. There's just a ton of work around choice architecture. And the gentleman on the right is Dan Ariely of Duke, who wrote the book Predictably Irrational. And he does a lot of great work in behavioral science. It's a little bit of a side story. At High Point, Duke University is one of our top customers. And they actually took our software and put it into Dan Ariely's lab. And they wanted to run an experiment to see, could the user experience, the behavioral science around accepting financial aid, change behaviors of students? Could we create an experiment where students are accepting less debt? And it turned out that there was great signal in providing different user interfaces on that. And so we actually changed our software based on those results. So those kinds of things where you're actually helping students in the long run to make better behaviors and decisions is critical. The other side of it is the interaction design. And this is kind of what I think a lot of folks can see through Amazon or Uber, et cetera, being able to use your software, use the company's tools on your phone in a seamless, easy way. And there's a whole body of work there too. If you think about cognitive load or digital affordances or mental models, there are a lot of deep design thinking concepts that are applied to these tools. And that's where I'm arguing, let's interrogate that. Let's focus on that, because that will drive a lot of outcomes, particularly in this day and age where, whether we're in the pandemic or we're shifting, kind of the modality and the models that we're offering in higher ed, could we be designing this in a way that's a lot more effective? And I think everybody knows that the traditional student enrollment numbers are going to drop in the coming years. The majority of students are non-traditional, so they don't have the time and effort and luxury of time. And so they need to get in and out and accomplish things pretty quickly. So what's the call to action? So I think, folks have seen lots of versions of this image where you have a design and you have behaviors. And to Matt's comment early, where we're spending a lot as an industry to repave the same path, what I argue is let's have some empathy and let's try to understand where students are trying to go. Let's get to their point. And in a way, this kind of illustrates the chart and the image that I showed earlier around the brick and mortar versus what students want. If you can imagine this kind of circles what we build in our mind, but the reality is students want to go from point A to point B, and they're showing you that. And one way to do that is to have a lot of empathy. And I took this course through IDEO, which is this amazing company based out of, started out at Stanford. And it was just, a short course, but it changed my thinking. And a lot of things that you guys can take away from this, that class that I took, or some comments I'm making here, is that, if you want to really understand, you got to walk in the shoes of students. And so as an example, in the kind of the physical world, if you want to understand what it's like to be disabled, maybe just tie your arm behind your back and experience your campus for half a day to a day, or get into a wheelchair and kind of see through their eyes, like, what is it like? You could also do that in the digital world. You can get a group together and go through the process of applying, do a FAFSA form, figure out, okay, when does that come back to you if you have a reject ICER? How do you deal with these issues? How do you pay for tuition or enroll in a class? And how can you deconstruct that process and really design in a way where you're getting to their point and giving students the agency to do the things that they want to do in a faster, seamless way. So I think those are some of the things that, from a call to action that I think is important. And you can kind of use these powers for good. I mean, if you think about the behavioral science work that Richard Thaler does, there's some interesting work out there. If you think about decoys, and a lot of companies do this, where, I don't know if you've noticed this or not, but let's say like The Economist will put out 3 different options for a print package, a digital package, and a print and digital package. Well, one of those options is a decoy. It's to get you to buy one or two of the other options. So in that way, they're kind of trying to nudge their buyers to maximize profit. You can take those powers and use them for good in higher ed to kind of create the right choice architecture so they're making the right decisions. And this can be employed in lots of different ways. You don't have to buy technology to do it. If you do, it would be useful to kind of understand these concepts. And in many ways, books like this, which is real thin, you could read it in 20, 30 minutes. I did it a couple of years ago and it changed my life around design. And you start to see the world in a different way. So closing thoughts. I'll keep it short at this point, but the idea is really get a team together, start thinking about how things can improve on campus. Can technology solve it? Maybe, maybe not. It's not always a silver bullet. Can you change the experience in the environment that students are having to deal with? Think about your students today. What would make their lives easier? And think about the students you want to have in the future and kind of redesign that process. Start with those outcomes and those ideas first, and then reason backwards to figure out, do you have the tools? Can you make better use of them? Or do you need to purchase new tools to do that? And do that in a way that creates an effortless, seamless experience, very similar to Uber. So that's the end of my presentation, and happy to answer any questions or thoughts.
Yeah, no, Rupal, first of all, way to kick it off, right? So your visuals were spot on. And this is one of the things I keep saying to people is that you don't need PowerPoint with words and a lot, like the power of words that you're speaking to is so important. So one, kudos to that. Two, I love the word that you used. And I think this is probably something higher ed should really think about, especially when they're thinking about putting in new technologies and things like that. One of the biggest reasons that schools never get the ROI on any of the technology they do is they never stop and deconstruct. You use the word deconstruct, and that's a tough word for many people because they're so used to the circle that you showed out there. They're so used to following the circle. But the reality of it is time for us. It's a license to change, to become the ability to say, let's deconstruct why we do what we do. Because if you think about most systems and most, like I said, I went to my offices here where I ran a registrar's office. They still do 1990 stuff. They just digitized what I used to do. And I'm thinking to myself, my God, I could automate that in weeks. And yet they don't think that way because they just digitized. And this is that repaving the road that I keep talking about. The thing that I would love for you to talk about is the design of a campus, right? You talk about experience. I talk about frictionless outcomes, methods. The thing that we have to realize is that what we do today is going to be different in a year from now and 2 years from now. This is the future of work element that I'm really enamored by. How does a campus continue to evolve that design? You're doing it inside of your software all the time, right? You're doing that to build out a product line. But how does a campus think about designing every year what their experience looks like?
Yeah, I think that it's a tough problem. I think, higher ed and healthcare are very similar. There's only a few industries where, and I'm thinking from a technology perspective, and I'll kind of get back to kind of your point here, but that the purchaser is not the user. And there's a cognitive dissonance, if that's the word you want to use, between those stakeholders, those actors. And it creates a gap in understanding and usability. And so my argument is bring those students in. I can't tell you how many years I've done presentations and orals and discussions where we haven't really seen students part of that conversation. And I've heard people say, well, I like a mobile app to have this, very similar to Starbucks, or want it to do this or that. Well, you have an income. You have a different set of perspectives. Students have different perspectives. There was a call where I listened to the evaluation committee at one community college, and they said, this was profound to me. She said, we were evaluating mobile solutions, and she said 70% of our students are on financial aid, and all of the solutions, with the exception of one, you can't look at financial aid. So 70% of the students won't be using that mobile application. So I think it's kind of thinking about, all right, what are we trying to solve? What are the areas? How do you start, thinking about areas you want to interrogate and have impact on? Cast forward, reason backwards, and really deeply think about, okay, what is a student? How is that student going to use it? Are they going to use it? Is it going to have impact? Because we all have biases. We all have different ideas, but we want to bring that to the table, but we're not solving the problem for me and Starbucks and a button and all those things. It's really for students. And if you give it, a darn about that, then you'll really start changing.
Yeah. So it's interesting that you talk about that because, we're putting in student cloud systems. That's what I did. And the blockers that they have that they're asking the cloud vendors to do is everything that the back office needs to continue to do.
Exactly.
Keep saying to them, your blockers are what you are doing. You have to look at, and the reality of it is our cloud vendors' products are getting better and better. But the problem is they keep throwing blockers of what they need to do in legacy in a new cloud product without recognizing you don't need that anymore, right? So Rupal, really quick, I think in the chat, if you can do us a favor, can you just identify the book? Because people are asking what that book is, the author. If you can do that, that'd be great.
Yeah.
We have Nicole who's joining us from Oracle, and Nicole Engelbert is going to be coming. We're going to be talking about financial aid and that the importance. So you kind of set up Nicole for that. I'm not sure if Nicole is on. Let's see. There she is on cue. Perfect. Perfect. So Rupal, way to kick it off, buddy. Way to kick it off. Thanks,
man. Appreciate it.
Thanks for being on and continue the good work. We are a tribe, and we will continue to be a tribe together to change higher ed. Thanks so much.
And Rupal, could you release your screen, please?
Yes, I will.
Also, Nicole, thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. I love the banners in the background. Awesome. So JTH is going to be the director of the cruise at this stage. So I'll see you on the other side.
Hi, Nicole. Yeah, you really come up, at a great time right after Rupal's talking about being able to get into financial aid, and yours is swing the gates wide for people to come in and use financial aid. Could you just scroll just a little ahead? I can get to your introduction. Nicole has really been a presenter in higher education technology, for years, and she's quoted through a large number of publications. Prior to joining Oracle, she served as the research analyst at Ovum, and she spent really the last decade advising institutions globally on cloud migration, modernization, and emerging technologies with the student experience. Right now, she's Vice President of Higher Education Development at Oracle. She's responsible for really engaging with the industry ecosystem and developing thought leadership and the best practices within cloud technologies that she's now going to pipe into and fold into Oracle's higher education solutions, including its student cloud product suite. So without any further introduction, I will turn this over to Nicole. Welcome, Nicole, and the floor is yours.
Awesome. Thanks, John. I am delighted to really talk today about kind of swinging wide the campus gates. It is a mission and a dream that has guided really the entirety kind of my career, and could not be, I think, more important than it is today. So we're going to talk today for the next 20 minutes about how we swing wide the campus gates to more students and really address the affordability crisis that our industry faces. But we're going to swing wide the gates, but we're first going to start actually with a window. And I'm going to ask kind of, the question today is whether kind of Kingdom's kind of quote unquote policy window kind of has opened. And we now have this kind of unique opportunity to kind of move through that window and create a new model to financial aid. Kind of has COVID-19 kind of throw open the sash, almost like kind of Santa is coming to town. But we have known for kind of many years, decades even, that there is almost a fault line in higher education. Kind of the gap between kind of what we kind of consider kind of the estimated family contribution with the kind of actual affordability that students and their families kind of face. Certainly Caitlin Zaloom in her book, Indebted, talks at great length, kind of explores at great length the level of risk, financial risk that students and their families are willing to take on because of that gap between what our financial aid policy says that they can afford and what they actually can afford is now massive, really deferring retirement, kind of changing their kind of financial landscape. And they're doing these things certainly because they know, and we all know, that higher education is how you punch your ticket to a middle-class life. And what parent doesn't want that ticket punched for their children. But the challenge, or kind of the rub in this, is that the policies that we use, while well-intentioned at the time, were created in a very different world, kind of a very different society, kind of one where it was a kind of nuclear family with a single income that was often a salaried kind of income. That they don't take into consideration kind of the modern financial landscape, where the financial complexities of the family are kind of far more complicated than they were in the past, have kind of far more demands kind of on them in terms of housing prices, in terms of healthcare costs, in terms of commuting costs. I mean, the list is kind of endless. We could just kind of turn to our own kind of family kitchens to talk about the things we talk about. And certainly the cost of attendance is built around an assumption that the student is a dependent and doesn't bring with them kind of the independent costs of childcare, of not working, those opportunity costs. And this creates tremendous anxiety for students and their families. And they come into our system, which is ironically kind of structured kind of more like healthcare or kind of gas, the Department of Motor Vehicles, instead of a kind of trusted advisor model that it should have. I mean, you can see this most clearly in maybe the first, if not the second question a student will ask. And I saw this day in and day out when I was a director of admissions. The first question a student and his or her family will ask is, can I afford this? Or how do I afford this education? And we will answer that question last. We will answer questions about residential life, about terms abroad, about faculty engagement, about social opportunities, about career development. We'll answer all of these questions 1,000 different ways before we ask the question that's causing the most anxiety and the most worry for students and our families is, can they afford this education? And once we do answer that question, we kind of blizzard them with paperwork, creating a scenario where it is more about kind of forensic accounting than it is about kind of advising our students. And we see the outcome or the reality or the impact of this kind of healthcare or DMV type approach to financial aid. 18,000, that's 18,000, not 1,800 or 18, but 18,000 students at Houston Community College don't complete the verification process. And that's 50% of kind of the students who are in fact selected for verification. Now we know students don't enroll or don't complete verification for a myriad of reasons, but kind of the most major one, and we know this kind of in our gut, kind of in our soul, that it's about the challenges kind of that paperwork. There is a documentary called Personal Statement, and it kind of tracks the experience of 3 New York City public school students as they research colleges, apply, and ultimately enroll. And one of these students whom I've had the pleasure of meeting is Enoch Jamot. And he said in an editorial in the New York Times, we are asked to do more because we have less. And that's what happens to our students during the verification kind of process. And COVID-19 has kind of thrown rocket fuel kind of on all this. I wish I could take that for my own, but that was Paul LeBlanc from Southern New Hampshire that actually said that first in an Inside Higher Education webinar kind of earlier this year. But there's an intensification of that fault line that we're seeing in financial aid. I mean, FAFSA completions are down 16.1%. A NASPA survey found that 59% of participating institutions have seen a major increase in professional judgment requests. And shoot, the jobs report says that it's going to take kind of at the current kind of rate of employment growth, 29 months until we're back to kind of last February. So this is not something that is going to go away kind of anytime soon. So we know the fault line kind of was there, and we know that it's only going to get kind of worse kind of in the coming kind of years, months and years kind of ahead. But we've known this because our existing ways of kind of managing financial aid have been working a little less well kind of each year. Right? Year by year, the returns have been not as good. And I mean, almost quite nostalgically, kind of this past February, we probably were agonizing over a demographic cliff. Yet COVID-19, that rocket fuel, is going to make that demographic cliff kind of far worse than we ever imagined. If we know kind of the students, that demographic or that population that will grow kind of post kind of 2025, these are the students who are kind of more likely to be poor, more likely to be less familiar with kind of navigating the complexities of applying for financial aid, getting a package, and ultimately kind of graduating. And these students are the ones who have been kind of most hard hit, not just by the health crisis, but by the subsequent financial crisis as well. So we may, in fact, be looking at a demographic cliff that is quote unquote the big one kind of for our industry. And we have been attacking this kind of demographic shift. While the cliff happens kind of 2025, the shift has been kind of a slow moving kind of transformation. We have been attacking it with, a box of Band-Aids, to be honest. I mean, the kind of most popular, well, one of the more popular Band-Aids, of course, is tuition discounting. But kind of have we gotten to kind of a place where tuition discounting is unmanageable, that it now starts to present kind of fiscal instability for our institutions, or kind of the inability to really predict and manage kind of the revenue of our institutions. And I don't necessarily even want to talk about kind of the kind of equity and social justice ramifications of who in fact is getting institutional aid under some of these tuition discounting kind of models. And the other kind of Band-Aid we've used, of course, is the international kind of student recruitment. Don't get me wrong. I believe that international students being a vibrancy and a worldview to our campus is absolutely invaluable. But the kind of brass tacks kind of it is these international students also bring full cash payment of tuition and kind of different types of auxiliary fees. But the bottom has fallen out of that market. My goodness, 43% fewer first-time international students on our campuses this year. I mean, this kind of all arrows now point. And if you ignore this at your kind of own institution's kind of peril, kind of point to the requirement, the demand, the strident demand that we address the underlying affordability crisis that's almost structural kind of in our approach to financial aid. So this is where Kingdom's window actually opens. So feel the breeze. It is blowing in through that window that we must in fact kind of build back better. If we want to have kind of ultimately that tailwind as we rebuild our kind of economy, and perhaps even more importantly, kind of the structure and shape of our society, we need to get to a place where we don't have a generation of students carrying 1.6 trillion in student debt, and we don't have to kind of throw up the same chart recession after recession where we see the most hard hit students, the most hard hit individuals in our society are the ones with the least access to higher education. We can do more and we can do better. And COVID opens the window to kind of build this new approach because we know the current model doesn't scale. It doesn't perform, doesn't deliver the returns, and we can no longer kind of sustain it. Our students have a level of need from our institution. This is not just the financial need, it's the social, emotional, and developmental kind of needs to kind of get them through a process and kind of drive them to kind of across the stage, not just through the gates. And certainly we know the regulatory demands, while likely to shift, certainly in the coming years, particularly in the next year in all likelihood, but the fiscal realities of our institutions that drove the tuition discounting, that is not a short-term, medium. It is a long-term problem because it is a structural kind of gap in our industry. So how? Kind of what is this first step in kind of building back better? The first thing I would offer is that we need to move the financial aid office from the back office to the front office. The last question that we answer needs to be the first question that we answer. And we need to answer that question not just in our office on campus, but in the guidance counselor's office and in the church basement and in the Department of Labor office and the community center, and kind of even on the playground if needs be. And we need to do it not just during that recruitment and enrollment phase, but we need to have the supports in place for financial aid kind of at every step in the student journey, from the course selection to identifying a major, to the million small choices that lead up to a grade, to kind of career choices as well, so that we help our students kind of make the right choices before they make the wrong ones. Now, in order to do that, and that's a kind of a big, huge ask of moving financial aid from back office to front office, is we need to clear the space and find the resources to outpace kind of this new reality. And that is going to mean being ruthless, absolutely ruthless about what makes the boat kind of go faster, which makes financial aid go faster and makes it more agile kind of in that water. And without question, that means kind of preparing our financial aid professionals with the skills and the resources and the capabilities to move that boat faster and more kind of agile kind of in the water. So how do we do this? I know the grand ideas, and I know this whole conference is really kind of driven towards kind of thought leadership. They're inspiring, but where the rubber meets the road, kind of where the kind of dream becomes the reality, where things they fork in the road, whether they'll fail or they'll succeed, comes in the execution. And so how do we build that financial aid office that scales and performs and is ultimately sustainable kind of over generations? Now, of course, there's a big Oracle O in the bottom of my kind of visual here right now. So there's shocker. I'm gonna suggest that technology is part of this story, part of this the how. But I'm gonna kind of flip that kind of a bit, because I think the time for kind of bolt-on shiny toys that support or address a specific transaction or a specific process or a specific small corner of the institution, that time is past. The scale of our affordability crisis requires us to look far deeper and far more broadly, to look at this as a system problem. So we need to look at our technology at the system level, kind of looking at the underlying capabilities almost from a horizontal perspective. And the first that I would recommend kind of on this is that automation is something that we need to kind of pull through. And I mean automation in terms of kind of the machine as a persona in our financial aid processes, even business processes across the institution. Now, not Hal, who is very scary, or certainly the Terminator, although I think kind of Arnold in the financial aid office would be kind of great fun. But what I'm talking about here is kind of the benevolent, the computer in the Star Trek kind of series. I mean, this computer kind of enabled the humans to cast aside kind of those commodity transactions, the monotony of daily life, the things that kind of kept them from focusing on kind of higher order activities, the higher arts, to kind of actualize themselves kind of as individuals. And so we need to kind of bring in the machine to our financial aid kind of processes to take care of those commodity transactions, to free our financial aid counselors to support the entirety of the student life cycle, wherever our students might be. Now that will, I mean, don't kid yourself. It will require us re-engineering business processes and reimagining the work of the financial aid professional. And that means, without question, kind of reskilling. The second area is about promoting kind of student agency. Now, typically, we don't talk about technology as much in student agency and the kind of student development kind of literature, but kind of knowledge, information, insight, and the ability to act on that knowledge and information are characteristics or hallmarks of student agency. And technology can surface those capabilities, can help break down the black box of financial aid, kind of dispel the alchemy, replace the alchemy with science, and provide kind of powerful self-service tools so they can make those right decisions and take those right actions before they make the wrong ones, before they don't kind of make the satisfactory kind of academic progress, or they kind of go beyond kind of the time limit for their financial aid. And then the last one is about bringing the virtual engagement into the business as usual. We've had a million Zoom meetings, Google Meets, virtual assistants, chatbots, even basic interactive knowledge bases to kind of help kind of meet students where they are during this health crisis. But that's just the physical aspect of it. There's an emotional and social one. And these tools kind of bring down the barriers for students. They're less intimidating. They're more possible for kind of students with kind of multiple and competing priorities. Anthony Abraham Jack, in his book, The Privileged Poor, does a real in-depth treatment kind of this issue, and these virtual engagement and business tools, and bringing them into the business as usual, can kind of help us kind of swing wide the campus gates to kind of more students. Now, kind of last few bits of kind of thoughts kind of for the road, though none of us sadly are kind of on the road kind of these days. And it might be blasphemy for me to say this. And I do hope that I'm going to look over at my desk drawer, my Oracle badge is not now on fire or self-destructing kind of as we speak, as I'm about to say this. But the automation, that machinist persona, or the analytics, the insight tools, the predictive analytics, the self-service tools, the chat bots, the virtual assistants, the video conferencing, this is not actually kind of the financial aid office of the future. It's not, none of these things kind of on their own are going to swing wide our campus gates. The renaissance, the building of this new financial aid office, this will be fueled by the people. And so we need to kind of find the space for them to go on that journey. And there are three kind of points to this. The first is we have to support them in the journey to grapple with discerning between what needs to be done versus how it needs to be done. We focus often far too much on the how and not enough on the what. And as a result, I mean, that's the core of change management, kind of, right? But we need to support our financial aid professionals kind of in that journey. Part of that will be finding a new table, kind of the proverbial table, a bigger table, and one that can accommodate different kinds of seats. In too many of these kind of transformation journeys, particularly in higher education in the financial aid office, it is either the technology office, those folks are at the table, or the financial aid end users, or leadership from the business office or leadership from academic advising. But we don't have all these folks kind of at the table. And if we're going to meet students where they are at every step in that life cycle, in order to swing wide our campus gates, we all need to have kind of a seat at that table and construct kind of this new vision. But it will be hard. This will require these folks to relearn and redo and create their new vision for what this financial aid office of the future is. And I think we don't consider carefully enough that we have our own staff looking at those campus gates and wanting to swing them wide, kind of open, but are more fearful that those gates are going to crush them as they make that attempt. So we have to give them the resource and the emotional and the safe space in order to feel empowered, to swing those gates kind of open and kind of enable kind of a new generation of students to kind of pile through and create a new and better world. Thank you. John, I see you there in the corner. So I think I am straight to time.
Yes, indeed. That was a really interesting presentation. What I loved was how you're really focusing on what the student needs and what the community needs, rather than let's go automate our manual processes in some shiny way, so that basically you go back when you do that without focusing on the student need. You're going and doing what Matt always talks about, is just repaving what you've already done. We've got several questions in the QA. Kieran asks, students need to be presented with prospective financial aid models along with course information, and can this help student enrollments? And why is there a gap in providing this information upfront to student, and it only starts after the application process?
That is, Kieran, that is the heart of the problem. And I'll admit, kind of firms like Oracle have contributed to it, is that kind of the financial aid kind of information and transactions and interactions sit over here, kind of in our systems, and our kind of enrollment and course taking and program development kind of sit over here, and they are kind of owned and guarded by different places in the technology stack and by different stakeholders within the institution. And so as a result, the student has to be the glue between these two areas. And how many students, if you were to survey 15 students out there, 100 students out there today, know anything about satisfactory academic progress? I know lots of adults in higher education that don't know about satisfactory academic process. And so we need to bring financial aid and academics together so that we can help more students take the right courses in the right order, so that they can have the best both financial outcome and academic outcome as a result of the time on our campuses.
That's great. And Preeti Tanwar also asks, you talk about, she really is very enthusiastic about your point of moving things from the back office to the front office, and that then there will be, reskilling involved as some of this is automated, and some of the stuff, the people who are in the back office doing all the paper shuffling now they can be redeployed. Where are some of the areas, financial aid people have got a wide range of understanding of how a university operates and what's important. Where do you recommend those reskillings happen in financial aid? Where are they most effectively redeployed?
Yeah, it's a huge question and a critical one. I don't think, first off, we can underestimate the softer skills that have to be, I don't want to say kind of folks need to be trained on, but they need to be almost reminded or kind of refreshed or allowed to return to. Because most financial aid counselors got into the business because they wanted to help students, not because they wanted to become experts in federal financial aid policy and regulations. Not that there is anything absolutely kind of wrong with that. We absolutely need folks to be expert kind of in that. But you can't simply ask someone who has been in charge of kind of owning verification in a financial aid office or managing kind of counselors who are working on that, saying, okay, now I'd like you to go out and meet with displaced workers at the Department of Labor and help them fill out kind of forms and talk them through how they might put together a program of study. Those are that's a huge chasm for an individual to kind of leap towards. And so we have to put into place the supports and the training and the kind of safe space and resources to enable them to do that.
Well, thank you, Nicole. That was a really great presentation, and it actually moves very, very nicely over into the next presentation, which just really is financial aid, looking at as a centerpiece for transformation. I think I see David, I see Steve, I see Matt. So Nicole, thank you for a great presentation, and really appreciate it. And well, I'll hand it over.
Thanks, JTH. That was fantastic. Thanks, Nicole. And a great setup for our next talk. I appreciated your Captain Kirk quote, by the way. Today's, again, this is a twofer, right? We started talking about financial aid. We're going to continue with that conversation about how it can be the centerpiece of a transformative student experience. And Steve Hahn is with us today again, and welcome back, Steve.
Thank you.
To remind you of his background, Steve serves as the Senior Director of Student Strategy at Huron Consulting. Steve's actually spent about 20 years in higher ed, focusing on making college more affordable and innovating around the student experience specifically. He was worked in university admissions and academic services, information technology, financial aid, and enrollment management. And he spent time most recently at UW-Madison in various leadership roles, and most recently as Vice Provost for Enrollment Management there. So, and as to the group, to the audience, as a reminder, we'll have Steve speak for about 20 minutes, and I'm going to set a 15-minute chime reminder, which you'll hear 15 minutes in, just to give Steve a reminder there's 5 minutes left. And please do use the Q&A to ask questions, which I'll moderate at the end. And I'll turn it over to you, Steve. Thanks.
David, thank you so much. And again, great thanks to David and John and Matt and the organizers of this event today. I'm very proud to be associated with it and invited to speak. I'm also proud to follow my friend Nicole, and I think that some of what I'm going to say will be very intersectional with some of the points that she was making, although I'm going to come at it from experience of a relatively recent practitioner. I'd like to talk about the role of financial aid in the transformation of the student experience. And I'm not talking about modeling or financial aid leveraging or packaging. I'm talking about the role of the financial aid organization in the university, the role of the organization in the life of the student experience, but also the roles within financial aid and how they might shift to accommodate a more meaningful participation in the student experience. And I'm going to talk about the student experience. And of course, I mean the experience of students who are consumers of financial aid. But I think as this past year has suggested, those consumers can grow dramatically almost overnight. And so that financial aid is rather more central to the process than I think many people might realize. Nicole gave us the metaphor of the Starship Enterprise. I'm going to give us the metaphor of a city bus and talk about the power of a bus, specifically the bus that was rolling down State Street in Madison, Wisconsin about 18 months ago. I was Vice Provost for Enrollment there, and I had a team of very talented people in the registrar's office, in financial aid, and in admissions. And I was sitting having lunch outside on State Street, which is a pedestrian thoroughfare between the Capitol building in Madison, Wisconsin, and the campus. And as I was sitting there having lunch, one of our city buses rolled down State Street, and I saw an advertisement on it that looks like this. And it was an advertisement for our new Promise program. This is at the time, brand new and first of its kind in the state, Promise program for financial aid for state residents. And my first reaction was one of surprise and gratitude, because it was rather difficult putting an advertisement on a municipal bus in Madison, Wisconsin, if you were the university. And so my first reaction was, hey, great, we finally got that done. That was rather difficult, unexpectedly so. But as the bus pulled away, I started to think about that bus as a metaphor for what we are trying to do with financial aid at the University of Wisconsin. The bus has a garage, and you can go to the garage, and you can buy tickets there, and you can get on the bus there. But more importantly, you can also get on the bus out in the community. The bus will come to you. The bus will go everywhere in that community. And its job is to find you. You don't have to go to the bus station to get on the bus. And I think that in terms of financial aid and financial literacy, its power is when it's deployed into the community and places where our students live. And this has implications not only for the way that we organize financial aid, but also the way that we conceive of the very thing of financial aid. And I believe we can conceive of it as the centerpiece of a new student experience. Let's talk about why. This might be more obvious. Financial aid exists at the very intersection. It defines a college's access mission. And in my view, there's no greater calling for higher education professionals than to be involved in ensuring a path or a path to education, higher education, and a means of access for all students who want one. It's also very complex in that it exists, financial aid does, at the intersection of compliance and student services and business services. And we'll talk about that in just a moment. I think other questions involve why now? The why might be obvious, but why now? Financial aid questions will be at the forefront in the new presidential administration. Some of them are surfacing right now. At the same time, though there are national discussions going on, with the economy the way it is and the campuses going through what they are right now, financial aid is a very local thing. It feels very local to us. So for an increasing number of students, financial aid is more central to their experience than it was maybe a year or 2 years ago. Financial aid is most usually associated, or most dramatically associated, with recruitment, with the packaging and with its association with, the letter that comes from admissions and then the letter that announces the packaging or the email, et cetera. But I think it is as or more critical, especially now throughout the student life cycle, as students' situations change in the middle of their path. They change dramatically, and we are called to service for professional judgment and other appeals and things, that we keep pace with students as their situations change dramatically this year and next year. And so I think as we think about all this, we can think about investing in a student-centric reevaluation of our business. And before I get to some points about that, let me talk about COVID. Not because this hasn't been done to death, I think, in our media. And COVID is a tragic happening in the country, on campuses and in people's lives right now. But I think COVID is important to talk about because I think in one event, in 1 year, it has rather dramatically demonstrated the centrality of financial aid to the student experience. And if I could adopt an optimistic tone, it has also revealed some best practices that I think are in the best interest of students and that should survive this COVID year going forward. In March of last year, it was all too obvious for anyone working in financial aid that office was almost the first that students turned to, and not strictly for financial aid reasons. Financial aid professionals were now generalists in the student experience. They were counselors. They were the spokespeople for higher education and for their campus. And I think that demonstrates that in time of need, the centrality of these questions very much. Turning to a different sphere, COVID has provided more academic options for students than ever before. Now and going forward, they are truly the general contractors of their own experience. And as we go forward, many of those online options will help eliminate geography as a limiting factor for where students are finding those options. Not all of this will be true going forward. Much of what's online now will not stay online, but much of it will, and much of it should. And as students look to their remote options for their academic aspects of their education, they will look for similar care and handling in terms of the student service aspects. Now, enter financial aid. COVID has demonstrated that financial aid can be extremely effective in reaching students and their parents remotely, if needed. I don't think, and I'm not suggesting that we ever replace the in-person component, but I think that it's almost ironic, or maybe a paradox, that through distance can come connection, and that this year that connection has been found remotely, yes, even remotely. Financial aid discussions are often difficult discussions. They're not always fun. And when they are difficult, they also involve family members and parents on occasion. And I think through the possibilities of remote connectivity, this is even made easier for the parents, that they don't have to take so much time off of work, that they can have a meaningful discussion with a counselor, and an even more meaningful one if hours are adjusted to be after hours or before work hours. And I think financial aid has demonstrated the possible around that. And that is now married up to what I've called a most administratively flexible and innovative time. I've been involved in higher education for over 20 years, and many of you on this broadcast have been involved much longer. But in my 20 years, I've never seen a more innovative or administratively flexible time. People truly want what's in the best interests of their students. And they have that front of mind. And so there is a renewed sense of mission around our most needy and our most vulnerable populations. So let's take advantage of that time. Schools who long for a return to 2019 or what was considered normal, I think are missing an opportunity presented right now to transform their organizations into a student-centric organization of the future, and yes, put financial aid in front of that. I say put in financial aid in front of it, but indeed financial aid is often the very first conversation that parents and students have, maybe as early as middle school. And for some parents, these discussions are had, when their children are born. So these are very early conversations, and the relationship with the institution lasts through maybe the repayment of that last payment of a student loan, or other things. So I'd be hard pressed to find an organization at the university that has its foundation that early or that later on in the student experience altogether, in addition to being right there front and center during the student experience. So with the inspiration of this year and the practices that all of you have found in terms of meeting the demands of this year, what are we going to do with that inspiration? Well, I would suggest a call to action of a couple points in here, and then I'd be open for questions on these as well. I think that we should use this year and next year to rethink the role of financial aid. Financial aid professionals are responsible for compliance and business operations, as I just mentioned. But is that their business? Or is it their mission to get aid into the hands of as many students as possible? All the professionals I know chose this profession because of that question, and then later became experts in compliance and business operations. So I'm suggesting that for organizations that are aligned through business, they reconsider that alignment, and that they might have at least a foothold or other more durable connections with the student side of the house at your university. I think aligning toward that mission and betting on that alignment is a good bet for universities going forward. More so than that, let me echo where Nicole left this conversation, and I would say consider redeploying your financial aid staff themselves physically and virtually into the high schools, church groups, boys and girls clubs, the community, and the state. doing so, I think, bets on the very reasons that they got into the business in the first place. Not all of them will be great at that, but some that didn't expect to be great at that will be stars at that. And I think the business of the next year is finding out who you've got and finding out their skills in that department. To allow you the freedom to do that, I would consider automation. I would consider investigating a new set of cloud-based tools to allow you to look at what's available to help you on the back end so that you can redeploy on the front end. And this could be a number of new financial aid tools, but also don't forget about chat and don't forget about CRM as things that you could use on the back end to help you free up people on the front end. I would reconsider the alignment of financial aid practices and recruitment and admissions. They're related, and for all of you in the meeting today, I think you know and you use them in a related way. There's nothing that can beat the power of that admissions letter, followed up by immediately that financial aid package that takes care of a year or 2 or 4 of the student's financial need. So. I'm not suggesting that we change that. What I'm suggesting is that you reconsider the use of financial aid as recruitment itself. I'm going to show an image here. This is the state of Wisconsin, and this is an overlay of recruitment visits in one of my final years there. I forget which one. It was a recent year. But interestingly enough, these are not admissions visits. These are visits to the communities and high schools by financial aid. And they were discussing, yes, some admissions generally, but they were discussing FAFSA and they were discussing access and paths to education. And this is an extremely effective and durable way to make a relationship outside of, and perhaps in addition to, the admissions office with the high schools and the communities of your recruits, wherever and however you define them. I would, of course, use data for analytics that combine admissions, recruitment, data, Pell, mission, student success, and retentions metrics. These are often siloed. Admissions does its work, and then financial aid does its work. But I would combine the work into being the work of the whole, and analytics that bring that forward to decision makers and to campus, as well as to your congressional delegation and to donors and to the foundation to help you make the story of what their work is doing, I think could be a powerful thing. And the use of imagery and Tableau and graphics to that, it cannot be overstated. I think in general, and in closing, we need to assess what worked from 2020. Much of it was new. Let's not toss it out because it was new. Let's invest in it. Let's scale it, and let's use it going forward and plan for these methods rather than returning to normal or what was normal. And I think that through one-stops and communications, one-stops if that's your business, but communications in all ways, general alignment with student services, even if that is not where your organization aligns in the hierarchy. Throw lines over to the student services and invest in those lines, make them durable, make them every day. Find yourself in student spaces, no matter where they are. If doing so, financial aid professionals can take an even greater role in helping students on their paths and also be central to helping universities achieve their missions, not only this next year, but going forward after that. So that is my presentation. I have a few articles on our Huron website in this direction. Some of them co-authored with Nicole, where if you're interested in the alignment of technology to the organization and organizational strategy itself around financial aid, I'd be happy to invite you to look at those, and then happy to entertain any questions now or via email in the future. So Matt, turn it over to you or David.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, that was really interesting. I mean, I like your thoughts about kind of reframing the way we think about financial aid. It is so, your points, and Nicole made some of the same points about how integral it is to the student experience, right? It starts early, it's part of admissions. rethinking about how that can be brought into the community and reframed was really helpful to me. A reminder to the audience, please submit your questions in the Q&A. We have a comment in the Q&A about PLUS loans. We could talk about that if you want. There's a question about how Andy Morris asked about how PLUS loans, the parents often don't realize how expensive they are really and what the impact is. And I think Andy's asking how many families will not qualify because of debt, bankruptcy, or moving into a near poverty situation. What can they do as an alternative to PLUS loans? Do you have any thoughts about that?
I don't have direct or recent data around that, but I do think that the point is well made in the question, and that I think it's a hallmark of the industry shifting not away from questions like this. These are real world questions, and for that family, it's the question, right? But I think that financial aid folks have untapped reservoir of financial literacy knowledge, and so there is a story to be told to parents early on and then later about the investment that higher education is. We hear a lot about the debt that it is, but we rarely talk about it in terms of investment. And I think you can demonstrate that if done in an informed manner, borrowing can be a very wise investment considering the returns afterward. So, but there are sources of borrowing, and then there are other sources of borrowing, and making wise investments around a path of financial literacy early and continually during the course of events during the student life cycle, I think is necessary and an appropriate role for FinAid.
Yeah, one of the things that I think is alluded to in that question was there was a recent study that came out regarding PLUS loans as to how they were used very heavily by more economically disadvantaged families rather than families that may have the financial means to afford them, and the impact that it had on the parents. And I think that really ties back into what you've talked about in terms of sending people out with information about financial aid, to the world, rather than just letting people, fend for themselves and figure it out, and using it as a way to make a partnership, not only with the student, but with the whole family.
Yeah. And John, where I've seen that be less than successful is when maybe when the students or the culture of the campus is one that they believe that financial aid, because of its Title IV responsibilities, is the watch person for the government. We are here in federal authority, and it's true. I mean, we have to be compliant, federally compliant and compliant in other ways. But I think using the occasions of situations like COVID, and hopefully, not very frequently, and we have lesser occasions in the future, but using occasions to redemonstrate to students and families that the financial aid office is your advocate. They are not there to betray private information to the government. They're here to work with you to make sure that within the boundaries of compliance and of the law that you've got options and you've got access. And here's what we can do for you. I think reframing it on a campus to making that the role of FinAid will help everybody.
That's great, Steve. Do you have other thoughts about how to reframe that message? Because I think we think about financial aid in a very traditional way, right? There's a certain order of steps that people follow when you apply for colleges for admission, and you fill out the FAFSA, but financial aid isn't really seen that way now. Do you have thoughts about how to reframe kind of specifically? How do you make the financial aid office be seen in a different light? That's a great point.
I think, and I think the financial aid director and staff that I had in Wisconsin did this extremely well. In fact, that director is now the vice provost for enrollment, Derek Kindle. bringing that to the community, I think, is how you are seen as an advocate and not simply the back office. Doing FAFSA Fridays out in the community where your folks are not in the office, but they're out there helping students fill out the FAFSA or giving information to them in spaces where they are, like, in church, in community groups and in community spaces, talking about financial aid in general. Whether or not your destination happens to be my university, talking about it in general is a good way to demonstrate advocacy, but also help convey financial literacy. So being out in their spaces, I think, is the most important thing.
It's great.
Hey,
Good suggestions.
Hey, Steve, really quick, great talk. And I think having you and Nicole go back to back was a brilliant idea. I don't know who made that idea, but it was a brilliant idea to have you guys both. And we should have probably told Nicole to stay in, because there's probably a lot of things. Both of you guys talk about bringing the back office to the front, right? And so about a couple of years ago, the discussion I had with my student practice and, with admissions records, student financial aid, was reimagine the financial aid office. Take away all the constraints that you have. Take away compliance at this moment, take away the technology. What does your financial aid what does a financial aid office look like, right? Because what you're going to get from that is you're going to get a true value of the experience that it needs to have. Then the question is, how does compliance and regulation get wrapped around it? And then what technologies would enable for you to be compliant and follow regs, right? Have you thought about strategies that way, where you throw everything out, it's rethinking and reimagining to serve a student, then embed compliance, embed regulations with the new technology?
Yeah, I think that's a student-centric approach, especially now, is absolutely the way to conceive this, Matt, and not limited to financial aid. The student doesn't care the difference perhaps between admissions and fin aid and maybe the online registration or summer registration experience. It's all the onboarding to them. And so I think of walking the student journey, doing the student journey digitally and in person. There's great power in establishing and great myth probably in what you thought was a student journey isn't really your student journey. So I think there's power in taking that journey again anew and in finding out really what your 18-year-olds and greater transfers and otherwise, what their different paths are. If I could make a additional point, Matt, you've got allies in this on campus. If you're big enough to have a congressional office, they are really hungering for data that they can send to the congressional delegation. Foundations and donors hunger for the visual and data-based work that you're doing so that they can, make their case. And I could also say, put data in the work for you. When we originally were doing our FAFSA Fridays on campus, we had occasions where no one showed up, and we wondered why no one showed up. Well, we weren't where they were. So we did kind of a geo mapping. We compared financial aid recipients and class schedules and did kind of a heat map of where they're likely to be at 2 p.m. on a Friday afternoon. And we set up right there. And so I think there's a lot of digital and imaging and weaponry that can be brought to bear for Foundation, for Congress, and for your own campus.
Yeah,
Thanks so much, Steve.
It's great. Go ahead, JTH.
No, I really like your continuing emphasis on financial literacy too, and creating that partnership. In the last crash, I remember reading an article comparing the financial aid loads between two students who were taking the same major at two schools that were similar size. And there was a $15,000 difference between the debt load of the two schools for the same student in the same program. And the higher schools said, it's not our responsibility. They have the material. They can decide how much loans they want to take out. Do you see that attitude beginning to change? You know, are you beginning to see more and more financial aid offices, even though they may be bound up by old processes, trying to act more in partnership?
Yes, yes. I think seeing financial aid offices in the continuum that you've described, I think is effective. I also think with regard to admissions and things, it's often more classically the case that admissions does its work, perhaps blind to need in many cases, which it should, and then financial aid does its work. But I think cognizant of the necessary boundaries between those offices that there must be, I think an alignment of timing and of messaging so that the students are advantaged by one long, big onboarding continuum will help yield. And it puts the student in the central place too.
Fantastic. There's some great practical suggestions, Steve. We appreciate you sharing all of that and taking the time today. So I'm going to turn it back over to Matt at this point, and thanks again for talking.
Thank you very much.
Steve, I think part of financial aid office is to take what they do today and reskill them for the human skills that they need, right? And so that is an as important part of a campus reimagining themselves, because right now, financial aid folks are probably doing things that are in the back office that are more process centric, is bringing that other new human skills out, you know, and I'm my next session is with Kelly Bailey, who is all about skills. So I just wanted to chime in because I think while Kelly's going to be talking about how skills is going to help the workforce, I really believe that skills have to be rethought within a campus also as we become much more of an innovative campus as we move forward. So Steve, thank you so much. And
Thank you.
Kelly, it's good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me, Matt.
All right, all right. So for folks that don't know Kelly, Kelly is, she hosts a podcast called Let's Talk Skills, Baby. Me and Kelly met a few years back, and we were really we just connected because we recognized that, you know, the things that universities and colleges are really allowing students to grow is their skills, right? And when we talk about skills, we always just focus a little bit on the tactical. How does someone, you know, write a code, or how does someone write a paper, or how does, and yet there's so many different type of skills that every course actually enables, right? So, so Kelly is part of MC. She is what they call a global skills evangelist. Anytime you see the word evangelist, that's a fun job, right? Because you get to bring your passion. Kelly brings that every day. Prior to MC, she consulted Columbia University School of Professional Studies and CUNY. So she comes in with a higher ed perspective. And I'm really excited for you, Kelly, to, you know, just talk about skills. How does it relate to higher ed? And you know, I'm really, really passionate about future of work, right? And future of work is what universities and colleges have to start thinking about. If they continue to pave the same path, there are going to be schools that think about future work and how does skills get aligned for the curriculum and things like that. So I welcome this discussion, and I'm really grateful that you're joining us today. On another note, Kelly's not feeling well, and I know that. So I'm even more grateful for you being able to come in and talk today.
Thank you so much. And again, I am just so thrilled to be here because, you know, the thing is that my passion around this actually started when I was in college myself. I went to the College of Charleston in South Carolina, go Cougars, woohoo. And I, you know, when I went to school, the thing was that I, although a traditional student, was actually not at all like my peers at all. So I came out of high school to go directly into college, but I had to pay for my education. So I would typically work 4 or 5 part-time jobs while I was going to school. So for me, the decisions that I made in my education time and when I wanted to end up changing my major, it was extremely important for me to consider what I call, I didn't know the words back then, but it was like the return on investment for my education because it was coming directly out of my pocket. And let me tell you, based on that conversation we just heard, which was like a great starting point to this, I was up to my eyeballs in debt, unfortunately, trying to get through just the bachelor's degree. And what it really made me understand at that time was that, and again, this didn't initially present itself to me as a passion, right? But there were just a few things that happened that like over time, I realized looking back in retrospect, when I was working in school and when I finally did graduate, I ended up graduating a little early because again, it was like financially, I only had enough to go 3 years and that was it. So I had to get it done in 3 years while working. And when I ended up graduating, I went in going for a biology degree. My father was a dentist. He had, groomed me into taking over his dental practice and that was going to be the way. And what I realized was that was not my passion, unfortunately. And so I made a change and it was so hard to make a change. At the time, I was looking through, it was all paper back then. It's been a while now since I graduated. So everything was like me looking through the course book, me making phone calls, me trying to figure out what jobs it meant if I did this or if I did that. And what I landed with was a degree in business because I thought, hey, that'll kind of get me a few things, right? Well, someone actually in particular in one of my, I say like adults in my life, because I was working all these jobs. I was working with adults. They probably weren't that old in the whole scheme of things. They were probably mid-20s. But this one person, I remember it to this day. When I graduated, I received my job offer. My first job offer for a full-time job was making $28,000. Now, I mean, I was making like double that in my 4 or 5 part-time jobs. So I was just really like, how am I going to pay for rent? How am I going to live life? All of the specifics over how much money you make. And in that same moment, within those few months that I was going through that process, one of my adult coworkers, her husband, who did not have a college degree, but mind you, received a job offer from Nucor Steel, which was essentially a clean manufacturing facility about 30 minutes north of Charleston, South Carolina. And he received a job offer for $80,000 with on-the-job 6-week certificate. And quite honestly, I'm still friends with her today. Within 2 years, he was making over $100,000. Now, it took me a while to get there, but granted, now I look back and I'm like, return on investment, score, like it was worth it. But I felt like there were enough people out there where, was this always the best way for them to go through? So this is why, in all honesty, I wanted to dig into this. So when I first got into the world of skills, if you will, I was working for a subsidiary of Randstad. And this subsidiary of Randstad, which was located in New York City, basically what I was doing day in and day out was meeting with or placing high IT consultants for 3 major financial institutions. And although I was based in New York City, these were globally. So it was BNP Paribas, Citigroup, and Bank of America. And I would meet with hiring managers every day. And those hiring managers would be telling me what they were interested in for this potential consultant. And what would end up happening was they most often did not know. So yeah, if you guys had this idea that employers are, know exactly what they want, they don't. And they would basically end up coming up with this huge laundry list. Again, it was pen and paper still back then. I would be writing, taking notes, and they'd be listing out all these technical skills. And at the end, the manager would also say, and also a master's in such and such. There was some level of degree that was always slapped on top of this. What I learned really, really quickly, because I wanted to be successful in my job, was that, yeah, there were some technical skills that were pretty important. I mean, these were IT roles, of course, but most often they were relying on whatever degree they put on that list to fill the most important skills, which were what we now call human skills. Back then, we probably called soft skills. And surprisingly enough, these same soft skills, actually the ones that you see listed here on this page, communications, that was always verbal and written, leadership, teamwork, problem solving, critical thinking, these basic skills were the skills that they were typically talking about. And this graph, being that it's actually a recent graph, comes from one of MZ's recent reports called Resilient Skills, which is available on the website. But what this graph is actually saying is that still to this day, this is 15 years later, these are the most important skills sought after by employers for a huge variety of roles. And the reason that I point this out is because, this is actually, this process is still surprisingly enough at employers, like this manual process that I went through these many years ago, is actually advanced, but maybe not as much as you think. A lot of times, employers, and I'm sure everyone has heard it up to this point, employers kind of get frustrated about like, hey, I thought that I was getting someone who knew all this stuff when I hired this person with this degree. But they're sort of making this complaint, this like general complaint across the entire ecosystem that like, that's not actually what I'm getting. And how do I figure out how to get the person with those right mix of skills? So although I started in working, from an employer perspective, again, I had this background experience of my school where I was like, there's something here, right? Because the hiring process itself is a little broken, maybe, right? My experience in school, I'm still kind of confused at how this was still early in my career. Like, how was that going to be something where I could find what it is that makes me super passionate? And I couldn't figure that out. And what I ended up doing was that I ended up working with a startup. I was, working. So I mentioned earlier in the deck here that this is the third, MZ is the third labor market analytics firm that I've worked for. So just so you guys know, when I come at this, when I'm talking about skills, this is something that I have a huge breadth of information in. So although I started at Randstad, when I moved into startup world, we ended up purchasing a failing .com startup that was the first patenter of job scraping technology. What does that mean? Think of Indeed, but before Indeed was around, we were actually pulling job postings. And when the 2008 financial crisis hit, one of our clients at the time was the state of New Jersey's Department of Labor. And there was this whole situation happening, which actually looks sort of like the mini COVID crisis of today, where there were all of these people on unemployment. And there was this mismatch happening between how do we put them into open roles? Because again, the data back then didn't really look at skills. And we ended up creating this entire way to look at analytics around this type of data. We sold it to Burning Glass Technologies. I was part of that acquisition. I helped build their business. And I've now, joined MZ along with our head of analytics here at MZ, who was the client back from the New Jersey Department of Labor, surprisingly enough, the one who actually thought through these ideas, and we've come to continue this good work. And so, when we talk about skills as sort of the foundation, the reason that I keep focusing so much on skills is because when you think of the ecosystem of hiring and learning, for so many years, we focused on, this degree, this zip code, sort of this high level, understanding of what a person had in terms of education. And then on the flip side, we were talking about jobs in occupations or like standard ONET or, SOC, whatever it is that you're familiar with. And the two did not speak the same language. And skills, I always saw for all these years as being this sort of translation layer to help us better understand what employers are looking for, better understand what people bring to the table, and how we can actually make that connection so that they are mobile in their life. So, why is this at all important? I know everyone's like, we are hearing skills all the time. Believe me, I'm hearing skills all the time too, but that's why I love it. So I wanted to really quickly lean on something here. There's sort of like two changes that are happening in the market. And I work on a ton of initiatives. I've worked with hundreds of schools beyond the ones that I've consulted with through my work at Burning Glass and through my work at MZ. I've been working with schools since about 2007. So over time, this is a really long time. But I've also been, my focus on working with schools was really how can, I take what I know from employers and help schools better understand how to use that information to provide better for the people they serve, for their learners, for their students, and also to be more successful. Because quite honestly, I think things are just changing so quickly, it's hard to keep up. So of course, I don't think it's new to anyone that the job market is changing quickly. We have heard about automation, AI, for a while. COVID, I put that up here on the list because in all honesty, COVID has just accelerated what was already happening. So I was working with a group of 12 insurance companies. This was pre-COVID, actually, earlier this year, prior to COVID happening. These 12 insurance companies had banded together because they had determined that their claims processing jobs, they were working on technology that was going to automate those jobs. Now, guess what? These 12 insurance companies had 140,000 people in those jobs, and they knew in 3 years that those jobs would be gone. And what were they going to do to handle that? And they were talking about things like, what skills do we need to help our people with? Upskilling, these popular terms right now, upskilling, reskilling. How do these people actually already have skills that are transferable into other jobs? Can we help absorb them within our insurance companies, or do we have to find them new work? So, like I said, these conversations were happening pre-COVID, and in my world, they've been happening for a long time. I started working with schools to understand these changes, like I said, many, many years ago. But it has really started rapidly changing this year in particular. So the other thing I wanted to talk about, because what I'd love to do is really open this up for discussion, but sometimes it's great to be able to bring what I get to work on day in and day out in terms of like what else is happening in the world that is making these fluctuations and how we can keep up with that. And maybe some suggestions for you at your institution to look at this in a way to be more successful. Because I don't want this to seem doom and gloom by any means. These are real, true opportunities to grow your institution into the future. So as the job market is changing, what's happening with people? What's happening with our learners? They're needing to adjust too, right? Because on average, a person has 10 different jobs in their career. That number is actually pre-COVID, unfortunately. So and probably a few years old. And so the thing is that people are also living longer. So I have a feeling that that number of average jobs over a lifetime is actually going to increase. But these people, to be successful in their life, because they know that they always want to keep growing and moving, and usually it's financially and job related because they want to take care of their families, have a good viable job, right? These people are needing to adjust and move more quickly. And, when we talk about options available to them, because they want to move more quickly, they tend to look at alternative learning opportunities that can be much more short-term opportunities that can help them navigate the world of work faster. I also am showing a little snapshot here of some work that I'm doing. There's a huge number of initiatives that are actually helping facilitate this learner worker movement. One being the learner employment record movement. I don't know if anyone has heard of that before, but this is just a quick little view into what this looks like. I know interoperable learning records was sort of the initial language to describe this particular movement, but the idea being that right now people have a resume, people have a social media profile. We can write on there what our former education has been. Maybe not everyone is, super honest about that information, but this particular movement is to create a digitized version of our former education and our former work history that is authenticated so that employers can actually trust what it is that they're bringing to the table. But here's the kicker on these learner employment records. Think about what I said earlier in terms of employers thinking that when they get someone with a certain degree that they're going to have a certain set of skills. Well, guess what? Now employers really want to be able to see that. They want to be able to see that the person that they might be interested in bringing on to work with them actually has those set of skills, because this concept of this like a gig economy is really, really strong. Most of the employers that I talk with, and there's a lot, don't even know what jobs they will have open in the next 5 years. That means they don't know what technologies are around, what skills they're going to need. And so employers are really thinking of like, how can I actually train people on the job as opposed to moving them in and out of education so that I can keep them moving faster. And this particular movement is helping them really keep track of this information and also helping and empowering the actual learner and worker in their life to be able to navigate. And so as these things start happening, we're seeing this huge shift and change. And what I want to talk about is just some areas that, schools can work on to really adjust to essentially what it is. I know we don't talk about this very often, that, universities and learning and education is actually a business, but essentially it is. It's the same, right? Anytime that a business has the needs of the group that they're serving, in your case, your students and employers that are hiring your students, when their needs start changing, the business itself has to adjust and change. And that's what I want to talk about here, is that it really is, don't think of this as a bad thing. This is really an opportunity to grow. And some of the areas that, groups that I'm working on, initiatives that I'm working on, are things that are helping schools understand the skills they're teaching. Because when the school understands the skills they're teaching, they're able to communicate that to their students, who are then able to communicate that to employers. It increases the return on investment for those students moving in and out. I also talk a little bit here about sort of these hybrid options. Again, remembering that these learners need to be able to move quickly. They might be looking at a promotion and they know that they need just a few sort of add-ons in their skills to move in that direction. Wouldn't it be great if they could still come back to the school that they have engaged with to be able to upskill, as we call it, right? Upskill or reskill throughout their lifetime. It's not only a one-time thing, right? We're not just sitting down for the 4 to 6 years to begin with. How can we extend that? Creating public and private partnerships. I say that because, like, partnerships with employers, creating those work and learn options. Not all employers know what learning to provide, and working with universities to understand that and also help them, internally progress their employees is going to be really, really important. I want to pause here because I know we're getting, I talked maybe a little bit longer than I had planned, but maybe just to open this up for discussion, Matt, because there are so many various initiatives, which I'm happy to jump in with, but maybe some questions on, what schools or what people are experiencing and challenges and where I could direct them or answer.
No, it's been great. I love this visual, to be honest with you, because I think this visual of where does curriculum play in terms of the skills is something that I don't think higher ed has ever, at least the academics haven't really thought of it that way. Now, I think the more innovative schools have started to go this route, right? The discussions we're having with schools are with people that are saying, we have to start serving the industry because that industry is going to give up jobs. Hence, the ROI for that student that goes to my institution is the opportunity to join a company, right? There's this, what I call the educational value chain, right? And I believe that we're still going to have traditional. There's going to be a set of students who get on the cruise ship and they cruise around the 4-year, journey, and they have their little parties on Fridays and football games on Saturdays and campus life. That's still going to happen. But there is going to be a set of people that need a quick flight to learn something. They also need specialization. There's so much specialization. Yesterday in my Future of Learning, I talk about the 5 value drivers. One, people pick schools because of brand and reputation, because they get some jobs. There is experience, that 4-year journey. They want that collegiate life. They have this specialization, which a lot of people, when they come into college, they're like, what do I become, right? So that specialization is really important, and I'll come back to that in a second. And then, of course, convenience and affordability are the 5. To go back on specialization, this is where skills comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
You can certainly design, like Google can offer up Google courses, or Tesla could offer up Tesla courses, right? Those are really important pieces. But if they only learn that segment of information, I think we lose a little bit of what college is really giving to someone. Yeah. I am a criminal justice major, but I learned a lot of things through my college experience, right? Dealing with people, dealing with deadlines, dealing with experience. So I think the question that I'm going to kind of pose to you is, how do you balance both the traditional as well as the non-traditional? And where does skills play in a traditional world? And where does it play in what we would call the non-traditional, which I think is soon become much more traditional?
Right. I agree. I think if we actually look at the numbers, the non-traditional is starting to outpace the traditional, which is probably why, many of us this year are seeing decreasing enrollments because of many reasons, right, due to COVID. But prior to that, that was already happening. And quite frankly, Matt, I think skills plays a place in both areas, because even if the student is a student that has the time and space and financial capacity to come and sit down and have that experience, that is fantastic. They still need a job. In most cases, we're not all lucky enough to not be in that case. The majority of the reason that they're coming is for career. And though that concept of skills, again, because of this decreased enrollment, we want to be able to engage with them throughout that lifespan, right? So yes, they may come to us this one time, but as they start navigating those changes in career, we want to make sure that they're coming back. And skills is sort of this way to help them understand what the return is on continuing to engage. Now, of course, that, if you think about that aspect, that really has to do with that non-traditional student. They may not come down and sit with you for 4 or 6 years. They may be moving in and out the entire time. So skills is still helping them understand what you're giving them to keep that progression happening and why they want to keep coming back to you. And I also think this concept of skills, when we talk typically in curriculum, we don't sit down and write syllabus that is like, here are the skills that I think someone would need in this job. We don't typically write it that way. But essentially, we have to think about, okay, let me write my typical syllabus document, but then think about, in the world of work, what do these things really mean? How can I translate that? And there are, a number of translation layers to make that happen, and in an automated process. So I wouldn't expect every faculty member to sit there and know what every job is, because not even every company knows what every job is. But there are ways to use data and analytics to actually understand that information and bring that back in. For years now, schools have been using labor market data to create better programs. This is sort of taking it to the next level. Like, I'm already creating better programs. Let me just better communicate what I've created in these better programs so that we can share that return on investment across the board and help us grow as well.
Yeah. So, because I'm really passionate about future work, so are you. And the reason that Beyond is built is around future work and future of learning, like rethinking what the world will look like moving forward. The great thing about future work, it never gets outdated, right? We will have new jobs with new skills, with new innovative practices that need to be taught and retaught throughout the process. It's an agile, continuous learning model, and we're going to talk about continuous learning at some point in time. But the thing that I think is really important, and this is an important thing for campuses to understand, is that right now, everyone focuses on the 4-year degree, the 4-year path. And what other industry do you have a customer or a consumer, and then after they've done, consuming you really kind of forget about them? The reality of it is, if you can allow for continuous learning and using skills, or the word skills is maybe not always the best thing for folks. They don't.
Sometimes competencies.
Yeah, competencies might be a better word. But whatever the word we use, the reality of it is, universities disseminate knowledge and allow for students and learners to grow. How do we do that as a continuous learning model with the lens of wearing future work, right? And I'm pitching future work all the time to schools to say, do you understand what your industries are serving? Do you understand what your campus needs to look like? How do you see that? How does future work and the constant evolution where skills are going to be, how does a campus do that? And then how does a learner find those institutions that do that?
Yeah, I think this is such an important point. I was even thinking of teachers, in this particular year, think of all of the new skills that teachers have had to learn in an extreme short period of time just to handle virtual learning, right? Just to handle the adjustments that we've had. I mean, basically that is sort of this visual in our minds. All of us have experienced this in some way of how this works, right? So this is basically it. Things change and adjust, and all of a sudden you need to change and adjust. And in some cases, did these teachers sit down and take a course to learn those things? Probably not. They just had to do it right away and figure it out, right? So anyway, sorry, that was like a little aside, but I just found that really interesting as you were describing that. And really, truly, this is a great representation of future of work. That's exactly what happens, is all of a sudden there is a moment that requires change. In this case, it was a global crisis that we all felt. And we can now understand and see sometimes they're micro things that happen just at that organization or just in a particular region, or whatever it may be, that require these changes towards what we call future of work. But in the future of work, in all honesty, it's like people have more control over their mobility. It changes the dynamic of how they're going to choose and move in and out of work and learning, meaning the actual empowerment of people with their data is changing how employers, think of like talent pipelines and think of like potential jobs. And remember, COVID has accelerated this remote learning opportunity. People were moving out of urban centers as well. So instead of me saying as an employer, I'm just hiring in this particular region, the world is my oyster. Yeah. I can go anywhere and pick anyone that I want to. And it's kind of the same way when it comes to learning for all of our people. They realize there's this whole new world out there in the way that it's going to look in the future. And now I can pick and choose wherever I want to be.
I love the pick and choose element of it. And I got my cue from my colleague, David, that says the next session is starting. So, and I know Isabel, you asked a question and Preeti asked a question. So this is how we do things here at Beyond the Summit. We're gonna change up a little bit. Right after the next session, we have a 30-minute break, but because of the number of interactions we're getting and people are asking a lot of questions, we are actually going to take that 30 minutes and we are going to ask the guests that are still here who spoke in the morning to join us back with an open mic, and we're going to basically maybe speak a little bit more. Now, I know, Kelly, you're not feeling well. You certainly don't have to. I know the other ones. I know that Rupal and Steve are going to join us. Venkat, I think you're next and would be great to have you. Kelly, if you can stay, I would love to have you there. The open mic.
I'm happy to.
Because I think there is so much connection between all of us here. You know why? We're all talking strategy, not at a conference listening to a software, and you guys are trying to figure out how a software enables your strategy. We're reversing it. And because we're reversing it, we now can talk about skills. We can talk about financial aid. We can talk about how to create student agency. That's a big part of it. So Kelly, I would love to have another 30 minutes with you, and I'm hoping you can stay in that break.
I'm going to stay.
Great. Awesome. And Isabel and others, we see your question. We love the fact that you guys are really engaged, but I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, David and Venkat. I think you're on with, there you go. Thank you, Venkat. We'll talk later.
Thanks, Matt. And thanks, Kelly, for that. I love this topic of skills and competencies. And by the way, this is just another comment about this. Just as there's a revolution happening or a transformation happening about how we prepare students to enter the workforce and how we do that in a different way for both traditional students and non-traditional, I would argue there's another transformation opportunity for education institutions themselves and how they hire people. They're thinking about the way they hire in a very old school way. So thanks again. Our next session is Intelligent Institutions, the Future of Enrollment, featuring Venkat. And welcome, Venkat, for joining us today. We appreciate it. As a reminder to the audience, Venkat was speaking for about 20 minutes. I'll set a 15-minute reminder to give him a notice of his time being 5 minutes remaining. And please do use the Q&A. Quick intro of Venkat. He's scrolling down to his intro. Yeah, now you can see it on the screen. Quick recap. He currently serves as the Managing Director of Higher Ed at WIPRO, or WIPRO, I think you say it. And he has 25 years of experience in strategy, technology, and operations in education. It's another higher ed veteran here. His areas of interest are higher ed management, student retention, and digital technology solutions for the connected student experience. Prior to WIPRO, he led Cognizant's movement into higher ed and also managed NIIT's Enterprise Learning Technology and Services business for education and publishing in both the US and Europe. So thanks again. Thank you for joining us. And I'll turn it over to you for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you very much for having me here. Excited to be part of this. I've been following every speaker since yesterday, and very, very thought-provoking conversations. I really appreciate Matt and John and the rest of the team for inviting me to share my thoughts. I'm not going to speak much about what COVID has done and the challenges they've imposed and the opportunities they've created. I think a lot of people have already touched upon those areas. So I want to sort of shift the gear and talk a little about what happens next. How do institutions emerge smarter and stronger from this crisis? And how do we leverage technology to bring the real value of higher education in the post-pandemic world? I've always been fascinated with data and using data to solve problems, data-driven approaches to solve problems. And very early on, maybe 8 or 10 years ago, I started dabbling with student data with respect to retention. Built an early warning system to predict when student would drop out of the school. And that kind of led me to continue using data. And today I'm happy that I'm involved in 3 or 4 very key major research areas with respect to data, AI, and automation. One of them being intelligent institutions, the future of enrollment, which is how do we create smart enrollment process? And we'll talk more about that in this session. But outside of that, there are a couple of other areas that I'm happy to speak about. One is how do you automate financial aid, which has been a hot topic this morning with Steve talking a lot about that aspect. And also, how do we automate real-time interactions and create AI-driven content interventions or learning interventions in a remote setting? I think that is another exciting area that I want to, I will be sharing my thoughts and insights in the days to come. Right. So I want to start this session with a standard story of admissions. Imagine a school in the Northeast corridor with 30,000 students, diverse portfolio of programs, very big focus on research, industry partnerships. It's a global campus with both domestic and significant number of international students. When we looked at their data, they had 62,000 applications with about 11,000 and odd acceptances, of which 2,996 or approximately 3,000 students actually enrolled into the school in a given year. And to do this, they were running a staff of 200 admissions, recruitment specialists, enrollment specialists, and some of the folks that deal with enrollment systems and admission systems. The acceptance rate was 18.1. They were approximately spending 15 minutes on each application, but that times the number of applications and the number of people. There's an enormous amount of effort going into finding the ideal student that they want to recruit and enroll and have them complete from their institution. On the right-hand side, you see another representation of the same funnel. This is actually a picture, a report, a dashboard from one of the software that people use for enrollment management. So when you start looking at how the funnel narrows, going from 20,000 prospects to typically enrolling about few more than 800 students. So at every stage of the funnel, we are losing more than 50% of the population in the previous stage. And I think this is a great problem situation to solve. And we saw this problem come to light with COVID, especially the current fall 2020 semesters that began had almost 20% lower enrollments than any other semesters. Of course, we know why. A lot of international students did not continue or did not go through with their enrollment. Several students opted for gap years, and many different things institutions had to do to make sure that they had a sizable enrollment pool. The other challenge that it posed was that 1,600 schools decided not to use SAT scores for their admission criteria. Now, if I don't have a standardized test criteria or admission criteria, then I'm now more challenged. The process has become much more harder for me to select and offer the admission to the right candidate that would align with the university mission, goals, and all of our processes. So the challenge was this process is incredibly inefficient. It's expensive. Universities recruit far and wide to expand their pool of applicants in the hope of finding the perfect student. So how do we use data? How do we use AI? And how do we use some of the new technologies to help solve this problem? So I want you to sort of envision what's going to happen in the future. What I want to prescribe is an environment where we take a holistic view to admissions. Right? We all know what COVID did to the current admission cycle. If you all have read Jeff Salinger's book on Who Gets In, one of the key takeaways I had from the book was $10 billion are spent on recruitment marketing in this country. And then students are always having different combinations about the colleges they want to get into. They have first choices, second choices, and then a few more that they apply to. Colleges are also going through this complex process of deciding which students actually make up the grade, make up the criteria, and then also looking at all the non-scorable, non-objective criteria, personalities, essays, and other areas that all determine how we get enrolled into a school. So if you take all of this, can I get a holistic view of admissions where every aspect of the student is considered? And this is considered using data-driven approach and bringing in an unbiased view or reducing the bias. And then as an institution, how do we think smart and answer the following questions? Can I increase the number of applicants and acceptances without compromising on the quality of the process? At the same time, I want to lower the cost of my enrollment process. How do I broaden the funnel? Not necessarily broaden the top part of the funnel, because we end up doing that. We add more marketing, more dollars, more more markets, and we end up creating broadening the top part of the funnel in the hopes that the bottom part will also widen. But if I can combine process efficiency, balance quality, and the quantity of the output, that way, if I even make a small change in the number of acceptances and therefore the number of enrolled students, it's going to be a huge impact to the top line for the institution. So with that context, I want you all to stay with me for the next 5 minutes and think about what a smart enrollment framework would look like. This is taking all the inputs like test scores or application documents, additional inputs that you collect for admissions, and putting it through an AI/automation/data science framework. So you capture the data, ingest the data into the framework, classify and segment all the documents. You extract relevant information from all the text and the content that you have ingested. You apply some pattern-based predictions. You apply some machine learning rules, adaptations, and score a lot of these criteria that you want to evaluate this application on, and then present those scores as part of a dashboard. On the other end, you're underneath this framework, you're using text mining, natural language processing, machine learning, deep learning, and all of this is using the existing empirical data that institutions already have about the students. So you have maybe 5, 10, 15, in some cases 50 years of data that's already available with institutions. Using all of that, you can create pattern-based prediction. You can create scoring and flags of the ideal student that you want to admit, and use all of that and present as a recommendation. It does not take away the human aspect of admissions, and these recommendations then are intervened to the admissions office, and they can review, they can correct, they can change and edit, and then go ahead with the process to accept or deny that application. Right? So this is something that I think is going to be very relevant in the fall of 2021 as institutions decide. Many institutions will continue not to use SAT scores or ACT. They will continue to look for broadening the funnel. They'll continue to measure students beyond the objective measures. And so we'll start to think of ways of how we can automate, how do we bring the knowledge of current data into the new process, and how do we find that ideal student so that I can increase the number of acceptances. Right? I want to just quickly show you a few dashboards that are possible. These are all envisioned as the output of this process. This process is in the making right now. You can look at statistics. You can look at student types. You can look at GPA scores and course credit. These are standard dashboards that every one of you has seen and you have probably used in order to make a determination. But I think what's going to happen with the new process is how you will get new dashboards that increase the transparency of the admission process, that reduce the bias, that are strictly data-driven, with minimal human oversight, with a focus on process-driven approach, using AI to identify the ideal student which embodies the university's value and mission. So some of the new things that AI will be able to bring into the admission enrollment process would be things like what are the values, what are the student values that align with the university values and missions. So in terms of enrollment, in terms of retention, in terms of fitment, will this student be an alumni that I desire in the future? And what kind of an influence as an alumni the student will have? We can also take into account all the recommendations made for the student, whether by their schools, by companies that they may have interned at. What is the expectancy of completion? What is the expectancy of value the student can bring to the school? All of these measures can be now created in order to get a very holistic view of who are you admitting and how that student is going to impact the future of your institution. So what is the call to action? I think if you go back right now to the enrollment process, to the admissions process, I think there's tremendous chance to incrementally make your admission process smarter. And this doesn't have to be the entire future vision that I presented, but even incrementally, where are the ways in which I can remove inefficiency? So there's a 3-step approach that I have been talking about. One is simplify the process. Can I just look at the process of admission and see where do I simplify it? How do I remove the inefficiencies from it? That's the first step, so that I can make, as a process, I can make it more faster, more economical, and better than before. The second step is analytics. So if I have data that I've been capturing over the years, can I use data science to make some predictive models that will allow me to compare current application data to those models and see where this current student falls and how this current student fares, whether they are on the mark, above the mark, below the mark. A lot of that can be done very quickly. And then finally, you automate. So after you've done the predictive modeling, then you can take some of that process and say, okay, how do I bring in automation and how do I innovate? Where can I automatically make some decisions happen based on rules, based on prior data, based on some of the aspects that you've seen in the AI-driven landscape. So those three will then give me an opportunity to take what I am doing today and move it into a very, very futuristic, smart enrollment process, and overall making the institution very intelligent in selecting and retaining their students. Now, as I said in the beginning, this is just one aspect of how to use AI with enrollment. I think similar cases or use cases can be applied to student retention. It can be applied to automating some of the financial aid inefficiencies. You could also look at using AI to deal with a lot of the remote learning. A very unique thought that I've been pursuing over the last few weeks is, we've all had Zoom sessions and Zoom conferences, and everybody's on Zoom every day now. But what if I could attend a class and then be able to get a summary of the video with my notes and my assignments from the class automatically delivered to my inbox as soon as I, click on leave meeting, right? This is a kind of smart remote learning session could be achieved driving some of these AI techniques. So let me pause there. I think I've taken 10, 15 minutes of the time, and would rather have a more interactive discussion talking about some of these thoughts that I just presented.
Thank you, Venkat. That was very helpful. Some great suggestions. One of the things, I couldn't agree more that there is so much potential for automation, that there's much of higher ed is inherently inefficient because we're doing very manual things that we've been doing for a long time and hasn't changed. I think in particular enrollment, one of your suggestions about measuring qualities that aren't normally quantifiable, right? I think that's one of the biggest challenges. And I wondered if you had any suggestions about how to optimize things like extracurriculars and essays. Those are normally one of the biggest time-consuming pieces of the admissions process. Any thoughts on those not quantifiable things? And a reminder to the audience for your answers, please submit your questions using the Q&A feature at the bottom. I don't have questions yet. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, David. That's a wonderful question. And, it's the most difficult part of automation is non-quantifiable behaviors. So there are several ways to do that. And I think we can take a page from several social media apps. And, a great example is TikTok. The moment you start watching things that interest you, and then, you sort of, after 2 hours, you realize you've seen so many different 15-second videos of the same subject that, they know more about what what you want to see, and things like that. And for every 15-second video that you watch, TikTok is gathering 115 points about the viewer, about the audience that is currently on that particular piece of video, and then turning that into algorithms and predicting, what you want to see next. So if I just have to take that page, drop it into admissions, I think schools have data about the previous alumni and the students and their careers and what they are going, where they have gone, what they do today. A lot of that information can come back into the school and they can track that information, they can capture that information and find what were their personality traits, what were the characteristics that these successful students had. And so how do I look for those characteristics in the incoming student? And the way you will match those characteristics are by having personality surveys, personality questions, which have always been used, whether it's for adult learning theories or for finding out the kind of a learner you are, or for finding out a temperamental score. So a lot of this psychological science exists. It's just that putting that into a form that can turn that into data, and then the key is building those algorithms with that data, and that will depend on how much empirical data you have to mine and create that composite score. And given all that, again, I'm saying it's an art of finding out how good, finding out a personality characteristic, or we are trying to turn that art into a science, and you cannot do that without having that human intervention. Therefore, I would never say, this can do it as good as how a counselor would actually do it. But having done it 80% of the way, if the counselor can weigh in and say, yes, this is correct, I would love to go with this, then that makes the system sort of workable to the extent, and also economically feasible. You don't want a 100% AI-driven system.
Yeah,
Agreed.
I really like a lot of your discussion. When I think about AI and machine learning, right, and any of the automations that we would look at, to make a world smart or campus smart, I look at it in two ways, right? And David and JTH know this because I kind of breathe this all the time to them. We got to look at our activities on a campus in either two ways. Is it structured or unstructured? If it's structured, it means there is rules, there is sequentialness, there is like things that we know are black and white. Those are structured activities. That means I can have a machine or an AI take those rules and create it, right? So that's the structured element. So and we do something called HTV here at Beyond, where we're now understanding what are the structured activities, because every time we can identify things as being structured, they're a candidate for AI, machine learning, automation, everything else, right? Anything that we recognize as being unstructured, things that require cognitive reasoning, cognitive thinking, body language, all the things that a machine and things that I can't put a black and white rule in place, it means I need a human to do that activity, right? And this is where I think schools have to get to, because right now, every time I have a discussion with a school about AI or machine learning, and I usually don't drive it that way, I always ask the question, what are you doing that's so structured that it doesn't require a human to do it? That's when we start to really take it. And if the more structured things we do, the more AI we do, and the more ML we do, and the more automation we do, the more data we're going to actually get, right? And so if we can learn to do that on a campus, I would love your take on that concept of identifying it, and then how do we then do a roadmap on those things, and then we will then get greater capacity of the humans that are doing structured work, and they're now going to go do unstructured work.
That's very well put, Matt. I think you were right on target. And as I said, I want to go back to what I said in my presentation. 3 steps. First of all, simplify the process. You may be running a complex process with too many handoffs. Once you simplify, look at what you talked about, structured and unstructured. The structured pieces can be driven based on data. Some decisions can be automatically made. You don't have to have human intervention. And then for the unstructured parts, you can still use modeling to create certain scores and have the human intervene and select or deny that recommendation.
Got it.
Right? So those are the 3 steps. So you don't, when you say AI, I don't want, everything to look like Star Wars or, things happen automatically. It's not going to be there like that, but we can start with small steps, like simplifying the process, for instance, or modeling some of my criteria, rule-based criteria, using existing data, and then seeing which parts can be automatically done. And there are, tools available. There are multiple open source and APIs that can scan, they can read, they can be intelligent. There are, things that Google and folks like that put out that can be used to parse through things. So there's a lot of that available. But I think having that vision of where I want to push my enrollment process to be more efficient, more smarter than today, in all aspects, in decision making, in economic sense, and in the quality of the process.
Venkat, there's 2 questions out there, and I know we're at the bottom of the hour, and I want to respect people who came to watch the session. We are going to have an open mic right after this. So Venkat, I hope you can maybe stay and maybe interact during that open mic. But Lindsay asked the question, how would you structure the team? And then also, what competency of skill sets to understand the metadata used to do this kind of data and analytics?
So my first, let me answer the second part of the question. The metadata part of the question, there's a lot of data science that has to be used. That is where you can leverage what you have as institutional research. IR teams within the universities always were looking at this data. They're always classified. They may already have a taxonomy. That's your starting point, where you can start to categorize, have metadata, start understanding what data that you have. And then when you start to make use of the data in your process, you will start to see that the teams change. I mean, I think your first question was, what kind of teams do you see? So the entire admissions process will drive what kind of people who are running that process now. So it may be more student-centric, more high touch with the student, but less doing all of the scanning of your essays or looking through your documents or going through the motions of the different systems where I need to put in data. I think a lot of that will change. So I don't know exactly what type of people you'll have or who will it be, but it's going to be a very high interactive, high touch admissions contact rather than the 200 people that we have on a team of a large private institution or a public institution. Does that make sense?
So let's end the session.
Yep.
I want to table this discussion on talent because I think team is about talent a little bit. Mm-hmm. So David, I'm going to let you conclude and then let's hand it over. And then I'm going to invite the other guests to join the stage. And then Karen, I saw your question. I know you're going to stay. So I'm going to ask the question to Venkat in that session. Okay.
Great. Perfect. Yeah. Thanks again, Venkat, for this talk. We appreciate it. And we'll turn it back over to Matt for open mic. Thanks.
We got to do some formal things, Venkat. So I had to give it back to David for him to give it back to me. But if I could have both Steve, if all the presenters that are still available, I apologize to Nicole. We kind of did this on the fly because we were getting so much different interactions and we couldn't get everyone at the same place. So I appreciate you guys all joining. And so we got a group. This is, I think we're missing Rupal.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to get the video going.
All right. That sounds good. So Venkat, I'm just gonna start with you really quick. So anyone in the audience, because we did this as an open mic, if you need to take a breather, go and do a breather, go get some food, get a drink, whatever you need to do. This was really a time to decompress, but this will be also recorded, so anybody can come back and watch it at any point in time. But we'd love for you to engage in this time and discussions and things like that. So and Rupal, I will give you access. But Venkat, really quick, the question that Karen had, and Karen, do you want to just say it? Or do you want me to, let's see. I'm going to see if Karen's here. I always like, I'm going to give you the ability to talk, Karen. All right, Karen. Are you there, Karen? Maybe he can't talk. So he said to read it. All right, perfect. I'm going to read his question. I lost it now in the chat.
Under answered now.
Oh, it's answered now?
Click on answered and click on the response.
Oh, Venkat, okay. Venkat,
Yeah,
great content.
Let me talk about the question. He wanted to know if this type of a system can read through standard operating procedures or other similar documents. And yes, there are tools available to scan and read and learn from standard documents. So this could be I'll give you an example from the corporate world, but it can definitely be applied to our education world. So if you had an annual report and of a company, and you can scan the annual report, the earnings call transcripts, and any other related presentations, and create a quick a knowledge tree, and then you can quiz the framework on things like, can you compare, this quarter revenue with the previous quarter, what was reported? And, there are ways, algorithms to go find and compare and provide an answer that is as good as how an expert financial analyst would do, right? So to that level has been achieved in some other industries. So why not in our industry, where we can take the same type of technologies, same type of processes, and apply it to the admissions process? So the short answer is yes, that's possible.
So I'm gonna turn to Isabel's question. Isabel's question goes a little. I think this goes to Kelly and maybe Steve, because you're in the world of enrollment and with deans and so forth. So this came during your session, Kelly. We just couldn't get it to you. As a faculty, how do you convince, let's say, your deans that partnering with private sector provides valuable learning opportunities, and it's not providing just a service?
That is a great question. And I think, in all honesty, this probably comes down to the individual person, right? So typically there is a champion at an institution that is really interested in, how the future might look. And they're the type of person that would help, bridge this gap and have this conversation. I think, the best way to put it is, as I had described later on in that conversation, which is, you are really enhancing the work that you're doing as an institution by creating these partnerships. You're going out and looking at other ways to interact with potential students. You're helping employers who are hiring your students better understand. It's augmenting all of the work you're doing in a stronger way. It's not, just like a sales arrangement, right? It's not just like, this is a client and we're providing this function. You're not a staffing firm. You're really using what you're knowledgeable about and what your, strength is as an institution to bridge a gap. They have a need as well. It's a kind of value both ways, right? So that's the way that typically when I work with deans or faculty members or chancellors or presidents on helping them understand, why this is important to look at, it's really not a bad thing. It's just a partnership that creates value on both ends. I hope that answers the question. But Steve, if you have anything to add as well.
Kelly, I thought that's a great answer and much better than what I could provide. But if you'll allow me, I have an adjacent thought though. In my experience, I mean, some deans have more entrepreneurial, tendencies or allowances. So I think it varies by personality, even within the same college. But I would also say that this might work better if we reframe the discussion one notch higher. And that would be, you know, in higher education, we're great at defining students by the outcomes we expect of them. Therefore, we define students as non-degree or non-credit or credit, you know, credit bearing. And so I think that as an industry, we would be well served by stop defining students by what they lack, non this, non that, and we simply arm ourselves for a discussion of providing educational opportunities wherever they may want them to be. And so the kind of innovation and entrepreneurialism that you have just described is in this pantheon of options that we should be in the business of providing our students.
Yeah. So this is a really, I mean, there's a lot of people just talking about this. One of the things that Preeti talks about, and this goes to anybody on the panel, probably to Kelly here, is do you foresee that employers would actually want a human skill competency over a degree? And then she goes on to say, like a medical domain, I would want to get surgery done by I wouldn't want surgery done by who doesn't have a degree, but I would want to use an app such as video game or others who doesn't have a degree. Her question is, do you really think we can convince employers to waive off the qualification of a degree criteria? And I want to plug in something. At 4 o'clock or at, I think, 3:30 or whatever, Keel is going to be talking about degrees that I think all of you guys should be listening to, because he is going to talk about the degree and the evolution of a degree. So I'm pitching that, you know, for anybody that has this question, because degree is a big thing. Accreditation is a big thing. They handcuff a lot of people. So the question is, do you think we can convince employers of waiving off a qualification degree criteria?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in on that. I think Preeta really hit the nail on the head there, which is there are certain professions that will require a degree, right? You know, I agree. I'm not going to see a doctor that did not go through the whole rigmarole of getting a medical degree and, you know, what they need to do on the job and training and all of that good stuff. But remember, once they get their degree, they're then working, right? So that's part of the process for them to be a functioning practitioner. And there will be plenty of those types of fields where the degree does matter. But I think that window that, you know, of jobs that we can look at that employers are actually now already for many years agreeing to a set of skills. And it's typically a combination, right, of this human skill concept and this technical skill concept and even business skills. Okay, so there's sort of like 3 layers of skills that all come into this. Human skills being the most transferable across a various number of jobs. Technical skills and business skills are a bit more particular depending on the type of job, but it's already happening. And that area of work that is going to be hiring based on that as opposed to degree is just expanding so much. So I think that's how you have to look at it. There will always be those, like a medical, like a nurse, you know, there are typical ones that will require a degree. It's just that window of others that do not is widening.
I really wanted to respond also. I like what you said and your focus on skills. And I like what Steve said about, you know, higher ed focuses on what you're not, you know, or, you know, on very particular things. You know, my degree is in nothing close to what I'm actually doing, but I use that degree every single day. And I use what I learned in that degree every single day, even though if I told you what my degree was, you'd say there's absolutely no relevance to what I do. But I got skills out of that degree. And, you know, it would have been more useful for me starting out in business had those skills been somewhat codified or acknowledged either in the degree or in what was being hired. Do you see more and more people are looking for and higher education just going, here's the competency you have, not the degree that you have, but here's a skill that you've learned that, you know, when you come out of a BA that's being disaggregated, that can be used for recruiting.
Well, one of the comment about the doctor example to the group is I think sometimes the degree requirements are, as you put it, Kelly, kind of the baseline, right? So the doctor example is, we all know examples of doctors or dentists or medical professionals in general that are very good at the diagnosis and the medical aspect of their job, but how many of them know how to operate a medical practice, right? Back to the business skill point. So I would argue there's a broader set of skills that are required for success in a profession that go beyond the degree requirement, right? So that's something schools aren't really totally taking into consideration currently.
And David, you bring up such a fantastic point that I forgot to lean on, which is, and my father's a dentist, so this is why I know this. Throughout his career, he's retired now, but throughout his career, I actually went with him every year. There was additional training to maintain his, so, and every medical professional has that. So if you think about it, yes, we're talking about someone who has this one-time degree, but they're also already lifelong learning. Every time, like there was a new technology, I remember when the panoramic machine, X-ray machine came into the office. This is when I was still in high school. Everyone had to be trained on it. And there wasn't just one training. It was like throughout the year. And then every year they came to upgrade the technology and train us on it again.
Great example.
So this is great. So because I have Rupal and Steve and of course others on the panel here, I actually want to get into a little bit of an uncomfortable conversation with you guys, right? I always use the 8-year mark, because I really believe the past 8 years, we've been very stagnant. The transformation in higher ed has been stagnant. There's been the promise of great things that are going to come out of the technologies that people have been selling. We've never gotten there. We've never gotten to the place. And one of the things that I think we have to think about is, what was the opportunities that we've lost because we've been thinking about the transformations in maybe a different way than we should have? Now, like I said, I'm a seasoned student guy. I've been through the world of implementations in the 90s and the 2000s and early 2010s. Then we became stagnant because we're all waiting for the silver bullet to come and change us. Millions of dollars are being spent. How do we now move forward? Understanding we can't go through that anymore. What are the things that campuses should be thinking about as we now have to look at AI? We got to look at cloud. We got to look at all these new innovations, right? If we just focus on those technologies, what is the different approach that these campuses should think about moving forward? Hope I didn't. Yeah,
I've got some comments on that. I always kind of use the outcome metaphor. I heard this from a professor a long time ago about, outcome could be anything. It could be a hole in the wall and you need to put a painting up, and that's, your goal. And your choices are, you could go out and spend hundreds of dollars on a brand new drill, or you could find a sharp object like a wooden dowel and go make that hole. In either case, you're going to have the same outcome. Did you spend more on one versus the other? And I feel like I agree with you, Matt. In many ways, we've kind of thrown a lot of things, technology and approaches, and for AI and machine learning. In some ways, if the system that we're modeling is not an optimal system, then why are we accelerating something that's not working? And that, in many ways, we're modeling and creating things that may accelerate the problem at hand. And I think we kind of have to look back at different epochs or times where there's been a complete shock in the system. Pandemic certainly is one of them. We'll probably learn about it, post-mortem. But if you look at the GI Bill and other things, there are massive amounts of kind of attainment with education that happened in that phase. And so in some ways, technology is kind of a reactive thing, and something has to happen in society to really reconstruct our thinking. And, I'm not a prognosticator on kind of how that's going to work. And, I just feel like some of the tools we're using, like machine learning, for example, is a train and test model. Okay, you're training and testing on an old way of doing things. And I feel like a lot of the things that we talk about is really about linearity, linear process, linear thinking. And all of us are long life learners, or we never imagine our lives to go take the paths that they took, certainly not mine. So it's very nonlinear. And so I think that some of the analogs with some of these new companies, consumer-faced companies, are showing us that in some ways. So we just got to break our old way of thinking, and then, then we'll find the future, I think.
The reason I asked this question is that every time there's an enrollment drop, every time there is some sort of issue at hand on a campus, the first thing everyone does is there's a technology that's going to come and resolve it. Now, I'll be honest, I put in these technologies, right? I won't do that. I won't do that to a school anymore. My discussions with schools are different now, because I'm going to them to say, what is it that you're trying to really achieve? And let's not slap a technology, because I can tell you the number of softwares that sit on a shelf now because some VP at an admissions office thought a flagging an at-risk student or something is going to resolve their enrollment drop. And it's not that. They need to have a strategy first with a software. So Steve, you were a VP of enrollment. I would love your take on, because you were going through the stagnation, right? You saw it coming. I'm sitting here going, my God, why are we stagnant? Why are we not transforming with all these new things that are coming in? What's your thought on that? Yeah.
To your point, Matt, and to RuPaul's point, excellent contributions, and I'll try to add to it. I often wonder if technology is following higher education organization on a campus, or if higher education organization is following the limits of technology. Because we are neatly offering a tidy example of careers, if you will, or programs. Let's call them programs or majors or careers. We're offering them a tidy, finite answer that is described by our ability to catalog them in a learning system or in a student information system or whatever. And I think that, setting that aside, true innovation begins with a communication of a vision. I think that without the vision, it is easy to look around and look for availability. You'll find that answer in a technology product if you look. And believe me, I mean, some of them are much, much better than they were. I'm not saying no, but without the vision, for example, in my institution, my former institution, we were pursuing a vision of lifelong learning. And I think that's a topic of this conference as well, Matt. There's technologies associated with it, but the notion that we should rescue the lifelong learning from the patina of job reskilling, and invest in lifelong learning with its true potential. That means 8 to 80 on premise or on the web, whether it's job reskilling or you just want to learn Ottoman Turkish. Whatever your goal is, we have an avenue for you to do that, and we're not going to jump into the degree non-degree divide quite yet. We're not going to get into credit or non-credit. We're going to get into, what do you want? And then when you ask that question, the organization of the university falls into line. Things are clear. Why do you have a non-credit office and a credit office? Why do you have different degrees? This is our online degree, but this is our in-person degree. I'm not ascribing that to Madison, but they're out there, and things like that. So I think vision, strategy, and maybe I'm just confirming, Matt, your point in 5 minutes. Vision, strategy, and then flowing from that could be a completely different experience for kids growing up now that are going to be students in about 10 years or less.
Yeah. No, I love it. I love it. There's people in the audience. Charlie, I know you're there. If you want, raise your hand and you can certainly jump in on some of this discussion. I'm a big believer that it is our responsibility. The reason we're doing the summit is we have to plant the flag to say, we will work with you to rethink and reimagine what you do, because we know that the innovations are going to allow you to do these things differently, right? where I struggle in the student world, and that's where my world has always been, is that the folks on the ground, they have a day job to do and they're looking for the day job to be done easier. How do we reconstruct you talk about vision. Whose vision is it that they're trying to achieve? Are they trying to do the regs and the rules of the academics? Or is it the deans or the chancellors who are embedding, hey, new culture? How do you get both to be resolved, Steve? I mean, you ran an office that way.
I think you bet on your students, and you work with your administration to the extent that they will allow a set of freedom here to let your administrative journey go where students are asking to go. And we haven't asked that question of students in a long time. And I think, we can all find processes on our campus that are not only changeable, but the originators of that process are not even around anymore. And we accept as gospel these things. So I think stepping back from that, it's not about business process redesign. It's about knowing what you should be redesigning to in the first place and using students as your guide, as your barometer, their expectations, and ask them and follow them. And you'll learn more from the people who don't enroll than the ones that do. So find a way to ask the people that are not at your university, but meant to be. You'll get your answers, and then align yourself with deans and administration that can give you the flexibility to go where that demands. One last thing, I'm sorry. Vice provosts for enrollment are among the most measured leaders of an institution. I mean, and the success is out there every fall for the campus to see. So so bet on them. Let them navigate this, and then let's look and measure the results.
I really love that point. Like, I'm thinking user-centric design, but going back to one of the initial questions, which was like, how do we convince our deans? I think that you've really touched on something there, because the thing is that there's so much we can learn from industry. I think earlier in the day, someone made the comparison of Uber coming in and, disrupting the taxi business, right? But that is sort of where we're sitting in higher education. It doesn't mean that you have to be pushed aside because, other folks are doing it better. You can think of this maybe with a little bit more mind towards industry. So those partnerships are not only helpful to understand what the needs are of your students and creating that, but also to understand how to create an innovation culture within, the school itself.
Good. I'm just trying to get our next speaker in, but so I love this dialogue, and I think we have to have a little bit more of this kind of discussions, because every time people come in and talk to me and they talk about their technology, I can't tell you the number of chatbot discussions I have about they got the next best chatbot, right? And I keep saying to people, stop building chatbots. Start to understand what the chatbot's supposed to do. There's tons of chatbots that are available. Let's start to think about what is it that you're doing. Google, Amazon, you name the chatbot, it's there, right? It's being done in smart venues all the time. I think that's the struggle we have. I would love for higher ed to stop and pause, and instead of saying, I have a problem, what technology is going to resolve it, to stop and say, what's my problem? How do I deconstruct it? How do I put the right, plans in place? Let's stop repaving the thing, because I think some outcomes are going to drive you somewhere totally different. The example that Rupal said about a picture, maybe that picture doesn't go there anymore, right? It goes somewhere else. It's that kind of discussions we really need to think through and move forward. So I know we're waiting for Carrie. John, what is the status on Carrie?
I'm here.
Oh, there you go.
But someone was saying you were going to send me a better link. I don't know if this is the one you want me to present from or not. The only link I have.
I'm just going to go and I'm going to change your name, Carrie, to your real name.
That's hysterical. I am not JTH.
Yeah.
Demonstrably not. You can tell us apart because I have a beard. So
correct. That's right. That's right.
This is great. This is how technology works here. So we are now, you are officially Carrie Branyard.
Excellent. Thank you.
And we're, Carrie, I would love for you to, I don't know if you were listening in. I was trying to, prong a little bit of uncomfortableness from people, right?
Yeah.
And you and I go a long way back into the days when you were president of HUG, and before you do your presentation, and hey, we got two presidents from the HUG sitting here. This is great. I love it. And Carrie, did you hear my comment about the stagnation the past 8 years because people are waiting for the Holy Grail to happen, and then they fail to say, what are the things that we actually can do in processes, and technology? I would love your thought, because what I want is, coming out of the summit, I want schools to stop thinking that a silver bullet's going to resolve their issues, that they got to think strategy, they got to work with the right partners. The reason that we have all these partners here, I mean, I have partners because I really believe the partners really do have the best interest. And I know I know every vendor gets dinged because their implementation never goes the way it is. And it's not always the implementer's, it isn't the implementer's fault, and it isn't necessarily always the software's fault. It's the fact that no one is approaching it properly. So we got a minute before your next one. I would love your take on it, and then we can go right in. I think JTH is your host, but yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, great to see Principal Hahn, as we think of him, Steve Hahn, sharing his perspective, and way to work in Ottoman Turkish. I thought that was also good show off. That's Steve's discipline, or at least part of his background. At any rate, I think, I was listening to a good portion of Steve's discussion and your questions, Matt. And I think in my travels in higher ed, especially this year, folks have realized they need to make incremental change. They need to make it fast. And some of it is they need to make transformational change, and they need to make it fast. Yeah. And they learned they can. So that was the Candace Jones out of Pasadena City College has said this fairly broadly and publicly, that, in higher ed, we've thought for a long time that there are all these forces that keep us from changing, and there are constraints and silos and, paving over the cow paths, all of the analogies we've used over the last 25 years that have ensconced us in these practices, and therefore we cannot change. It will take us, we'll have to do change management, and it's going to take us this much time, and it's going to be, very consuming, and it's going to be difficult, and all of those, and maybe we can't do it at all. And then we had to, everybody had to, and we did. And so there's a lesson to be learned there, that indeed we can change if we need to, if we recognize both the existential threats, but also just the everyday little nicks and cuts that will eventually prove to be existential threats. We can change. Higher ed knows how to change. We've been driving change in our business is the creation of knowledge and the dissemination of that knowledge, and then the application of that knowledge. So we know how to change. We know how to change other people. It's possible for us to change ourselves. And I thought that some of what Steve was talking about as well, there's no silver bullet. Listen to your students and the ones who don't come, the ones that stop out, the ones that don't show up ever, the ones that don't even contemplate higher education as an option. Be listening to those folks, because don't forget, they also vote and they form public opinion, and that is as much an influence in how we survive as an industry as the actual education and the economic growth that comes as a result of their education. So, I think.
No, that's great. I'm glad you joined a little bit earlier. We are at the top of the hour. This is going to be your show in a second. Steve and I will drop, and I'm going to let JTH take it from here. But I am grateful that you're joining us, Carrie. I always love hearing your insights on things. So JTH, it's all yours, and we'll see you in a few.
Thank you.
Carrie, welcome. You know, through with great pluck and daring do, we got you on the Zoom. Are you able to share your screen?
Oh, I'm working on it. For some reason, it's not showing the way I want it to. So hold on, but keep talking.
Well, as you're doing that, just a quick introduction. You've already heard some of the high points. Carrie has been 2-term president of the Higher Ed User Group. She is currently the Senior Vice President of Digital Transformation at Ellucian, and she's been involved with higher education for over 20 years. She is, at one point, she was named Oracle Magazine's Implementer of the Year. She drives roadmaps and strategies for ERP and SIS solutions, has really worked as a thought leader at user groups and industry events for 20 years, and is really focused on usability and accessibility, and is focused on digital transformation and creating sustainable models for tomorrow's institutions. Really, you know, as you come in and you're talking about then, you know, the different things that we can do, and you're looking at, you know, how are you going to build a campus with a sustainable ROI? And I'm just going to hand it over to you, and for the next 20 minutes, take it away.
Sounds good. Thanks, JTH. And happy to be here with the group today. And I'm excited to participate in the inaugural Experience Summit for Beyond Academics. I think this is exciting, and I'm really excited to see such a strong focus on transforming the administrative experience for students. The academics are obviously super important, and yet so much of a student's experience is with administration, and some of that, you know, you heard me talk about existential threats. As we went through this spring, we talked we did some primary research, we sponsored some additional research, and then we've been working with our own customers on what are the areas that they are concerned about, both going into the experience of the pandemic, but also now coming out of the experience of the pandemic. And it shouldn't be particularly surprising that these were the top 4 areas for presidents, and student enrollment, retention, and success, and particularly, well, I was going to say particularly in public higher ed, but that's not necessarily true. It's just as much a threat for private. We were hearing that even before the pandemic, with demographics and the demand for higher ed and some of the buzz that caused. So future student enrollment, then a hard switch, a hard emphasis on mental health and student well-being, and student engagement in a remote emergency instruction kind of mode. And another one of the institutions we work with pretty heavily is Connecticut State Colleges and Universities. And they're already in our cloud. They've already done a bunch of transformation. And what they said the pandemic did for them is really shine a light and illuminate the areas where they hadn't quite transformed enough. And so if they still had paper processes, if they still had workflows that were there because we've always done it that way, it amplified or exacerbated the negative student experience that folks had. And so in particular, that was around student engagement. And in particular, we heard that our institutions coming out of this pandemic were struggling with overcoming the friction points that are often embedded in existing processes that we don't even realize are friction until you have this new experience. So we'll talk about that here in a little bit. We'll talk of another thing that our presidents were talking about was very straight up overall financial stability, which is why we talked about this session is about ROI and fiscal sustainability, institutional sustainability. You know, we've talked about this many times. No money, no mission, and it's not that these institutions are looking to exploit the financial situation. They are very simply looking to exist and to make sure that they can carry on their mission. So we'll talk more about how to derive ROI for mission-driven benefits as well. That online learning experience, they've recognized they have more work to do in order to go from emergency remote instruction to full-on remote personalized online instruction and support. And there are a lot of examples. There are a lot of, I guess, exemplars out in the wild in our industry in higher ed that have shown how to do it. We just haven't seen a lot of them at scale. And what we have also not seen effective examples of is how to move en masse and how to transform an existing institution into an online learning experience that is truly personalized, really remote, remotely delivered, and student oriented. So we saw similar shifts in the 90s and early 2000s. When I worked at the University of Minnesota, we had a medical school. We had one at the University of Colorado as well, and I did work with both medical schools, and I did some work with the ACGME at the time, which is responsible for graduate medical education. And it was right when we were turning to patient-centered care. Higher ed needs to make that same change to student-centric care. And I think that's a lot of what Steve was just talking about. But I also think it's something that all of higher ed is talking about. We've got to get to, we're realizing through this pandemic that we have a real opportunity for how to get to student-centric care, student-centric education. And then enabling faculty and staff to work remotely is certainly on the list. That was the #1 challenge cited by IT leaders. So moving forward, we then go to, actually, was there a question? Am I supposed to be taking questions here in the middle of the presentation? I can stop. Did someone raise their hand? All right, I'll keep going and we'll come back.
No, we'll come back.
Okay.
We've got some time reserved at the end for
Okay.
for questions.
Great. Okay. So during the April 2020 timeframe, we did a CARES Act webinar where we brought some experts together and discussed the CARES Act and then some recommendations for how to proceed. And at the time, 41.3 institutions surveyed indicated that, quote, technology supporting gaps in the move to remote learning and administrative processes as their primary area of focus. And so thinking about that as our foundational principle, in March, it was all about just managing the crisis, right? Making sure everyone's safe, performing critical activities, addressing the unbudgeted financial costs, minimizing revenue uncertainty, pursue that immediate funding opportunity, sign the CARES Act documentation, get that contract, draw down the money, and start dispersing it. And ramp up your critical reporting and oversight of student and financial aid data. So we gave a ton of guidance on that. And I think institutions really responded well in March to the crisis. April to September then was all about stabilizing operations. And it included, what do we need to do? It shone a different light on the strategic planning priorities and looking for new revenue opportunities and cost-cutting opportunities, reaching out to students to try to address those mental health needs that we just talked about, and then working hard to eliminate those friction points. And so we saw a lot of institutions start to pursue targeted operational wins. So it might be digitalization of admissions or registration or payroll for those who hadn't done that already. But for others, it might have been, a little bit deeper in around basic needs support, availing yourself of campus resource, both campus and community resources to address food insecurity and housing insecurity and technology needs. Technology as a basic right, as a basic need, really took a front seat the last 8 months. We've been talking about it. I attended a basic needs summit in California in February of last year, and there were like 3 sessions on technology as a basic need when it comes to education. And then boom, we go into pandemic mode, and all of a sudden those people seemed so prescient and the oracles of the future predicting that. And boy, higher ed has really stepped up, I think. It's going to require probably some policy intervention in order to truly address it. But those are the types of targeted operational wins that we saw we recommended through that period, and then we saw institutions with uptake. Now we're talking about the long-term case for change. How do we take everything we've learned over the last 9 months? How do we take the things that we already had in mind? So, we've all been in higher ed for a while. Sometimes I cringe when I throw that 20 years out there because it's gone by so fast, and I can't possibly have been in the industry for that long, as I'm sure many of you. But the upshot is there have been things we've wanted to do for a long time. And now, do we have the impetus to do them? Do we have the impetus to truly turn this into student-supported, student-centric learning, student-centric administration? So we've been working with customers now to create this long-term case for change. And it sounds so basic, and it's actually not something higher ed does by nature yet. Pockets do, but we don't do it by nature in totality. And so starting with aligned to outcomes. So you've got to make investment decisions that really do advance the unique, right? So it's what's your unique, your USP vision and strategic goals, and then get that evidence. And we still struggle as a higher ed industry to agree on the facts. And right now, where we as a culture are struggling with the definition of facts, I saw a great definition, which was facts are the things on which 2 people agree so that you can then have the debate. So you've got to get that data. You have to have evidence to support the assumptions so that then you can plan the interventions, so that then you can plan what the next strategy needs to be. So if you look at, demographics and the demand for higher ed or something similar and say, look, I'm in Minnesota, which happens to be where I am, and we're anticipating this kind of decline in this time period. But then you look at your own schools, your own institutions' data, and you realize that doesn't fit your profile, then you can have a different conversation than if you just blindly take that trend, for example. And, when we look at what causes friction in the student success experience, it can be re-entry after you've been asked to leave. It can be transfer friction. It can be basic needs. It can be, I ran out of financial aid. There's all kinds of reasons that students don't succeed in their overall path forward. You need to know what those are at your institution. And then it has to be executive championed. So this executive champion has to drive the quest for knowledge, right? What's the quest for truth, the path forward. That's another one of my favorite quotes, which is, I view my debate opponent as my ally in the quest for truth. So executives that can champion that quest for truth, that drives active participation, active ownership, including, whether it's your deans and your faculty members, or whether it's your administration and your students. driving that comprehensive yet led, not wandering, actively led ownership. Got to be efficient. If we in higher ed, that's another one of my, for some of you who've been around long enough to remember Bob Kavavic, who sadly we lost last year. He was my first mentor from the University of Minnesota, and he used to have all kinds of quips like, in higher ed, a vote of 99-1 is a tie. And I use that almost every day. And that's why you have to have something that's both executive championed, but also efficient. You've got to inform transparent, responsive decision-making, ROI-based decisions. And the way you get there is through paying attention to the facts and the data and the evidence, and then get to how you analyze holistic value. And that's really where I want to spend the rest of our time, is that holistic value. These are some examples of ways to evaluate how to conceptualize your strategy, and then how to measure the results. So upper left is the American University at Cairo. They had a very specific goal of increasing financial aid applications and increasing the various types of financial aid. And over the course of 2 years, they saw a 32% increase, in particular in scholarships and fellowships, which was a huge boost to their student success and persistence statistics. And overall, they have a really strong reputation, not only in the Middle East, but worldwide. And that just meant that they had more students that they were able to put out into the community. At Royal Holloway, so staying on the upper level, at Royal Holloway, we saw that when they moved to the cloud, they were able to improve their IT team performance. So this speaks straight up to the efficiency calculations. And now they're able to address between 10 and 30% more of their time, which was redirected to the user experience and higher value projects, frankly. I talked about Connecticut state colleges and universities a moment ago. That's if you drop down on the right. And they've reduced their operational IT budget by 50% while increasing their disaster recovery business continuity position. And in Colorado Community College, they standardized their data across 13 colleges, which then allowed them to identify emerging market trends. They eliminated the haves and have-nots. And one of the examples of where they really focused was, because they were able to standardize and identify those trends, they've been able to identify growth behaviors, both the growth and the behavior patterns of part-time students, which is great, because in the Colorado Community College system, they have a lot of part-time students. And we're seeing more of that even through this pandemic. And so I give these 4 examples because ROI doesn't have to be a one-time measure. It can be across a number of dimensions, and that can include revenue, mission-driven benefits. So maybe you have hardcore, ROI calculations, but it might be by improving your transfer pathway, you improve your performance-based funding. You improve because you have reverse transfer. Now you can take credit for additional achievement of your students through certificates and through additional degrees granted. Maybe it's, as noted at Cairo, it's the additional financial aid. Maybe it's efficiencies and effectiveness. Maybe it's risk management and the reputational risk. So I'm going to pause there, and I think we open it up for questions at this point. Correct, JTH?
That's correct.
Yeah.
I was looking at your examples there at the end, and they're all great examples. What was some of the process? How did they come to decide that those were the things they wanted to focus on?
Yeah, so a lot of data. Our most effective institutions have their CIOs at the cabinet level, their CIOs are a strategic partner, and they have they are able to then align technology to the institutional strategy. And so there are exceptions to that. Obviously, some of the folks I just highlighted also have their CIO reporting into the CFO and administration. But irrespective, when your CIO is able to be a full partner, then you can start to put your digital roadmap together, your digital strategy together with operating principles. So some of my favorite operating principles, one comes to us from Greenwich University in the UK, question bureaucracy. That's a good guiding principle. And then everything flows from there. We've got others where, everything's cloud first, or we will have student-centric care. And then that's the lens through which they operate. So that's thing one, is your operating model. Then thing two is we've got about 120 calculations that you can go through to say, if I change this, it will improve my return on investment or my mission-driven benefits or avoid my risk in these ways. And so we have a strategy workshop that really doesn't take that long. It can be 6 hours of customer engagement, but we go through it with them to then say, and here's where you're going to get your biggest bang for the buck now, or your time, biggest bang for your time investment now. Here's what you can do second. Here's what you can do third, and roadmap that out for folks.
So it sounds like there are two key elements. Is that you've got the IT, you've got your CIO really at the table, and it has strong support, but also is data and making sure that you've got access to well scrubbed, reliable data. Some of my experience has been is that people will go do an initiative and then kind of reverse engineer what the benefit was, because they never started out with a baseline. This is what we actually have. What are some of the challenges there? What are some of the challenges you've seen with the data?
So it's interesting because most of the time, in my experience at least, when you say data governance, people yawn and then look at the CIO and don't take full ownership. And I was presenting earlier this year with Mecca Salahuddin, Dr. Mecca Salahuddin from Alamo Community College District. And I said that to her, and she says, oh no, we look forward to our data governance meetings. She said, we have real discussions there about the definitions of our data. And you can see it, and then they use their data to target the next intervention, and you can see it in their outcomes. They have lively discussion and debate, which is, if your meetings are boring, it means that you don't have the right team dynamic, right? So that's thing one. They have lively meetings where they talk about what is the data telling us? Is it clean? They're absolutely certain their data is clean. And that's step one. You've got to get your data clean. If your data is not clean, you can't base your decisions on it. You'll make the wrong decisions. Or you won't realize the benefits you thought you were going to, and then you're disappointed, and then that's an unvirtuous cycle. But their example is, then every year they refresh what they're going to do next. Did that have the outcome we expected? And what do we do next? And so, I agree, JTH, that it's all, the data is crucial. You have to have clean data.
So I do have one question here from Preeti. She asked, do you feel ownership of the executives is more of an issue for student success or inclusiveness for the stakeholders in creating the unique vision that to which you referred? So is it that you need, which is more important, getting the executives to own that, or to get the stakeholders also to be included in creating that unique vision?
Yeah, That's a really good question. And it goes back to that notion I just brought up, which is a vote of 99-1 is a tie. And so I think it's a balance. I think you can't bring your full institution along if you don't have good leadership. Leadership is necessary but insufficient. And inclusiveness and buy-in in the ranks is also necessary but insufficient. You have to have both. And we talk a lot about the ADKAR model of change, right? Acknowledge and create the desire for change and know how to change and so on and so forth. And having leadership and a vision and the ability to drive to something that is future oriented, particularly when you bite off a chunk at a time, this incremental change that has been talked about, you can usually get people to line up behind you to get that done. But you have to have people lined up behind you. Gandhi is the one who said, my people are over there, I have to go because I'm their leader, right? Like, so you got to have both.
So this has been a really interesting conversation, Carrie. Thank you very much for joining us. It was great insights and great thoughts about sort of how to look at what you choose and to move forward. So much of the stuff that I read about ROI lately has been, how to cut down cost of instruction versus looking for other things that you can do. And it's really critical to get everybody on board and creating that data-centric culture. Really, thank you. Great conversation. Thank you for joining us and helping to make the afternoon a success. I am going to turn this back over to Matt, who is taking this. Then, how are you going to build in that ROI, a model for lifelong learning? So, thank you, Carrie. Matt, take it away. It's all yours.
So Carrie, thank you so much. The ROI question, that's a question that I always pose, to a school. Don't tell me about the technology. What is it you want? How do we get the ROI? I can't tell you, we go back the past 8 years, there's many schools who invested. The ROI is not there. They can spin it in any way they want. And the ROI didn't happen. Yeah. So what we need to do moving for the next 8 years is that everything a school does, the ROI needs to be there. We should be having milestones. We should have outcomes that are driven by the student-centricness of it. So like I said, I'm grateful. I'm really grateful for you joining us. We will have more of these summits that we'll have deeper discussions. So
I look forward to it, Matt. And I think that the shift that we need to make is ROI doesn't have to be hardcore financial, what did you save? It can be enhancement in your mission-driven benefits, right? Your mission-oriented benefits. And that almost always links to revenue. So it's a classic top line or bottom line growth, right? So I look forward to future discussions as well. Thank you very much.
We will have more. The reason that we've compiled everyone here, I believe there's a partnership that everyone has to work together, right? So I have competitors next to each other because I really believe that we can't do it one alone. We're going to do it collectively, and I'm bringing that together. So I'm gonna pass the baton to my colleagues, at Deloitte and University of Wisconsin. For the folks that don't know Brandon's like my brother. We ran HTS together. We went in and joined Deloitte and ran a student practice together. He made me look really good, and I'm always grateful. So when the summit was happening and I was in the Beyond the Summit studios, I was like, who should I go get? There was nobody else except Brandon. And so I'm really grateful, Brandon, for you joining us. Brandon comes with just a tremendous amount of experience. I know it because I've seen him deliver. I know Scott O. To be honest with you, I have the hardest time with Scott's last name, so I'm not even going to butcher it, Scott. But you are the only Scott O around, and Scott is the registrar. I'm a former assistant registrar. I believe the same things. Me and Scott have had many discussions when I was at Deloitte. Scott, I'm really grateful for you to be here with us. If you notice, in a lot of our sessions, University of Wisconsin came up. That's a testament to the leadership there and the things that they're doing. So kudos to you guys and the work that you're doing there. Brandon and I have always talked about doing more than just what we did in student, right? If anyone knows me the past 3 years, I was questioning everything we did because I said, we have to be doing much more impactful stuff. And Brandon is doing that still. I've just decided to go and do something else in a different studio and bring just a different discussion. So Brandon, let's talk about lifelong learning and what that means and why is that important? Because the boxing of the 4-year window and servicing that 4-year consumer, we're kind of not doing enough, right? And with future of work and future of learning and all those things coming in, that's really important. But then we're also missing, how do we make someone want to come to your institution? And what are the ways that we could actually get folks to be positioned to be really successful as they come into college, even pre-college? And so the discussion of 8 to 80 is really relevant. I'm gonna let you guys do your thing. But I'm grateful that both of you guys are here. There is a lot of discussion about lifelong learning. When we were asking others about this, there was about 3 or 4 other organizations that said, hey, can I talk about lifelong learning? So this is all yours, and I'll let you guys go from here.
Thanks, Matt. I appreciate the introduction, and that's a lot to live up to. So thank you for the pressure there. And also a lot to follow when we have Carrie quoting Gandhi as part of her session. So that's a lot of pressure there, but I think we have some good content here. So talking about our session today, I just want to level set. What we're going to be talking about is a journey we've had over the last several years at the University of Wisconsin-Madison to bring leadership and staff together to kind of create this vision of what the university can be as an intellectual home to serve all types of learners and aspirations to achieve that. We use the word intellectual home, and I'm going to give an acknowledgement to our colleague Steve Hahn, who hopefully some of you had the chance to see speak earlier today. I think he was on. But he coined that phrase because home meant it's somewhere that's not just a place to go get a degree or a certificate. It's actually a place that's going to provide access to the community for education and enable not just the current stop on the learning journey, but what the next and the following, and a one-stop place where people can come in at any point, but they could be there forever. This is not a story of how we've made it and we've changed decades of traditions and habits and the way people work. If anything, it's the first chapter in a book or an early chapter in a book that we hope we'll read about that change and how we make it there at some point. The disruption is going to be constant, and our ability to change to meet not just today's disruptions, but future ones is going to be an ongoing thing. So that we're in an early chapter. We're still working on it, and we'll talk a little bit about some of our successes, but also some places where we haven't been. I'm going to start with a few different numbers and words here, and to kind of set the stage for our story. The first one is 75,000 plus, and this number came from the university's lifelong learner strategy 2020. It was written back in 2015, and this was the amount of non-credit enrollments in 2014. It's a big number. The aspirations were to be over 200,000 by 2020. And I'm sticking with the number of 2014 because it represents two things. First, it represents a number of a finite set of learners based off what we knew just 6 years ago, who they were, what types of ways they'd interact with the university. And it was very finite and defined. And since that time, a lot's changed. The university systems reorg, consolidated extension into the 4-year programs. Pre-college was adopted at Madison. You know, a lot's changed where that number is blown out of the water, and the students and learners we're looking at and the enrollments are way different than what they were just 5 years ago. So the growth has happened, but in an almost inorganic way. We've still seen growth and the evolution of what non-credit and non-traditional demand and who's coming, but a lot's piled on to what was already those 75,000, which leads us to the next number. It's a word, not a number, but many, and many represents the technology, the shadow systems, the spreadsheets, and in some cases, the paper clipboard documents that have been used to manage these now hundreds of thousands of learners and students and enrollments. And I use many intentionally. We always expect to see several systems and several ways to manage things, but many is meant to kind of call out the, what I say, the untamed nature of the ecosystem right now. If herding cats was a thing in technology, this is a whole cat farm of them. It's just a lot. There's many there. And so pulling an accurate number of where we are today is not an easy task. But if we think about aspirational goals and growing, and as Carrie was talking about, creating new revenue channels, if you're building on that unsteady foundation and the foundation's completely changed, it gets difficult to grow and it's not sustainable. The next number there is infinity, and that represents the amount of learning journeys that the university aspires to support. And again, very intentional here. This was not meant to be hyperbole, but there are literally infinite types of learning journeys that we see as part of the mission of the university today and in the future to support. And we're not at the point where we can support them all yet. Now, all of us here have been in higher ed for some time. We probably all have a very finite set of student types and learning journeys that we're comfortable with. We've gone through the exercise at UW where we started to whiteboard what types of, the students were saying, what are the personas. And usually there's a core group that we all center around, a lot of overlap with a few outliers, but that core group is what we've all come familiar with. And that core group of learners and learning types are what higher education, many institutions, systems, processes, and all those things have been built off of for the last several decades. But we put infinite here because as we started to peel back and think about the disruption and how this is happening, we started to realize that we had to break down our own preconceived barriers of learning types and journeys. And I'm going to use a story of a family as an example, just one family with a few different learning journeys of where we broke down some of these barriers and we had some aha moments. So the mother and the father in this family got pregnant while they were in high school, and due to their circumstances, the times they lived in, the financial burdens of starting a family, they dropped out of high school and didn't get their degrees. Over the next several years, they expanded their family, had 4 children, but as is a common theme in stories with parents who are young and don't have an educational foundation to build off of, there was a lot of struggles and challenges. And almost a decade after dropping out of high school, the mother went back to school and went to pursue a certificate for early childhood education. She went to night school at the local state university. She'd work during the day, come home and prepare dinner for the family in the evening, and then many times take her youngest children, her 2 youngest, with her, and they sit in the back of the class at the state university. And that was a pathway for her to get out of the low-wage manual labor job she was working and start a career as a teacher at a preschool and kindergarten, and eventually work her way up to become the director in charge of the school. That was just one journey in the family. The youngest of the 4 children actually was the first to receive college credit, and in middle school started taking some classes to supplement at the local community college to supplement the education. It was the first college credit courses ever taken in the family. The second youngest, the daughter, out of high school, pursued a bachelor's degree, achieved it at another state university, went into teaching, and after a few years in the career field, went back to a different university and actually got her master's, which was pretty powerful. The first advanced degree and the only advanced degree in the entire family. Now, flipping back to the youngest, that journey took a dip, and after dropping out of college pretty early in the college career to pursue a paycheck and a career, which is common for low-income first-generation students. After several years in the career field, the youngest child went back and enrolled in some executive education programs at 2 different universities and started furthering their career and their education and their specialty. Across all 4 of the children, there are a host of professional certificates, different certifications, and at least 18 different colleges, universities, and institutions of education that were visited in that process. Now, the reason I tell that story is we go back to our preconceived notions of learner journeys. When we started whiteboarding what community, what learners we want to serve, only one of those 5 journeys actually made it onto our whiteboard, the daughters. The other 4, the junior high student, the college dropout who returns, the professional certificates, the mother trying to get out of, and social mobility, those never made it. And especially surprising for me was after having been in higher education for nearly a decade at this point in time, I stopped thinking about all those other journeys and just focused on the traditional ones we were comfortable with. And it really surprising to me because that journey, that story is actually my family story. I'm one of the learning journeys that I forgot existed and that the traditional education ecosystem didn't necessarily support. And as we think about our numbers and we come back to the next number, which is 1, the entire idea behind creating this vision and thinking about lifetime learning was to create a singular intellectual home, a place where all of those journeys could be experienced and people can enter in at any point in their journey and achieve their next level. And that's a highly aspirational goal, but the goal that we call One Badger at the university, we're going to talk a little bit more about and go through here. So the next slide here is our intro to our message on One Badger. It's the intro to the vision document that we produced. And it has a mission statement and talks about the Wisconsin idea, and it talks about the things that we see about at institutions. Everybody has a mission statement, everybody has community promises and things that we want to achieve. But the most powerful message that came off of the message on One's Badgers, if you look at the bottom of this and the authors of this document, it represented leadership across the university, academic and administration, traditional learners and non-traditional, technology and non-technology. Several learners came together and we tried to create a common vision, and not just a common vision that would serve the purpose of one area of the university, but all areas of the university. And as we work through this, the most powerful, or I'll say potentially powerful part of all of this was that we brought all the different leadership together. The mission statements, the Wisconsin idea, all these things had existed for decades and upon decades. But the idea of these leaders coming together was something new. And what we did was we took these visions and these mission statements and we tried to put them into something that was tangible, something that could actually be taken back and brought into the daily lives of how we make plans, how we run projects, how we put targets around enrollment, who we hire, how we collaborate, where departments sit. Everything we do can fit into these very strategic goals. So we've taken a mission statement, we've built a common vision, we brought different leaderships and units together, and then we made it as tangible as possible while still having the ability to be aspirational and something we can continue to grow into. Now this is where we've come to, but it's not where we started. Where we started was a very technology-centric start. And this is a picture of a rabbit hole. I know it doesn't look like a rabbit hole, but I really like the picture, so I used it anyways. But we started with a series, and we started the way most engagements and most efforts start, and we've been doing it for years. There was a need, there was a gap, there was a challenge, and we got a narrow solution, and we put our solution, we found the nail and we hit it with our hammer. And we had several of these happening across different departments of the university in parallel. But I use the picture of a rabbit hole because as we went down the rabbit hole of these projects, we started to see the same discussions happening at multiple departments. We started to see everybody working on the same visions, the same challenges, and we realized that we were all doing the same thing in different ways. And so that rabbit hole forced us to think about collaboration and forced us to think about how these goals became a reality across departments, across units, and eventually fed into the discussions about how we create that broader vision. I'm going to hand it over to Scott now to talk a little bit about how that's been realized and some of the things we've done.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. I think it's important to recognize as we had all these projects converging, we were really looking at how might we take a step back? How might we think about these little specific ways that we were working on very project-specific things towards this journey to the cloud? And I think that was an important thing for us to recognize, is that stepping back. There were two kind of other real interesting things that were happening at the time of campus. One was that former, and many of you heard him speak earlier, Vice Provost Steve Hahn was really reorganizing the Division of Enrollment Management to give an RO that real lead technology focus. As many of you know, the registrar sits at the nexus of campus. We're the intersection between the academic programs and the community. We support student services, and we assist through that, through our technological positioning and integrations. And so bringing the RO into the discussion, we really talked about how do we elevate this and talk about these goals and this vision in a much broader sense. Not necessarily as something as specific targets that we could check off, but as something that we could actually set out forward as aspirational and as a horizon. How might we keep working towards that horizon when we think about this very exciting vision and goals? The other piece is that at the time that this was happening, the registrars were involved in a conversation about the traditional transcript. The traditional transcript, as we know, is nothing more than a scorecard. It has grades and courses, and it's based on time. And it was really never developed to be that tool that explains a student's learning journey. So when we hear about the story that Brandon shared, that very powerfulness of these different approaches to students and learners' educational goals, how might we think a little bit differently about the traditional undergraduate, graduate, professional educational paths, and think about this as a much broader journey in a comprehensive learner record? And thinking about capturing those learning experiences that happen and how we might be able to present the student with this holistic, comprehensive a set of educational experiences and how they have learned and grown through this journey, whether that be a coding camp when they're 7, or if that might be they're interested in physics when they're in their lifelong learning pursuits. And so how do we bring these things together? And so I think when we think about the vision and the goals, and we think about this broad approach, how do we begin to say, how do we capture these things? How do we think about the systems that we support in our student information space? And how do we start to really bring these together? And so as we step this back from very project-specific things, and we began to start communicating, we were about to move in forward to how we broaden this with our DEM directors, Division of Enrollment Management directors, and then the major disruption, and Brandon's going to advance here to the next slide, in thinking about that major disruption being COVID. So pre-COVID, BC, before COVID, however you like to refer to it, we were really starting to set the stage with our campus CIO, with the Division of Enrollment Management, thinking about how we might start to look at these shifts in the perspectives and how we align the different projects that we have on campus towards this one Badger vision and philosophy and goal set of goals. And I think that started with some partnership that the division had with our Division in Continuing Studies. So as we think about those non-credit or non-traditional learning experiences that are administered with our partners in the Division of Continuing Studies, we actually brought into the RO our SIS Cloud Project Manager. And so he became part of our team, and having that expertise in that pipeline between where we were going with our engagement with Oracle Student Cloud, where we were as an institution with our campus solutions, really allowed as the first step of really bringing the registrar into the driver's seat to start building these worlds, at least with pipelines. It might not have been perfect. Was it there? But I think that beginning baby steps that the campus was taking really actually started to help us through the pandemic. When you think about, technological shifts or just the pandemic in this itself, with the external pressures, we, like many campuses, we implemented a disruptive grading option. And that disruptive grading option really took forth the collaboration across the different entities. We thought about that from an enrollment management perspective, bringing the different schools and colleges. As I heard Carrie speak, we are 13 schools and colleges, very distributed and very decentralized. We're not as bad as the Ivies, nothing to throw the Ivies under the water, but we are very, very distributed. And so it's been really wonderful to see the fruits of that labor, even though we didn't get it off as much as we could have, to really start influencing and really start to play out. I think as we think about these things, we'll be able to continue that work in addressing them. And as we scroll, go ahead, Brandon, as we think about how we get back to these, I think there's been kind of two additional ways, even during pandemic, that we've been able to help here. One, as we think about just a very specific example with our comprehensive learner record and thinking about all these learning experiences in the non-credit space, in partnership with my dear colleague in the Division Continuing Studies, I usually refer as the non-credit registrar. She's a dear colleague and we always joke and have fun together. We actually were able to develop a partnership to go along with our SIS Cloud Manager. We were able to bring in the person that was the system administrator for Oracle Student Management, which was a pilot a program that we were using to help us with this tracking the non-credit registration, but also as thinking about how do we start to be thoughtful of, we're not there yet, but we know where the horizon is. How do we start planning for that as we move forward in capturing all of these wonderful learning experiences and all the different journeys that people are on? And so through that, we were able to bring in partial oversight and joint administration together to say, okay, now we have both of these resources together with us, developing the new, influencing the development of the new and how those resources will play out, but also understanding and fully appreciating where we are today and some of our original sins. And so how do we take those original sins and how we built our student information system with these goals in mind? How do they support our aggressive enrollment management goals? And finally, I think as how we think about this, one further example that's really important is about, you heard Brandon speak to the fabric of our institution is the Wisconsin idea. If you're not familiar with that, the Wisconsin idea is what we do on this, on our campus needs to influence the state, the nation, and the world. And so how do we think about, we've been looking at how do we advance our online undergraduate degree programs, because we have a great deal of students in our, or learners and citizens of our state who have, and I think the numbers are like 850,000 learners that have some college but haven't completed a degree. And so how do we build off this these one Badger strategic goals or this one Badger vision to think about what are the new pathways that these learners might come to our campus? How might we serve them? How might we provide the experiences and the learning opportunities that they need to help advance where they are? And how do we create more powerful stories like Brandon shared? How do we influence and better the people in this state? And how do we use that Wisconsin idea to advance those for our citizens and for folks in the world? And so it's very lofty. I won't, are we perfect? No. Are we trying to take baby steps here? But I think as we've socialized this more and more, and as we can come out of the pandemic, I think it's going to be a really exciting place for us to go. And I think the comprehensive learner record and how we approach our CRM, if we can use these goals and principles, and when we use these goals and principles, we're really going to be able to support our learners and develop and create that intellectual home, which is so important. So that's what I've got. We're happy. That's the end of our presentation. We have a few minutes here left for questions. Would love to hear more about that and hear from you. Thank you.
Now, Scott, that's awesome. You have a crew representing you. I was messaging them on chat, both Sarah and Stu. I believe it's Sarah you were talking about. You got to at least call her out, and give her some rep. No, but one thing that I am really impressed with is that you have been doing this ahead of the curve. Coming out of the pandemic, the discussions I'm having with universities is about continuing ed, lifelong learning. And maybe it's because our firm is really focused on future of work, and how does future of work really start to allow for an institution to really expand their offerings and things like that. So you talked a lot about that stuff. So I think it is important to recognize your continuing ed side's efforts to bring you to a position to allow you to have the connection with people after they go to the traditional sense, right? So who in your group works with the pre-college students? Who's in charge of those type of students that you're really trying to engage with?
Yeah, so that's what our division continuing studies, and I don't know if she's allowed, I don't know how the Zoom works. She could jump in, and Sarah could probably speak to this too. But our division continuing students has been deemed responsible for coordinating the pre-college programs. That's for a couple reasons, and we didn't really get into this much. As many institutions, and I don't want to air our dirty laundry, but we had a myriad of ways of pre-college activity being tracked. That's everything from Google Sheets to cigar boxes to paper forms to systems. And that risk in today's world was a real concern for campus. We want to make sure that our youth and our youth are in the classroom with people that are qualified, that have gone through the necessary background checks. And so as we think about these pre-college programs, the campus made the decision to provide that responsibility for Division of Continuing Studies. Through Sarah's leadership, she's the assistant dean in Division of Continuing Studies. Through her leadership, we were able to look at the Oracle Student Management platform as a way for us to begin to track these learning experiences so that we would understand where our youth are on campus. And so they've taken that leadership role. And it's really the collaboration piece around One Badger brought Sarah and myself and Stu and Brandon together to really think about how do we move this forward from non-credits over here, youth and youth programs, and that is over here. And we have our credit, the big bad credit world over here. It's really thinking about how do those come together to create the intellectual home, two, to create a comprehensive learner record that captures all of these learning opportunities. And then I think the thing that is a very exciting, and this isn't something I've given a total thought, and maybe some of the experts here could think, is how do we begin to advise our students to put these learning experiences together to contextualize what they've learned. That's really going to explain what that intellectual home is, as well as to provide the best experiences for our learners.
Well, I want to say thank you to both of you guys. It was a really good discussion. We're going to have more of these summits. Honestly, we had a topic on future of learning yesterday that probably could take a summit of its own. I believe lifelong learning probably could be its own summit, to be honest with you, because there are so many different things that we have to think about. You use the word pathways, and you use the word, ledgers, and all these things are what we have to think about when we think about a lifelong learning model, right? And how does a blockchain come into play? These are all these things that are going to be just an amazing set of topics. But Brandon, you're looking good. Scott O, it's good seeing you again. I am actually going to invite my colleague, Brian Dick from Colorado State University. I don't know if he is on. There he goes. Brian, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Matt. How are you doing?
I'm good. It's always good to see you. It's good to see you. So Brian and I He actually founded Jobsology, which is owns Pathway U, and has really just been a champion about passion and passion profiling. And I'm really passionate about the future of work and fit for purpose. My colleague at Deloitte by the name of Steve Hatfield, kind of said to me, hey, Matt, in higher ed, we got to figure out the fit for purpose. And I just took it from Steve and I use it all the time. So kudos to Steve Hatfield from Deloitte for, teaching me that piece of it. But I actually believe there's a fit for purpose in every major in what happens afterwards, right? So Brian is here to really talk about, what are majors like and how is it fit for purpose with the understanding that jobs are changing, people are changing. My son who's 13, by the time he comes into college, his interests are going to be different, jobs are going to be different. And my daughter who's going to go to college, probably will be done with college. She's probably going to come back to college at that stage, right? And the question is, how does a university continue to have a fit for purpose model as they move forward through the traditional as well as the other one? So Brian, I'm not going to take too much of your time. If you can present your Quiller, and I believe the audience should have it also. There you go. I'm going to let you go, and then I'll be right back.
All right, that sounds great. Thanks for the introduction, Matt. It's a real privilege to be with all of you and to be part of this event. What immense value, from an inaugural event to have this group of people together. I know I've been learning a ton from it, and it's, like I said, just a real privilege to be able to present and to engage in this conversation with you all. So Matt mentioned I'm a faculty member in the psychology department at Colorado State University and also a co-founder of Jobsology. And Jobsology is sort of a spin-off of some research that we had done at Colorado State that's developing products designed to help foster a sense of purpose using the science of vocational psychology. And in setting up this story, I thought I'd start by just sharing a little bit about my own journey. Might give you some insight as to why I'm motivated to engage in this conversation, but also there are elements of the 19-year-old version of me that I think shows up frequently in the work that you do in higher education with students and learners. So I was one of these undergraduate students who was an eager student. I think I took my studies very seriously, and fortunately I was surrounded by people who were in my corner. I had a lot of support, but I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. And it wasn't that I was listless, heading in the wrong direction, didn't have a lot of things going my way. It was just that I had broad interests, and the having to choose one path, if that meant not having to choose other paths, that scenario was just paralyzing to me in terms of my career decision making. So I don't know if I actually received letters from the registrar saying, Brian, you're going to be a junior next year and we're not going to let you register for classes until you declare a major, but that might have happened. And so ultimately, I think what I recognize now in myself was, although I had very broad interests and I really did desire, to make some kind of positive impact in the world, I just didn't have a clear sense of purpose. I wanted to, I just didn't know what pathway would allow me to kind of optimize what makes me unique in a way that makes the world better somehow. And so long story short, I ended up kind of defaulting into psychology because I had more credits in that than in other majors I was considering, and it was interesting enough. So I had a psych major. I decided, since I still didn't quite know what I wanted to do, I'd just go on to graduate school and keep my education going, knowing that would delay the decision of what I was going to do with my life. I ended up studying counseling psychology in a program at University of Minnesota that I discovered when I got there was well known for its contributions to research and theory and practice related to vocational psychology and career development. And as part of my path as a graduate student there, I worked in a clinic. We had a career assessment clinic with middle career adults. Many of them were objectively very successful, but subjectively totally miserable, hated their work. And a lot of them, unprompted by me, would say things like, you know, I wish I had discovered my calling. I wish I had a clearer sense of purpose. And that spoke to me for a couple of reasons. One, I was still, even then, trying to get some clarity on my own sense of purpose. But it also helped me realize this is a really common problem. And it really kind of slows things down for folks. It disrupts things when they're not able to link to something that's really personally meaningful to them within their education, within their career. And so, you know, at the time as a graduate student, I decided, hey, maybe I'll look at what psychological research, social science research has had to say about this topic. I conducted a lit review, lit search, found very, very few attempts to apply the methods of science to understand this. And that's when I had a bit of an aha moment. Maybe part of my calling is to apply these systematic methods of science to understand what it looks like and what difference it makes for people who approach their work with a sense of purpose as a calling. And so I started to do that, and I was fortunate to land a faculty job where I had the freedom to develop a network of collaborators. And it was really perfect timing because I think with the advent of positive psychology, there was a real hunger and appetite to wrap our minds around what it looks like to experience work and education as purposeful. And so since that time, you know, we've gone from fewer than 10 studies published in all of history related to a sense of calling or purpose at work, which was the case 15 years ago, to now more than 600 studies. So this new science of purposeful work has emerged and has become a global phenomenon. This is something that scholars from all over the world, at least pre-pandemic, you know, would gather to share what they're learning and engage in this really exciting conversation. And so just a quick distillation of the basic method that we've used to investigate this question. If you're going to study something in psychology, you have to come up with a way to measure it. And so we've designed some scales that measure purposeful work, and then we administer those scales in many studies along with other scales that measure other things. And we use some, you know, now with 600 plus studies, there are some very sophisticated longitudinal designs that have been used. But what it boils down to is that we've discovered students, learners, and workers who perceive a sense of purpose are more confident and satisfied, and they experience more meaning in their work and education than do students who lack a sense of purpose. And so sense of purpose within education and work is associated with a lot of career development benefits, but it's broader than that. When students think of their education and career as purposeful, they're happier and they experience life as a whole as having more meaning than do students who don't think of their education and careers that way. And for those of you who are really attuned to the quote unquote harder outcomes, those types of attitudes we know from lots of other research, confidence, satisfaction with a major, with my educational experience, meaning in the process, those kinds of attitudinal outcomes, we'll call those intermediate outcomes, are themselves linked to those harder target outcomes like GPA or performance within a person's education, as well as persistence toward the degree, so retention and graduation rates, and then success in the job search process. So to me, you know, this emerging new science of purposeful work is this kind of validation that a sense of purpose is really essential. It's not the only pathway towards success, but it's a key linchpin. Once a student is able to identify what my sense of purpose is, where all this is leading, and how that matters to me in a personal way, that really drives a lot of key outcomes. And so then that begs the question, you know, what should we be after? You know, what kinds of things can we do within higher education to foster a sense of purpose among students. And there's a bigger conversation around this with more bullet points than we have time for in this presentation, but I'm going to highlight 3. The first one is fit. So you know that people are unique, and there's this long history within vocational psychology studying individual differences. People are unique. I like to use the word gifts, but when I use that word gifts, I don't mean giftedness. I just mean what differentiates people, what makes them unique in terms of their quote-unquote work personalities. Well, it's things like vocational interests, it's things like work values, personality traits, workplace culture preferences, these kinds of things. Each person has a unique constellation of attributes that can be reliably assessed. So part of it is helping students, learners understand what makes them unique, but then also evaluate how the ways in which they're unique maps onto pathways that are available to them in the world of work. So it's this notion of fit, right? To the extent to which a person's psychological profile aligns with the training programs that they're in, the career paths that they're pursuing, the better the outcomes for that people. It's an important predictor. So fit is key. The second bullet here is integration. So instead of segmenting one's education and career away from the rest of life, if we're talking about purpose, we have to bring those things together. We have to integrate those things, which means engaging students in a process where they're able to identify connections between what they're studying and what they're aspiring to, and a broader sense of purpose in life as a whole. And when people experience that kind of integration between, what Crystal Park, a social psychologist at UConn, refers to as a global meaning system, when a person's global meaning system aligns with their experience of their education and their career development, then really good outcomes result. And then the last piece of this that I'll highlight now is the importance of engaging in this process within a community of support. This kind of discerning a sense of purpose and then seeking ways to live it out, it's a process that doesn't work as well in a vacuum. And so creating experiences for students to leverage their support network, to lean on not only encouragement, but modeling, guidance from role models, mentoring relationships, those kinds of things play a really essential role in the development of a sense of purpose. And so if those are the goals, what are some tools or strategies we can use to pursue those goals? Well, in terms of evaluating what makes me unique and looking at ways to discern a sense of fit, there are a number of tools involving assessments related to this. Psychological assessment, that's not the only way to achieve this. There are guided self-exploration activities that can be useful. But if you're looking for efficiency, if you're looking for digital tools that can help facilitate this, there are a number of high-quality platforms, and I'm partial to one of them because that's part of what we've developed with Pathway U, but it allows a learner to assess themselves efficiently and then reflect on that information and use it to drive decision making. My one caveat here would be to say, if you want to pursue making these types of resources available, you have to enlist the help from somebody who understands reliability and validity. It's absolutely essential. If you're giving people information about themselves and then asking them to use that to drive decision making, it's got to be accurate information. And so there are many, many assessments that haven't leaned on best practices in terms of how they're developed and evaluated, and a number of them that have, and I would just steer you toward those tools and resources that are able to demonstrate evidence that they meet high standards for reliability and validity. The second bullet here is promoting active engagement on the part of students through evidence-based activities, things that we know work based on research on career interventions. And when I say career interventions here, I don't mean interventions like the show intervention. I mean any kind of career counseling activity whether that's one-on-one career counseling or a structured group intervention or a classroom-based or an online intervention. There are now decades of research within career development that has experimentally tested these types of interventions. And in fact, there are now meta-analyses, that is, studies of these studies, that are really important in looking over a whole body of research and then distilling what are the key takeaways, those critical ingredients that we know we need to include if we're creating these kinds of opportunities for learners. And so I'll just give you one quick example. Steve Brown and colleagues at Loyola University Chicago conducted one of these meta-analyses, combing the research literature to find every experimental test they could of a career intervention. And they looked at these overall effects across all those studies and were interested in two questions. The first one is, do these kinds of interventions actually work? Do they help? That is, do people with career development needs and concerns, are they better off because they've participated in these types of interventions than people with similar concerns who don't? And then the other question they were interested in is, if it is in fact the case that these interventions do work, and if some work better than others, what differentiates those super effective, very impactful interventions from the ones that don't work as well? And so the answer to that first question that they discovered was absolutely. Students, learners with career development needs who participate in these kinds of interventions do have better outcomes than people with similar needs who do whatever it is they would do on their own. But there also are some critical ingredients, some evidence-based practices that we know are linked to really good outcomes. And there's a wide range of them. I'm not going to talk about all of them. I'll just mention a couple because they're on the screen here. Expressive writing exercises, especially those that involve setting SMART goals. I mean, we know the importance of setting goals for people in terms of their career development. It's a phenomenon where if you don't know where you're going, you'll probably end up somewhere else. But when you're asked to think through goals and then write them down, there's something about the act of writing them down that kind of increases their impact and effectiveness. Part of it, I think, is taking these vague ideas bouncing around in a student's mind and being kind of asked to distill them, put language to them, which you have to do when you write them out. And then part of it is the act of putting things in writing creates a kind of psychological contract of a learner with herself or himself. And so that's one example. And then the other is, having access to accurate occupational information. And there are lots of different sources, including online, of accurate occupational information, but establishing a network where you're able to talk with people who are doing the kind of work that you aspire to do is a powerful way to do that as well. An informational interview where you get up-to-date information from people in the trenches with also some modeling and some advice. So those are some very straightforward, specific things that I think ought to be part of what an institution of higher learning should make available for students. The third bullet here is building support. And this speaks again to that need to create opportunities for students to leverage the support and mentoring from other people in a really straightforward way that I usually advise thinking through this with students is, look, companies have boards of directors, right? If you're involved in a company, you've got a board, and members of that board often are selected because they have special expertise and can provide special guidance. So what does it look like for a student to establish their own personal board of directors where you select, say, 3 to 5 people who you look up to, who have your best interests at heart, who can serve as mentors, who don't have an agenda for you? And just make sure it's more than one person. Have multiple people so that you get different perspectives and then can look at how those different perspectives converge. There's a lot of wisdom often in those points of convergence. So if you're engaging in these kinds of activities as a learner, then that question of what is my purpose for my education, for my career, active engagement in these types of activities usually helps an answer to that question about purpose start to emerge. It starts to kind of bubble to the top and clarity starts to set in. Now, Alex mentioned the future of work, the changing world of work, the changing environment of education. And, obviously the pandemic has hastened some of the changes that we already saw brewing. So, long gone are the days where there's a loyal employer who will shepherd you through your career path until you collect a pension. Now a different kind of labor agreement and the rise of the gig economy. I mean, students, learners have to learn to be free agents. That's one change. The Internet of Things and every job turning into a tech job. That's a big change. The rise of automation and the concern that robots are coming to displace all of us. That's a big change. I think for students to survive in the future world of work, the types of competencies that are required is led by the ability to adapt, to be nimble, to roll with changes. And a sense of purpose, I think, is so essential in terms of a person's educational and career development, because a sense of purpose transcends any specific job title. And it provides coherence. Look, if there's anything that we can count on, it's that change is not going to be the exception. It's going to be the rule. It already is. And so for somebody to experience purpose in their work, knowing that change is inevitable and that they'll have to be nimble and adapt to it, being able to link to a broader sense of purpose that transcends any particular job title is going to be just a huge resource for learners and students as they navigate this changing world of work. So I'm looking at the time. It's 24 minutes past the hour. I'll pause here and see if there are any questions. Matt, you're muted. There you go.
There you go. Now I'm mute. I was on mute. Thanks so much. We are pretty systematic in the way we do this. So you hit it right on the time. I think our warnings and chimes. So the statement you made, if you don't know where you're going, you won't end up. You may end up somewhere else. That should be a motto for me. If I didn't know where I was going and I ended up in higher ed. So think about that. There's probably a handful of people that are in the same boat as I am. No one walks in and says, I'm going to go to college and I'm going to go work in higher ed, especially in the back offices and things like that. But, you brought a lot of great topics around this. You brought a lot of research, which I think is really important. So one of the things that we're noticing as we speak to schools, I'll be honest, prior to the pandemic and my discussions after the pandemic are different in terms of buy-in to a shift, right? Before the pre-pandemic, it was, we're going to do an academic curriculum. This is what we stand for. This is what it is. As soon as the pandemic hit, and now they're looking at, hey, people can learn remotely. People can want a shorter time frame in education. Now you have continuing ed becoming a bigger part. You have community colleges becoming a bigger part. You're now starting to question the programs in there. What do you say to schools that are now about to think about the shift? What are the things that they should be thinking about to allow for that, I would say a pivot, because I still think there's still a traditional path that I think everyone should still stay on. But I believe there is a greater opportunity to expand offerings. What are the advice you would give to the folks that are listening in at colleges, say, you know what, we need to build a little bit more beyond traditional? And then how do I use this passion profile model to bring them to a fit for purpose career path?
I think my advice would be, obviously, if you don't adapt and change as an institution, you're going to get left behind. I mean, that much is clear and obvious. But it's not an either or. It's not, should we change who we are in order to adapt? There is a way to do it thoughtfully where you retain what's most distinctive and important to you as an institution while innovating and thinking through new ways to deliver these things. Right? And so, a lot of that means seeking input from the key stakeholders, but a lot of it also means being willing to take risks and just building in some opportunities to pause and then evaluate. Are we innovating in the right ways and in a way that still allows us to retain what's most distinctive to our own identity, whatever that looks like for that type of institution. And from the perspective of purpose, to me, I mean, I'm biased because I've built my whole career around understanding this, right? If your focus is on helping learners and students understand what's purposeful to them, how does what matters most to them in life influence the steps that they take along the way, you realize that there's not just one way to accomplish that goal, right? There are multiple ways to accomplish that goal while retaining what's most distinctive about the institution's identity and honoring that objective that a student has to make this matter to me, not just make me career ready, not just increase my earning potential, but to be something that helps me live an integrated life. And then there's a lot of objectives that fall underneath that goal, but if I had to distill it into, like a 30-second response, I probably already exceeded 30 seconds, but that's how I would do it.
Yeah, I fell into my passion, right? Higher ed wasn't my passion. I fell into it. But I think what I recognized, even when I did pick my criminal justice major, I recognized what I was passionate about. I liked reading stories. I liked understanding history of something. I wanted to see what the implications were. Like all these things were like elements of how I now apply everything here. That's why I'm really passionate about, let's look at what happened the last 8 years and make sure we don't do that the next 8 years, right? That's where I come with that. Any guidance?
I was just going to say, I'm so glad you shared that, Matt, because that is actually an example. You're studying criminal justice as an undergraduate with these objectives, but those purposes that you just laid out, I'm willing to bet are exactly what you're pursuing now in a very different way, in a different, from a different angle. So it provides coherence to what, might feel to some like a disjointed path, right?
Yeah. And, and if you've been here since yesterday, I talked about my daughter applying to college and she's asking me what major to pick. And I'm like, hey, pick a major that you want to go to class and learn.
Yeah.
Right. Don't default your major, because you like to learn about something. Don't default it. Like I like criminal justice. I didn't default it into my career. Right. I designed student systems. I've never coded a software in my life, yet I could design most systems right now. Brian, we could probably have many more of these discussions. I want to say thanks again for the time and the insight. We're now going to bring Rodney Alsip, who is also focused on, how does programs impact graduate students and so forth. So Brian, thanks so much. Rodney, I don't know if you're in the audience, but I'm going to let JTH get going on it. Brian, we'll speak soon.
All right. Thank you.
JTH, it's all yours.
Thank you. Rodney's in the audience. If you promote him to co-host there so he can share.
All right. Got it.
So welcome here. That was a very interesting talk. We're going to now talk and hear from Rodney Alsop, who is a professor and emeritus and a associate dean for graduate programs at Kennesaw State University. And we're going to talk about unbundling graduate programs and the MBA. Rodney really comes at this from a great angle. He's a founding director of several MBA programs, including the one that's the corporate one for Verizon, the one at IBM in Atlanta, University System of Georgia, their web MBA, and executive MBA for physicians. He is also director of international programs for the Romanian American Postgraduate School of Business and is the founder of the MBA News Digest and the MBA News Digest Academy. So, Rodney, are you on? Are you able to share your screen?
John,
and really quick,
I'm trying to share.
It's not working, Rodney?
How about now? The sharing's not working.
Okay, let's see.
Let's see here.
JTH, why don't you share? But while you're while we're getting the share up, I want to give you just a background on how I met Rodney. I was doing a I don't know if Rodney, if you remember this, I did a future of work keynote at Michigan State. Rodney was in the audience. In the end of my presentation, Rodney was asking a lot of great questions, and he was citing stats and data and everything else. And I was like, wow, this guy is totally in and understands, what schools have to do. And then afterwards, I was sitting around with a cup of coffee. They're like, do you know who that guy was that's been talking to you about all that stuff? He's Rodney Allsep. We all listened to him. And so all of these graduate programs basically said, Rodney is like the guy that they all listen to. And of course, I befriended Rodney after, and he has the MBA Digest, and it is well known in the market, and he's well known. And me and Rodney have become really good friends. And Rodney, I'm grateful for the time that you're giving us.
And I'm glad that we can count ourselves as those who listen to you.
Thank you.
I'll drive, and I've got it up. You'll just tell me, as to when you want to move on. I'll be glad to do that. And then I'm going to kill my video, but I'll be here on mute.
Okay, John. Thanks, Matt and John. It's kind of interesting because I think after watching all of the sessions yesterday and most of those today, I think I now know enough to prepare this session. I feel like I'm bringing up having to meet a high standard for all of the presenters that have come to this point now. Briefly, just my pathway. Matt, you've shared yours, and several others have shared theirs. I came from a rural community and went to a state institution, and after the first year, that institution asked me to not return because of such a stellar academic performance that year as a freshman. Then, some 9 years later, I earned a doctoral degree from that same institution. It's one of those things that I had not planned on, but at the same time, I did find my ultimate career and probably passion, so to speak. But let me start off with just a little bit of what I do. As the founder and publisher of the MBA News Digest, I've had the privilege of publishing a weekly intelligence briefing for graduate program leaders and their team members. The objective of that is to keep them informed about what's going on in graduate education, graduate business education, and higher education. And the B School, and this is about B schools around the world. Now, I connect and interact with several thousand graduate business education professionals each month. In preparing the weekly briefings, I've curated and archived more than 10,000 articles for subscribers since 2007. Doing so has given me a unique opportunity to make observations about graduate education and higher education and how it's responding to this ever-changing business environment. Now you can see that my frame of reference is graduate business education. However, I think the points that I'll make today apply to all graduate programs being offered today at most institutions. Now, my comments will be coming from a graduate program director's perspective, a program management perspective that's deep in the campus organization, looking up and out, if you will. And I'll follow the format that most everyone else has followed with a little bit of why, what's next if the status quo is maintained, and close with some suggestions and thoughts. So let me start with 3 themes. And John, if you'll run it to the 3 themes, I'll talk about those for a few seconds. These three themes have kept my attention during the past 2 or 3 years. What I see is a lack of recognition and responsiveness to what is termed exponential change, as evidenced by a lack of curriculum change and new course development. Now, I'm not talking about the change that's associated with COVID-19. I'm talking about the systemic and pervasive change that is occurring outside of higher education's institutions. This change is going to continue even after COVID. However, the pandemic does provide an opportunity for action should campus leaders want to address any aspect of these three themes. So why should you be thinking about these themes and how will each impact you and your organization? Okay, John, we'll go to the next one. Individuals and organizations react to change in different ways at different rates. And this is a chart from Deloitte. I've used it multiple times in many things that I've done. It shows the rate of change for the past 5 or so decades that's associated with technology, individuals, businesses, and public policy. Now you can see a disparity between these 4 trend lines. The greatest rate of change is associated with technology. Now that's not surprising, while the least is associated with public policy. And for most of us, that's not surprising either. Now, with the rate of change increasing at increasing rates and using this chart as a reference point, let me ask you a few questions. I would like for you to answer each question by visualizing a trend line similar to these 4 and fitting it on this graph. Where would your current and future students fit? Second, where do the employers of your students and alumni fit? And third, where would your institution and faculty and staff fit? And fourth, where would the course and curriculum content of any of your graduate management education programs fit? Now, let me speculate just a little bit. Your answers to the first 2 questions likely fitted lines that closely paralleled the individual and business trend lines. The third question, faculty and staff, you probably would have paralleled the business trend line. Now, to the question that really interests me is your curriculum and course content. Where do you fit your lines? Based on my experience as an associate dean, a faculty member, and a graduate program director, your lines probably paralleled the public policy trend line if you were objective. I say this because your bureaucratic processes and systems are controlling the rate of change, and few academic leaders are willing to tackle the campus bureaucracy to bring about some of the needed changes. Consider the following. 2 top 25 B schools recently reported the completion of their 2-year curriculum review initiatives. 2 years. The reporting was done via press releases in a promotional context. Now, on a related front, research indicates that many B schools conduct major curriculum reviews every 3 to 7 years. Now, if a graduate program's curriculum is taking 2 years to be reviewed and updated, and the review is taking place every 3 to 7 years, then many students are being recruited into programs that may not be preparing them for the roles they will be filling when they graduate, let alone for the roles they will be aspiring to fill. Now, an argument I know could be made that curriculum is kept current through new course offerings, but there's evidence suggesting otherwise. Data from the top 25 US business schools shows an interesting distribution of new graduate course offerings. During the fall of 2017, 132 new courses were offered in these schools. And in 2019, the number grew to 182. If evenly distributed, that's a little over 5 new courses per B school in 2017 and 7 in 2019, but they're not. They're not evenly distributed. The numbers are skewed toward a small number of new courses being offered by 4 schools, and 4 schools offered no new courses. One program alone in 2017 accounted for 18 new courses. Through additional inquiry, I found that the B school that added 18 new courses approves new courses at the department level in as little as 30 to 45 days. The programs that offered no new courses can take as much as an academic year to approve a new course. Now, there's a very high probability that many courses and program curricula are not keeping pace with the rate of change depicted in the Deloitte chart. If true, then there are several million master's degree holders whose degree content is out of date and may have been out of date when the students graduated. The most recent data from the National Center for Education Statistics shows more than 1 million degree holders were earning their graduate business degrees during the most recent years shown on the Deloitte graph. Now, add to this number earlier graduates from those same programs, and we can see a very, very large market for postgraduate refresher training and lifelong learning skill development, a potential revenue source that is being ignored by many institutions. But more importantly, many graduate programs are failing to fulfill an implicit contract they enter into when they enroll students into their graduate programs, and that is providing them with content that is relevant for their chosen career path. Now, John, if you'll take us to the next slide. Couple the exponential change with something I'm calling the useful life of curriculum course content. Now, let me orient you to this graphic, if you will, and I'll try to talk you through it a little bit blindly. The vertical axis is percentage, the horizontal is time, and my downward sloping line represents the decline in whatever it is you're measuring. Now, what I'm measuring in some cases is relevancy of the course content, recency of the graduate, the mastery of the content, any attribute that you want to measure can be placed on this graph. Now, the green oval represents the total curriculum that an individual is exposed to or is partook in during their degree offering. Now, to the left of my downward sloping line is the percent that is still relevant, the percent of that content that is still relevant. So if you look to the right of the sloping line, that's the percent of the content that is not relevant. When I say that, you can see that theoretically there's a built-in decline, a built-in obsolescence, if you will, that's a function of student learning and retention, curriculum and course relevancy, the work being done by a graduate, the workplace where the work is done, and the makeup of the workforce. And you can see even more growth in market potential for some form of lifelong learning or refresher training and development. Now, here are a few critical questions that graduate program leaders, campus leaders may want to consider. For any given intake of graduates, how much course and curriculum content from the conferring degree is still relevant? And how much of that content did graduates master during their program? And how much of that content did graduates master, retain, and are still using? Now, obviously, extensive research is needed to answer these questions, and most of these answers are going to be at the program specific and relate to assurance of learning. Now, unfortunately, at least on the business school side, the assurance learning programs are viewed as an accreditation compliance issue and not so much as a useful source of action-based decision-making information. Now, John, if you'll take us to the next slide. What happens if status quo prevails? That is, exponential change continues and higher education continues responding to this change as it has in the past. Okay, I think this quote summarizes the situation. Paraphrasing, if the rate of change inside our colleges and universities is slower than outside, we will start seeing programs close, colleges and universities close, and mergers. We're already seeing reductions in force through furloughs and program eliminations, and at some institutions, even tenured faculty are at risk. Now, I realize that many of you want to attribute this to COVID, and there may be some basis for that argument. But what I want to suggest is that COVID was accelerate the timeline for the inevitable. Unfortunately, the response by many campuses to the COVID crisis was to create new degree programs. Since the first day of April, B schools created almost 100 new graduate degree programs. The result of these new programs is likely the cannibalization of existing students or applicants already in the pipeline for existing programs and not necessarily the attraction of new students. So what can campus leaders do? So John, if you'll take us to the next one. First, identify and eliminate legacy rules that no longer serve a useful purpose. Now, many of our legacy rules have a direct impact on our revenue streams as well. I wrote a blog article several weeks ago and posted it. The title, Change These Legacy Rules and Put More Qualified Graduate Student Butts in Seats. Now, one of the examples that I used was repeating a graduate course for credit. Many of our part-time graduate students are taking 3 or 4 years to complete their degree. When faculty members make significant changes to graduate courses they teach, and students took the course 2 or 3 years ago, and the revised course is significantly different, will a student that repeats the course benefit? I think so. Then why not let them repeat the course for credit and pay a fee? Second, implement continuous curriculum and course reviews. Way back in 2011, I wrote an article for the MBA Roundtable titled From Episodic to Continuous Curricular Renewal. I think continuous curriculum and course reviews are a necessity for addressing exponential change. Rather than centralizing course and curriculum change, decentralize it. Give departments the authority for creating new courses and give faculty the flexibility to change their course content as they see fit, rather than going through the departments, the B schools, the campus committee structure. Now, this is particularly important for new course creation. This would create a responsive curriculum that can be changed when change is needed and not 1 or 2 or 3 years down the road. But now keep in mind, one of the problems that we have is most faculty have never been taught how to teach or design a course or manage a graduate program's curriculum. But yet, we've put them in charge of creating and delivering our education product and services. We need to teach them how to be creators and orchestrators of learning experiences and not just deliverers of content. Third, unbundle and refocus current degree offerings. Now, let me explain this using the full-time MBA. The MBA first offered in the US in the early 1900s has evolved to what it is today. Full-time MBA programs, graduate students graduate students with limited or no work experience. These students usually take entry-level jobs that require them to manage frontline employees, projects, processes, etc. It could be 15 to 20 years before they move up in the organization high enough to use much of the content covered in their MBA, which could then be out of date. Put another way, many of our MBA programs are taught as if all of their graduates are going to be Fortune 100 CEOs. Most are not. An alternative is to create a master's in management program that focuses on leading and managing people, and then redesign the MBA so it focuses on leading and managing organizations. Focus the master's in management degree on early adulthood careers and the MBA on middle to late adulthood careers. And emphasize mastery versus exposure in both. All students graduating from the Master's in Management program would be candidates for the MBA. And by the way, they've been pre-screened and have work experience when they would enter the MBA. As a matter of fact, Master's in Management graduates could be granted automatic admissions into an MBA program. Fourth and final, identify and eliminate campus silos. Now, the common silo examples of the alumni and development offices, academic units, faculty research and teaching. One of the major issues with these silos is the possessiveness or ownership of contacts, program graduates, donors, etc. Now, Scott and Brandon earlier in the One Badger program hit on this, and this is their approach is to eliminate some silos on campus. It's going to take a lot more work, but they're moving in the right direction. A common database for all academic units, alumni office and development is rarely created and centrally managed on most campuses. Now, I worked with one institution several years ago. We found 27 databases on campus that contained a list of graduates from various programs. The School of Accountancy had one, nursing had one, and obviously the alumni office had one and the development office had one. From a cost benefit and risk management standpoint, that is a nightmare. But more importantly, if you're creating a new program and you want access to contacts, graduates, and so forth, where do you start when trying to market that new program? Another issue is the faculty research and teaching. Faculty are rewarded for their research, which may or may not contribute to a program's course and curriculum. Rarely are they rewarded for good teaching, only penalized for poor classroom performance. Now, in closing, and you can move it on to one more slide, John. In closing, here are my final thoughts. All of us had memorable learning experiences, some positive and some negative. Two of my most memorable positive experiences, the U.S. Army's helicopter flight training program, which I participated in and attended many years ago, and more recently, ballroom dancing. Yeah, ballroom dancing and social dance. Every day in flight school, I was engaged. Every dance lesson, I am engaged. But both experiences have more in common than engagement. Both were hands-on and both focused on mastery. Traditionally, these types of learning experiences are not found much in higher education. Now, what I have suggested is short-term fixes, so to speak. What's needed is a longer-term approach. And many of the presentations yesterday and today have addressed these long-term approaches. Miriam was fantastic yesterday. And Brent and John's EHE model was fantastic. Or perhaps, Matt, John, perhaps a paradigm shift is needed. And if I recall correctly, paradigm shifts start outside the organization or the industry. Matt, John, you all have brought together a group of thought leaders that are no longer constrained by higher education's culture, traditions, and bureaucracy. We are no longer the insiders. Perhaps this will be the start of a paradigm shift. Now, here's my email address if any of you want to follow up with me. John, let me turn it back to you. And John, hold on a second. I've got to make a change here of some kind. Okay. Nope, I'm still not hearing you.
I can hear you, Rodney. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Matt, but I can't hear John.
Can't hear JTH.
Okay. Well,
there we go. Is that better?
That's much better.
Okay, there we go. So no, that was a great talk, Rodney, and I really liked your discussion about how what you learn, disintegrates sort of over a period of time, and that you can even walk out from a program without actually having the skill that you needed to go into the program with, actually survive in the outside world. I like your discussion of breaking things apart into a management master's and a business master's. Are you seeing any sort of move with schools to do that?
Not directly connecting them. In Europe, I guess maybe 5 or 6 years ago, the one-year master's in management program really got started. It's moved to the US, but they're not viewing it as, I'm not seeing anyone viewing the master's in management as a precursor to an MBA. I'm seeing them treating them as a part of a portfolio of graduate offerings.
The number of new courses that happened before COVID and after COVID really also indicates there's a great deal of conservatism in MBA programs, thinking about what it is that they have to teach.
Yeah.
The new courses that came in post-COVID, were they dispersed more broadly than the new courses that came in pre-COVID?
They're about the same, I think.
Mm-hmm. So are you saying that the concentration of new courses after COVID was still in a small group?
Yes, yes. What's concerning to me is a lot of the small, and this is from a business school side, a lot of the smaller, well-established schools are just not creating new courses, which would suggest to me that the 3 to 7 year big curriculum review things that are done are still in place, which they need to get rid of, that concept, I think.
Well, I just really want to think that was a real interesting viewpoint in terms of business schools, and you can take that and look at other graduate schools as well. We're moving on to actually something that is very similar to that, of just sort of how alternative credentials will be using and supporting this shift in the future. And I'm sure that a lot of unbundling will occur because of that. Rodney, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. It was really great, and thank you for participating and helping to make the afternoon a success.
You're welcome. I've enjoyed it.
So now, Matt, you're on mute.
There's always a lot of uncomfortable conversations, and we're going to be moving into that. So Rodney, me and you always talk about this, and we're always on that edge of like uncomfortableness when we're having the discussion about what higher ed really needs to move to. So our next guest, and I have Freddie Krugers, who is a colleague of mine. I've asked him to join me, and he's moderating this because this is a pretty uncomfortable conversation. I personally, thought I'd watch it from the outside while we have this discussion, but it's about degrees, and we are here in such a traditional sense of the world. Academic hasn't changed, and we're constrained in a lot of ways by the time frame of a university, a credentialing system of a university, a grading system of a university. Like there's all these we have to think about all these things if we're going to think about higher ed shifting, right? Otherwise, we're just going to be paving the same road that I've been talking about. So I've asked a gentleman by the name of Keel, who's really passionate about it, maybe more passionate than I've ever met, but he is passionate about it. And me and Freddie have always had the discussion about how do we get Keel into the discussion where people can start just thinking about it, thinking about what does a degree mean? How do we unbundle that degree and how do we make it more credentialing kind of model? So Freddie, I'm gonna let you run with this. And Keel, I think if you turn on your video, you'll jump onto the stage.
Yeah, thank you very much, Matt. And thank you very much to the whole Beyond team for very engaging and very enlightening 2 days. Thank you, audience, for making it to the happy hour session of the summit. So if you have a beverage, please feel free. So as has been mentioned before numerous times during the summit, and Matt just said it as well, there's a growing recognition that there's a need for credible alternatives or an alternative to the traditional degree system, right? Just doing a simple YouTube search or a Google search will show you many voices and advocates for this, both in higher education, but also outside. So I'm therefore very pleased to introduce one of those voices today, somebody who I've been reading for the last year and a half, especially active on LinkedIn with some very engaging thoughts and very provocative thoughts as well. So I'd like to introduce Keel. Keel is a freelance writer and an editor, but most importantly for us, Keel has a self-declared obsession about education policy and history with a zeal for reform. These were his words. Keel, the floor is yours, and you can start sharing your screen.
Thank you, Fred. You notice Matt got me into a jacket, so I'm taking this very seriously. I'm sorry, Matt, I don't have a flower for my lapel like you, but I try my best.
I'll send you one. All right, I'll send you a couple.
And Fred and I are dressed alike, which is good. So we didn't coordinate beforehand.
Keel, can you share your screen so that others can follow? Or, if not, one of us can do it.
Yeah, so can you try it? I'm having a hard time doing it.
No, I can do it.
It's okay.
I got it. That's why we have multiple people having this link, including our audience. Our audience has it too. So technically they could have followed you also.
You know what I needed to do was go into my preferences and fix it there. I forgot to do that. So sorry about that.
No worries. Okay. No worries. Here you go. You're set to go. Can you see it, Keel?
Can you scroll down to the bio?
Yeah.
Okay, it's like Fred said, there's my background. By the way, that photo's badly outdated. It's like 10 years old. So anyway, I want to convey that my views and my obsession with education policy are very sort of high level structural. And I come at this as someone who is a very, very fervent supporter of higher ed and wants to see it thrive. So it's very, very big picture structural. I don't want to be yet another person that is telling people in higher ed how to do their job or trashing higher ed or anything like that. All the research I've done is, and the passion that Matt talks about is very much about the what I perceive as the structural problems. And Rodney got at, a lot of the speakers so far have gotten at that. And so that's where I'm coming from. And my talk is going to very much focus on the degree system and alternative credentialing. So to give you to come down to slide 2. So how I got on this whole reform kick was about 10 years ago. The issue of college debt really started to be discussed a lot in the media. You saw these stories in books and articles and TV and everything about the whole debt situation. So I was very, very curious about how we got into this predicament. So I started to read and study the issue really, really deeply, and just focus a lot of my efforts on the structure that led to this problem. And all this exhaustive research that I did, it made me realize that the system itself is outstanding in a lot of ways, but it has these massive structural problems that go back centuries. A lot of the system is from the 19th century, England and Germany, and then the degree system is from the Middle Ages. So in 2012, you can see the quote there, I came across this profound essay in N+1 magazine about the origins of the degree system, which I'd always, like everyone else, I'd always kind of taken it for granted as this sort of part and parcel of education and you know, this sort of intrinsic part of it. But after reading this essay and further study, I really became convinced that the degree system itself is one of the root causes of our problems with higher ed in both the cost and the learning model. So if you can see there from the quote, the degree system was never intended to measure learning. It just wasn't. As the essay points out and other historical accounts point out, the degree system was very much intended to certify professors, not learners. And so the mandatory seat time that we generally 4 years that we still retain today, that's completely arbitrary. And it was meant to act as this onerous apprenticeship period to keep the ranks of professors scarce. So right from the beginning, it had this sort of pernicious strain to it that it acted as this sort of pay to play scheme. And it still sort of plays that role today. But what is, now if you scroll down to a little bit below this quote, what is important to understand, and there you can see the pictures from the University of Bologna. Go up, stop at the quote there, okay. What is important to understand about the degree system, that it was not designed by cognitive scientists, human development researchers, and hiring experts. It just wasn't. I get in an argument with a professor friend of mine who just insists that it's perfectly 100% logical. The 4 years makes absolute perfect sense. There's no problems with it. But like everyone else, he just is not historically illiterate of the origins, has not thought about it at all. It's been given this sort of inherent legitimacy, like it got handed down to Moses on a tablet, and we retained it all these centuries and not questioned it, and we treat it like it can't be changed, and then there's this reverence for it that it really doesn't deserve. And I really feel if we were going to design a higher ed system from scratch, we would definitely not have a degree system. And I think if we retain it in its present form, we're going to have problems with hiring, we're going to have problems with cost, and we're going to have problems with the admissions craziness. So anyway, next slide. And here I have some choice quotes here about the degree system. So there are a lot of people going back over a century who have pointed out the flaws and deficiencies of the degree system. I'm going to tick off some major problems that I feel with it. Okay, first off, I think learning should be a lifelong thing, and the degree system has the effect of condensing too much formal schooling into a set number of years, generally 4. And so it creates this artificial deadline. The great German writer Friedrich Nietzsche pointed this out over a century ago, that it just, you're packing way too much into that first, 18 to 22 years of life. Second thing is that it really kind of changes the process of learning, because it makes it about trying to acquire a collection of grades, which are subjective, and you're trying to earn this piece of paper. So it takes the sort of intrinsic nature of learning and sort of subverts it a little bit. Another thing is that I think it injects this very unwelcome element of sentiment and tradition into the equation, where people are going to get this, the ridiculous cap and gown ceremony, no offense, it's treated like a coming of age ritual, the acquisition of the degree. And to me, that's a big factor in the cost, because people want in on that. I think that the attainment of the degree has caused, who has them and who doesn't have them. It's manifested itself in this recent election, where it's causing social and political and class and racial polarization, because you see like Trump voters more heavily non-college educated, Biden voters have more degrees. And so it's almost become like this class and status marker. And you see particularly on the rich, the Lori Loughlin and Felicity Huffman scandal was very much caused by the obsession which we got from the English aristocracy of using schooling and degrees as a status marker. That's why there's this obsession with getting into those elite universities. And it has really, I think, warped our education and economic policy, because we've given degree attainment almost magical qualities to create jobs and wealth and knowledge. And particularly egregious, there's a lot of people in the media who do this, but David Leonhardt of the New York Times is the worst, because he's constantly touting, well, if you get more people to get that degree, then they'll get, you know, jobs and wealth, and that's not the way the economy works. There's always going to be there's always going to be a limited number of those white collar jobs. Just getting more people through the system and getting a degree doesn't change that economic reality. That's why it's so ridiculous to use the term underemployment, you know, as if you can just mint jobs by sending more people to college, particularly white collar ones. And then the talk of college being a degree being a literal investment that pays off in the end is completely silly. And I think that many colleges are a little bit dishonest in their marketing, that when they tout those stats. But the biggest flaw, the flaws of the degree system to me are most evident in the hiring process, where, can you scroll down just a little, Matt? Thank you. When you have each of several thousand colleges issuing degrees, then you don't have every job applicant going through the same set of criteria. It's not really a common standard that you're having them go through. When I was a hiring manager at Expedia, if someone came to me with like a University of Washington degree and a Florida State degree, you know, I don't know, you know, they're not really going through the same vetting process. And you know, I think amazing things happen in degree programs. You guys in higher ed do a terrific job, but the structure of the degree program, sometimes you get the degree doesn't necessarily convey what skills a person has. It's a series of completed courses. There are grades that are a little bit subjective, and there's a memory expert named Joshua Foer who calls the process sort of binge and purge, because at its worst, the curriculum is a little bit scattered and aimless. You're taking a class, you're forgetting it, you're taking another class, and it's not really necessarily as intensive and cumulative as it could be. Also, the degrees are date stamped, so either the person forgets the knowledge since they got the degree, or the knowledge pertained in the degree dates itself. There are also issues like grade inflation, which is rampant. There's cheating. Someone with a passing grade can still get a degree. And then there's the problem of degree fraud, where people are saying they got a degree that they didn't. There've been people fired from CEO jobs that did that. Also, the degree system ties the credentialing process right to schooling, so that any knowledge obtained outside of school is left out of the equation. So if you look at that Tom Wolfe quote, there are some greats in human history that would not make it through the door of you know, corporations or organizations today, because they don't have that magic credential. I think in many ways it's a form of discrimination, and we really should consider laws against hiring by where someone went to school, because you know, similar, Frederick Hess of AEI pointed this out. It's in many ways sort of like the gender and race laws, the disparate impact laws that we dealt with. And finally, I think the big problem is the credentialee is paying to be credentialed and to get into the job world. To me, this is a big one. That to me is, it has it's problematic at best, and I think it's a real conflict of interest at worst. And I think that when the degree is drawn out like it is, I think there's that mandatory seat time. You have a bundled cost model with the electives. There's the enormous opportunity cost of keeping yourself out of the job world, but people miss that. And this sort of mundane looking bridge, for those of you who are Game of Thrones fans, that's called the Twins. And there was an episode where Robb Stark, to cross that bridge with his army, was forced to marry Walder Frey's daughter. And this is what, to me, what the degree system represents. It's like a toll bridge with an incredibly onerous, in many cases, college is affordable, but for many people, particularly with these, the ones that require multiple credentials, is, we have the system of credential inflation that requires several credentials just to get into the job, particularly law, medicine, academia, and where you went to school is important. That the degree system is like a really expensive toll bridge. Okay, next slide. So what comes next? Well, you can see from this, Brandon Bustede has written a lot about alternative credentialing. And you can see from this quote, there's starting to be real skepticism that college and degrees are delivering what they promise or what people want them to. And I think, again, I think there's amazing things happening at college. And I think that everyone should go to college on some level at various points in their life. But the system we have now has some serious problems. And so if you go down to the Salingo quote, there's also the recognition that instead of this sort of 4-year blowout, that you have this judicious and purpose-driven use of college across a lifetime, which I think this is sort of the way we use libraries and museums. You use it, it has to be based on genuine need. We have to stop this. Everyone should go to school as much as possible stuff, because that, first off, that's expensive, and it even overloads the ability of colleges to do their jobs properly, I think, because they get so many people going through there. It's hard for students to get one-to-one guidance, their wait times for classes, things like that. And so this is where alternative credentialing comes in. And we have a quote here from Chris Deedy, he's a professor at Harvard, and Katie Sievers works for Credly, which is one of the credentialing organizations. And I don't necessarily endorse Credly, she just happens to be there. So they wrote this piece a few days ago in Barron's. So you can see people are granted opportunities on the basis of what they, my thing is blocked here, what they learn rather than which institutions or networks they were able to enter. So what the alternative credentialing, once we work the kinks out and work the problems out, has the potential to be really effective at being a skills-based system. And so I don't want to get too granular about alternative credentialing, what exists, because there are hundreds of thousands of them by some count. Some of them include IMS Open badges. Google's gotten into the game with career certificates. You have Flatiron School, General Assembly, Credly, which I just mentioned. Then there's an organization called Credential Engine that acts like at this sort of cloud-based database to kind of like act as a clearinghouse. It does some good work. And as far as who's doing them, using the credentials and hiring, it tends to be the tech industry is kind of been the first ones out of the gate to use them. But right now it's kind of the Wild West, and they're not really getting used on a sort of formalized, widespread basis that I'd like to see. So I would like to just, rather than kind of go granular through all the sources, what I'd like to say is just, am I doing well on time, Matt?
You have about 3 minutes left, Keel.
Okay. So I think that what we need to have, there's a discussion that we need to have about we need to have it be used in a widespread way rather than as this, what my main concern is that there's used as this sort of poor person's credential and then for entry level jobs, and then everyone else has to go through the whole degree gauntlet, because that's not really addressing the problem. So what, as far as action points, what you can see here, I feel that the higher ed is like the Titanic headed for an iceberg, and we're already starting to feel the effects of it from COVID. And like Rodney pointed out in the last talk, that the structural problems were already there well before COVID. And I think people are starting to recognize this, but what I'm not seeing, apart from someone like Joshua Kim at Inside Higher Ed recognizes it, is what a deep existential threat that alternative credentialing poses to the business models, particularly these ones that draw in a lot of like middle or lower income students that are desperate to get themselves right into the job world. And so I think, can you scroll down a little bit? So in the short term, what I think campuses can do is to embrace alternative credentialing and you have to embrace it. I think that if you're trying to cling to the degree system and seat time requirements, it's a losing proposition. You have to adapt to this new reality. You have to bring down costs. One way to do that is to separate the whole college experience and keep it separate. In my view, that shouldn't have been part of the equation in the first place. And you really have to start to provide direct and specific job skills. In the long term, if you can scroll back up again, up a little bit. I really think that because we really don't have one, we need a nonpartisan, nonprofit education reform movement to spur reform at all levels. As part of this movement, we really need a special task force to just address that issue of job credentialing, because that, to me, is possibly the biggest issue. Okay, closing thoughts.
You got some good questions coming, so.
Okay, I don't want to run long. Okay, go ahead.
Why don't you close, and then there's a.
Okay, you can read there, but I think I've said some things that maybe are provocative, but if I want to say this, if I don't tell you them, someone else will, because every few days there's an article about the degree system in the media, and trust me, because I read this stuff religiously. There was an article in Medium magazine just a few days ago that said the same thing. So we have to address, I think eventually it's going to go away on its own. And I think that colleges really need to start planning for this new reality and take action.
Great. That's it, Kale. Thank you very much. So we have some great questions. Paul Reinhardt asks the question, just curious, are you aware of any countries that may have a more rationally designed degree credentialing system than what we have here in the US?
I'm really not. I think that the rest of the world is in the same boat. If you take a country like Germany, they're very much the use of the PhD as a status marker is worse than it is here. I saw, I think it was Algeria, that they had riots because you had a bunch of freshly minted engineering grads that were surprised that they couldn't find a job when they had a degree. How did that happen? This is a lack of reality. So nearly every country has that model. I think there are some other countries that are much better at making it affordable than we are, but then again, they have a lot fewer people go to college. So maybe there's one out there, but I've not seen a country that has a more rational approach.
Okay. And Satvir Singh has a question, very good points. Wouldn't you agree that corporations and companies also play a very important role when they say that they will recruit candidates only with a bachelor's and a master's degree?
Well, it's dumb hiring. I mean, I'm going to put it bluntly, stupid hiring, number one, and grossly unfair and unmeritocratic. And like I said in the talk, we really should sit down and start to contemplate legal laws against it, because it's really gumming up the work. And poor hiring costs companies billions of dollars a year, and it's just you're shutting out a lot of qualified people. A lot of poor and minorities are hurt by this system. And I absolutely agree with the questioner that's the employers, and they're not, apart from law and medicine, they're not under any legal obligation for the most part to hire. You know, there are plenty of people got through the system without the degree. You know, entrepreneurs, you know, I know some that I worked with at Expedia, but I just want to say you don't want people to avoid college entirely. We have this false dichotomy of going versus not going. You should go. I just think that the job assessment process needs to be handled separately.
Yeah, I think that you know, just to close up, Matt. You know, one of the things, and I don't know if it was a law or a directive, but the Trump administration just passed something. I don't know if it was a law or a directive, but that all federal agencies from now on can only hire on the basis of skills and cannot make a degree mandatory. So there is definitely a changing tide, I believe. You know, it's an interesting topic. Like I said, I think it's going to be much more relevant in the years to come. And I would 100% agree with you that that if higher education does not deal with this head on, then you know, it's going to be forced upon them. I gave you a perfect example for myself. I wanted to get involved in blockchain. I went online. What is the best school in the world that gives blockchain education? Happens to be in Cyprus, University of Nicosia. That's where I'm going. And the fact that it's in a different country did not matter to me. It was a solid program, so that's where I'm going. So I think these things are actually slowly starting to change, Keel. But I appreciate your thoughts and your insights. And I think we're going to hear much more of this. Matt, I hand it back to you.
No, this is, you know, honestly, I appreciate you coming on, Keel. This isn't a popular discussion that anyone wants to have, right? So I give that to you, right? Because you're coming into the lion's den and saying their baby's ugly, right? So just think about that. That in itself, I give you a little bit of the props. Now, I think Satvir says something in pinpoint. I don't necessarily think this is all a university or college's fault. I believe that if corporations and industries could, if they could change their hiring based on other criterias and other, you know, maybe credentials or whatever the case is, you will see higher ed shifting away from what it is. Now, in earlier discussion, I think it was in our skills discussion, I think Preeti made a comment about, I don't want to go to a doctor that doesn't have a degree. That's her comfort level, right? So the question is, how do you give the credential that makes people feel comfortable that that person is, you know, is qualified, right? There's a little bit of that discussion that we need to hear. I think the one problem we have is we have what I would call a degree decay or degree inflation, right? Because you now have everyone with a bachelor's degree. It is so easy to get an MBA now. It is so easy to get degrees. And it's, you know, just because you can go and get it, now you have all these different people that, what are they? Now we just have a bunch of people now being limited. So now a person that is a clerk at a particular organization needs a bachelor's degree when the skill itself doesn't require it, right? So there's all these things that are coming into play, including the limitations that some of these degrees put on for allowing for people to have a trajectory into market. I think that's what I get from you every time I listen to you and talk to you. I am a believer that there is a place for higher ed, and how higher ed figures that out, I think is going to take a little bit of time. But
I agree completely. I'm a big higher ed believer. There's some stuff on my slide 4 I didn't get to, it sort of gets at that. But yeah, it's definitely the credentialing part that is causing a lot of problems. And I urge anyone, my email there is at the end. I have a lot more, you know, citations, articles. I have zillions of them with all these various arguments and everything.
So Keel, I want to say thanks for joining us. You concluded us for a great 2-day event for us. This was our inaugural. I want to first say thank you to everyone that has supported us, from the moderators to Jane and the team at Fortress that basically made us look really professional. I mean, I can't say any more gratitude to all of the speakers that stepped in when I said, this is not going to be a sales pitch. It's not going to be a spin. We want you to come with thoughtfulness, and each of them delivered in a lot of ways. So I want to say thank you to all those people. And I want to say thank you to the audience who, we had a pretty good showing, 600 people or so registered, and all of this content will be online. It will be on demand. Inside of each of these quillers, we will be sending out the landing page for the Beyond Summit post summit page, which will have all of these links there, as well as the embedded videos of each of the speakers. We're not sure if we're going to do one in 6 months or a year, but we certainly feel there's a lot of value. I will be sending out hopefully a survey to you all. We'd love your feedback. Any last thoughts from the moderators for doing a great job and things for you guys? Thank you guys. Jane, I know you're out there. Heather.
Appreciate everybody attending and speaking. It's been a great summit.
This has been. There's been some great information from everybody, and thanks, Matt, for pulling all this together, and all the other moderators and supporters. This has been a great 2 days.
All right. Well, we will close it, and have a good weekend, everyone. We'll see you on LinkedIn and other places as we continue to build beyond.
Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Woo! Thank you, Keel.
Thank you, Matt. Great job, by the way.
Yeah, nice job. I mean, it all came in together. Well, went well. 2 days. It worked out well. So.
Okay.
Cool. Anything else, JTH?
I think everyone's leaving.